Hey family, welcome back to my video. Today we will see, what if Harry Potter adopted and fallen for small Bella? Before we start, here is my official Patreon. Please join it because there are many stuffs that I can't share here because of community guidelines. But on my Patreon page, you will get adult Harry stories, Naruto, and Deca 2. Also the quick access for other parts of my story which might take time on YouTube. Also there are many stuffs you will get here. Please consider joining my Patreon. Link in the description. I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the original author of this story for granting us permission to use it in our YouTube video. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. The author's creation and the original story's link in the descriptions, please do check that first. Now enjoy the video. James sped up the hill, his wand drawn, eyes darting around in alert. They were moving quickly. Every now and again he bent to the ground. The ground was wet, the traces still fresh. The footsteps they were following led to the top. A spring crossed their path and cut through the land. The footsteps continued on the other side. The aura forces had spread out, branching out in groups of 3 or 4. How did we ever miss this place? It had started with a few murmurs here and there in Nocturne Alley. The word had spread. Their attention had turned to the missing people around the area. All dead ends with no lead. A dead Heather sighting from a reliable source had hit the last nail in the coffin. They had narrowed down the possible places until they had finally settled on this location, Scoffle Pike. I can't even imagine anyone to have stepped foot in this godforsaken piece of land. Of course, they would be here. They are drawn to everything derelict and old. Sirius muttered as he marched forwards, his wand at hand. He moved with grace. A mile away, down the hill and up another slope, they spotted the hideout. A neglected house, easily overseeable in a line of trees. It must have belonged to someone wealthy once, many, many years ago. Now nothing of its old pristine was left. It's rather muggle, isn't it? Sirius remarked as they grew closer. The curse breakers were at the front lines. A layer of mist had started to settle all around them. They seemed to be growing desperate. Running out of places, I assume. There was no sign of life. No trace of magic. It was odd. Usually, some traces would be left behind. They would linger, but here the earth felt untouched. Maybe the wards, if there were any to begin with, had been lifted. Anti-apparition wards were slowly being erected. He could feel it wash through him. They received the clear from the curse breakers and crept upon the property. The windows had been boarded shut. Some part of the wall in one of the upper floors had collapsed completely. They had made their way towards the back. James listened to the silence, to the rustling of leaves, to the heaving and creaking of the building. The back door leading inside swayed with the wind, halfway open. He nudged the door further apart, using a mirror to peer inside. A figure in all black eyed the door and anticipated his next move. James met Savage's gaze, gestured towards the window, and ducked as Savage smashed it in. Using that moment of surprise, James rushed in, his wand drawn, a curse leaving his lips. The figure fell over. James moved on, his back to the wall. He crept from shadow to shadow, using it to his advantage. The sound of active fighting reached his ears now. All around him, he caught blurry figures fighting, a mismatch of colors. Spells lit their surroundings in various blinding lights. He had spotted 4 dead Heathers, their silver masks gleaming ominously in the dark as they moved along the dark hallways. "Keep them alive," he barked. The Ministry had enough dead Death Eaters to deal with. What they needed were living ones. Call it a 7th sense, a gut feeling that told him that something was queer, despite the fact that they began to draw in on the Death Eaters. Some had fled, with a horde of eager aurors hot on their heels. They would not get too far. The fight came to an end sooner than anticipated. It was just too easy. James had his grip around one of the men. He was just pushing him to his knees when he caught a glimpse of Sirius, his robes tattered, eyes gleaming. He was dragging a struggling Death Eater across the hall and dropping him off like extra ballast to the ground. He pushed him down with his boots. A heavy push kept the man flailing like a worm on the ground. Quickly, they searched the bodies of the captured Death Eaters, gathering their wands and weapons into a heap. He damaskied them, their silver masks dropping carelessly to the ground. Unfamiliar faces glowered at them, lower ranks. Savage muttered as he nudged one of the bodies aside. No one of importance. The ones we have will talk. Nothing of importance I fear will come from them. James feared the same, and yet he stayed silent. He knelt down to what he assumed to be the leader of the bunch. He was silently seething, having given up his struggle minutes ago. The house seemed barely lived in. Layers of dust clung to every sphere. Some doors were damaged by time and did not bulge, even with an alohammer at hand. "You need to see this," Willemson cried out. He rose. The dungeon he had just emerged from was drenched in darkness. James could feel the tragedy clinging to it. Warily he went down. A chill grew on his bones. The smell was foul and made him gag. It smelled like death and decay down here. He was greeted with the bright light of a lumos flashing against him. He met the auror's gaze for a moment before he let his eyes sweep through the dungeon. A few of his camerata were already delving in deeper, the light of their lumos lighting further parts of the dungeon in light, unraveling the horrors. His insides froze. A dozen hostages, if not more. Some were chained against the wall, others slumped against the ground, too many to count, some shifting at the bright light that blinded them, and others not at all. He took a staggering step inside, alert the medics. Now, most of them were dead already, decaying, rotting between the living ones, reminding them of the fate that awaited them. It was the smell he would never forget. It clung to him long after he had left the place. James was sure of it as he helped carry another body up, a young woman, various degrees of decay already behind her. The only mercy left for her now would be to identify her family and give her a proper funeral, one she deserved. "And?" James asked as he caught a glimpse of Sirius. He had been barking orders around him. In that moment he reminded him of his father, strict and powerful. Not that he'd ever say these words out loud. Orion Black was one of many ghosts of his past that Sirius preferred to forget. "They're not talking, not yet at least." The 4 Death Eaters they had managed to capture were currently in the ministry, what he would not give to be the one to be interrogating them. "How many more are coming up?" Sirius watched as another pair of aurors carried another body out of the doors and into the open. They had laid them outside, their bodies shielded underneath blankets and bags, anything they could find. The moon had risen. It was a starless night, a night full of terrors. He would wish nothing more than to return home and slip into Lily's warm embrace. The living hostages had been hurried to St. Mungo's immediately, but the dead, they lingered. 12 so far. 8 or more. James shrugged lightly. "Still coming up, unless we find more stored somewhere else." He looked grimly over the bodies. A little graveyard had formed. "You think she knew? Does it matter? We never got anything out of her." He doubted they ever would. Bellatrix Lestrange's loyalty was unwavering, and her resolve was as strong as her hatred for them. She died before revealing any secrets, and James just wished that she did. The sun had started to rise. Not that James had noticed. He had been busy in the ministry, filing paperwork, never finding a moment to rest. It was only now as he staggered out of the fireplace that sleep clung to him like a second skin. His bones ached as he dropped his robes to the ground. They would need a good wash. It was there that he spotted Lily. The candle she had lit had died out. The first rays of sunshine were complementing her hair. She had her knees drawn closer, one arm loosely wrapped around them. James's lips tugged up at the sight. He crept closer, one hand coming to cup her face. He hesitated. Mud and dirt clung to his skin. He leaned down to press a soft kiss on her head. He pulled the blanket that had dropped around her back up. Her eyes fluttered open. She sat up straighter at the sight of him. A miserable one, his hair clung to his skin. Dark circles had formed around his eyes. He offered her a lousy smile. It did not reach his eyes. Her face furrowed in despair. "Oh, James." He did not have to talk. She just knew. She pulled him into her embrace. He slipped onto his knees as she drew him closer, and he swore himself that he would guard it fiercely, bottle up every smile of hers to never forget. Nestled in the crook of her neck, he inhaled her scent deeply. She had her hands nestled in his hair, uncaring for his current state, the dirt that clung to him. Children Lily, small children dead. They had left them there to rot. There was nothing we could do for them. His throat constricted when he thought about his own children. When he thought about an ache from a blow he had received years ago, it lingered and twinged, never to fully heal. He would carry it with him until the end of time. "Don't." She cupped his face. "Don't go there one day, James," and she forced him to. "Meet her gaze. We'll rip them all out root and stem, and if it's the last thing we do, you hear me. He pitted the one caught at the end of her fury. Frank, for days, and the doctors were still unyielding. He had managed to catch glimpses of the victims, but nothing more had been allowed. Some were still in critical condition, but others were making recovery. If it would not have been for Robards, then he was sure that they'd still be waiting. Time was scarce, and while the newsletters were still unaware, they had to move forwards. There was always a heavy feeling around Street Mungo's, a sense of dread that curled around his lower back whenever he entered. Be it from the sterile smell that drenched every corner or part of his soul that he left behind here many, many years ago. Alice. Oh, Alice. He caught the attention of visitors and workers at once, his aura robes making him stand out in between the soft blues and pinks from Street Mungo's. People parted whenever they spotted him, some out of respect, others out of fear or uneasiness. Aurors had been guarding their victims' day in and out. There was not a moment that they had been left unattended. Their safety and recovery was their first priority. The Aurors and shift straightened up once they spotted him. They had spent the whole night here already. Anything out of the ordinary? Nothing, sir. Aura Black came by just a few minutes earlier. Frank nodded and pushed forwards. He knocked on the door to his right. The first one, there was a long moment of silence until he could hear a soft voice beckon him in. He slipped inside, shutting the door shut behind him. The room was dark, the blinds shut. My name is Frank Longbottom. I'm here from the Aura department. I understand that this may be a difficult time for you, but your cooperation is vital to apprehending those responsible. I want to assure you that we are doing everything we can to ensure your safety and bring justice. The young woman nodded, fidgeting with her blanket. Most of the bruises on her face had cleared. She looked healthier than he remembered her to have been. Her face had finally regained some much-needed color. She trailed his every movement. You can sit down if you want, as she gestured to one of the seats next to her bed. Frank flashed her a smile and seated himself. What's your name? He asked softly. Ivy Moxham, she replied, eyes cast down. How are you doing, Ivy? She shrugged lightly. Better, first and foremost. I hope you're feeling as comfortable as possible given the circumstances. Your well-being is of utmost importance to us. Please know that you are not alone, and we will do our best to support you throughout this process. Are they dead? She asked suddenly. The nurses won't tell me. They mean well, but I have to know. Sarah and Ari, are they dead? There was an earnest expression on her, desperate, grieving, determined, all at once. I don't know, he answered truthfully. We have not managed to identify everyone, but so far we came across no Sarah or Ari. It's not looking good. I hope they are dead. It means they're at peace now, Frank sighed. Now, I'll need you to provide as much detail as you can remember about the events leading up to your abduction. Take your time and feel free to share any information, no matter how insignificant it may seem. Even the smallest detail might be crucial in our investigation. It had happened rather recently. She was surprised to find out that it had only been 2 weeks for her. It had felt longer, she told him. Her memory was rather fuzzy, but what she did manage to piece together he wrote down. She could give him no names, but she remembered a woman with red hair. She'd been one of the crueler ones. His best guess would be Electo Caro, but with nothing else to go down, it would stay a theory for a little while longer. He concluded the interview after a little while, already warning her that it might not be the last time that he or one of his colleagues would be coming to talk to her. The others were less hesitant to talk. Frank barely got the names out of some. Fear and despair still clung to their skins. Their eyes flickered towards the door. Ever's shadow reminded them of the horrors they had endured. He could not fault them. So, Sirius muttered. He rolled his shoulders back, flipping the notepad he had written in shut. They were in one of the smaller break rooms attached to this part of the hospital wing. Some Aurors lingered inside. It had turned into another base for them. So far, no mention of the Lestrange brothers, Greyback, or anyone else of importance. Not even Bellastrix, Frank added. Not even Bellastrix, Sirius agreed with a frown. Any luck with the critical four? Sirius waved his question away. Nothing. Some are still unrecognizable. The doctors are unsure if 2 of them will even pull through. Sirius let out a breath. Only time will show. He repeated what he had heard from the doctors over and over again. He hesitated. Any updates from Tonks? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. The doctors are useless. He set on to say something, but Sirius continued aggravated. Can't even tell us if she's improving or not. It's always, we'll see, or other non-answers. She's not waking up. You can't expect them to work miracles. Her injuries were severe. Things like this take time. He grew silent for a moment, his mind straying far away. She's resilient, you just watch and see. Before you foresee it, she'll be back on her feet. His words did not really reach Sirius. He could see it. I'm wrapping up for the day. Are you coming? Sirius had shrugged his coat back on, lingering close by the door. Frank shook his head. Not yet. There is one more thing I need to do. Sirius nodded slowly. For a moment, it seemed like there was something he wanted to say, but he left without saying anything else. The part of St. Mungo's he entered was as familiar as the back of his hand. He knew every nook and corner of this place. It was quieter, calmer. He greeted familiar faces, nurses that were busy with their own load of work. He found her where he always did, sitting in front of a window, lightly swaying to the music that played on the radio, an old song that even he did not remember. It would be so easy to pretend that everything was all right, that nothing had gone amiss, but the baggy clothes she wore did not suit her. Her hair had grown longer, the longest it had ever been. He seated himself close to her, watching her for a long moment, taking in the sight of her. Her long lashes fluttered shut, and strands of her hair had managed to slip out of the braid she wore. I'm sorry, dear. It's been a long week, and I had been unable to visit you. Much has happened. We've made some progress. There was no recognition in her eyes, nothing that even hinted that she had noticed him joining her. The ache was a familiar one. He grew used to it. She seemed happy. The horrors of the world were unable to reach her here, and it was a small mercy for him. Neville is going to graduate soon. He misses you a lot. Oh, how I wish you could see the remarkable young man he has grown into. He reminds me of your father. There had never been a silent moment between them. She had always been full of life, unable to sit still for even a moment. At times he had been unable to keep up with her, fearing that he would be lost behind. But now, all there had been was frozen. All they had were empty moments. Silence had taken over them. Lily, she was the first to wake, rising before even the sun had settled. James did stir for a moment, but fell back into a comfortable slumber. The first thing she did was to check upon the children. Some habits, good or bad, just lingered. The fear that crept up her spine at the mere thought was paralyzing. Little Arya was surrounded by a heap of pillows, laying with her arms and legs spread all around her without a worry on mind. She was her youngest, her wildest child. Then came John, only a few years older than Arya. All that peeked out were his feet. They were dangling over the bed, clearly visible in the pale light of the moon that streamed inside the room. She lingered, watching him for a long moment before she moved on. She passed by another room, hesitating for a moment. It was still odd to not find him laying in his bed. Rob had started Hogwarts a few years ago, and she still could not get used to it. She remembered a similar night, so many years ago, a door thrown ajar, bed cold and empty, dead, and gone. There was a gut-wrenching scream stuck in her throat. She headed downstairs, throwing on one of James' fuzzier jackets. It was too big for her, but she found comfort in them as she headed down the basement. The door handle warmed for a moment underneath her touch, and then the door gave away. There was a bitter note hanging in the air. The air was cold and damp, the lights cool and dim. Her eyes darted over the many cauldrons. Some were still bubbling, a low heat underneath them keeping them going. She had been working on this potion for over 2 months now. The Wolfsbane, a more complicated potion she had to regularly keep an eye on. She preferred to brew these in the comfort of her own home instead of St. Mungo's. Her eyes raked over the notes Severus had sent her just a few days ago. His notes were hastily added, and unlike most, she was able to discern his scrawl. Oftentimes she used his adjustions to the potions. At others she completely ignored and overwrote them, this being one of these moments. By the time she emerged again, it was light outside. She had to blink through it until her eyes adjusted. The sound of laughter and the radio reached her. She followed the motion and found James working in the kitchen. He had thrown on his best apron and was preparing breakfast. The smell of burnt toast reached her, a common occurrence when James was the one to do the cooking. Her lips tugged up at the sight she found them in. They were all singing, Arya and John joining James, whose voice overthrown them all. Not that he'd ever admit it. She could barely discern the melody over their voices. Roads go ever on, over rock and under tree, by caves where never sun has shone, by streams that never find the sea, over snow by winter sown, and through the merry flowers of June, over grass and over stone, and under mountains in the moon. James twirled, Unable to throw the exhaustion completely off from the past few days, she spotted reminders at it in the corners of his smile. Morning lover. His voice lowered as he approached to put a soft peck to her lips. Morning lover. She mouthed back, and immediately her attention got demanded by two eager children, who dragged her inside. James! Grimoire Place was bustling with life. George and Ginny rushed up the stairs as James entered through the door, their heavy steps echoing in the creaking house. Mischief followed wherever they went. The living room was lit in a warm light. Dumbledore was there, and several others were, seated in silence. He spotted Alastor leaning on his cane, his tattered robes hanging down his body. His magical eye darted around and lingered on him for a moment before it moved on. Lily stood leaning against the counter, her arms crossed. His questioning gaze met hers, and she inclined upstairs with her head. So the children were here after all? James shut the door behind him and leaned against the heavy door. Almost everyone seemed to have come. A rare occurrence. Usually they never managed to gather all at once. There was always something going on. A month has passed since we were all officially gathered here, and much has happened since then. Dumbledore began. Sirius shifted in and out of his view. He stood in a darker corner, looking the most out of place here in Grimoire Place. Bellatrix Lestrange has been captured and is now in Azkaban. I must congratulate you. All of you. Dumbledore was turned towards Sirius. A silent moment passed between them. Sirius was the one to avert his gaze first. Lock her up and throw away the key, he muttered, causing some people to chuckle. Mundungus, one of them. His dark gaze settled on his drink he was nursing. Nowadays, you rarely saw him without his flask. There has been some progress. Sirius began his report, talking about their latest mission, how they had infiltrated the hideout, the Death Eaters they had caught, the people they had rescued. Frank had to put in another shift. We are still trying to identify everyone, trying to get as much information as we can as long as the lead is still hot. If they know something, anything, we need to find out as soon as possible, but it's moving along slowly. That's to be expected, Albus added. They seem to have been randomly selected. There is so far nothing that connects our victims, James added. That's worse then, isn't it? Now everyone is in danger if they randomly select their victims for the sake of torturing and their own pleasures. Arthur shifted uncomfortably. They are growing bolder, Alastor threw in, his grip around his staff tightened. They are growing sloppy. We managed to capture Bellatrix, and a few weeks later now, this it is to our advantage. Don't let this lull you into a false sense of security, Black. It's your family after all. You'd know best. Spit whatever it is you want to say out, Alastor, Sirius barked. Now there is no need to jump at each other's throats. Alastor meant no ill. Now did he? Dumbledore's gaze narrowed down on Alastor, who muttered something under his breath, rising all of a sudden and walking away. They began to talk about topics related and unrelated. News from afar that James had heard glimpses of. Germany was starting to grow restless. The talk of sightings of Death Eaters in France. Here and there one of them threw some helpful information in, but in the end, he left the meeting warier than he had entered it. Frank, it was late in the evening. If it would not have been for Kingsley himself asking him to put in another shift, he would have declined. Exhaustion was nagging at his every waking breath. One of the critical patients had improved. There had been a moment of consciousness, and it was up to him to see if there was something he could pry from his lips. The boy was bandaged up, his face swollen and bruised. A nasty scar on his forehead caught his attention, barely hidden underneath his fringe. They had beat him up badly, but a promising future lay ahead of him, according to the doctors. It was his arm that caught his attention and made him falter. The dark mark. It had not been visible underneath his bruises at first, but now that they cleared, it grew visible. His eyes flickered back to his face, a mere child. If he was friend or foe would be determined with time, but considering the state they had found him in, he could not have been in any Death Eater's good graces. The boy was fast asleep, or unconscious to his dismay. Gently, Frank reached for his hand. The boy let out a sound, and he sighed in relief. He could not be too far out of it. You are safe now, and with time you will heal. I can't promise that it will be easy, but it will get better. All we need to do now is figure out who you are. He doubted the boy could even hear him, but it was something he had told the others, at least the conscious ones, as well. His eyes fluttered open, and Frank froze. His eyes were disturbingly bright, a shade of green that made him shift uncomfortably. It was too similar to that familiar curse they all dreaded. He was unfocused and glossy-eyed. Frank doubted that he even saw him. The potions, he could smell them lingering around him. With every breath he exhaled, the bitter note seemed to spread. They must be meddling with his mind, whatever was left of it. That is, he meant to move away, but a sudden grip on his arm made him pause. He turned back to the boy, who could not be older than his own son. His grip fell loose once more. Frank lingered, watching his face for any shift, for a moment of regaining his consciousness, but he was disappointed. Long after he left the room, the boy's eyes fluttered open once more. Green eyes widened in horror. "My name," he gasped for air, "is Harry Potter." Names held power. Some they did not dare to utter in fear. Others got praised, but his name was unlike any other, forgotten and forsaken. He would remind them all once more of who he was. Frank. Frank was taken aback at the sight that unfolded in front of him. Ivy had somehow made her way into the boy's room. John Doe 4. She sat at the edge of the bed, holding his hand, her head bowed as she peered at the resting boy. Slowly she turned to face him. A serene smile grew on her lips. "You know each other?" She nodded, rising suddenly, but he gestured her to sit. She had come along well, managing to walk short distances without any assistance by now. He approached curiously. "It's Airy." Finally a name for the boy, a nickname, but it was better than what they had been going with. "He never told me his full name," Ivy added. "Nor did I tell him mine. That's not what we talked about when we managed to talk." She peered back down at him. His face was no longer swollen. His bruises were beginning to fade. "He saved me," she croaked out. "You saved yourself," his voice a mere whisper. A small, exhausted smile grew on his lips at the sight of her. Ivy let out a delighted gasp. "You should tell the nurses." She seemed unwilling to leave, but the boy, Airy, nudged her with a smile. "I'll be fine," he mouthed to her, and only then did Ivy move. Frank approached the boy. His eyes immediately trained on him. His searching gaze left nothing unseen. It lingered on his aura robes, on his wand holder hidden behind layers of fabrics, and eventually settled back on his face. "My name is Frank, I know. I remember." Taken slightly aback, Frank continued. "Are you in any pain? How do I look?" "Like shit." "Better." He let out an amused sound, his eyes closing as he tried to shift. He did not manage much. He settled back eventually, his eyes returning back to him. It was unnerving, to say the least. The intensity of his gaze would crush lesser man. His dark, unruly hair seemed untamable at the moment. It framed his pale face. He could not stop staring at him, could not stop the comparisons. All that was needed would be glasses, and he was getting ahead of himself. "Are you in any state to talk?" Frank averted his gaze uncomfortably. The boy clutched his arm, held it close to his chest, the dark mark, hidden from view once more. Frank's gaze lingered. The boy shifted uncomfortably. "You saw it, didn't you?" The boy released his clutch on his arm, grimacing as he peered down at the dark mark. "I'm not," he shook his head, choking up suddenly. "I never wanted it, I swear, but they came and held me down." Tears had welled in his eyes. The boy had lowered his head in shame. "I'm not here to judge you. I know how cruel they can be, how far they would go just to cause pain and misery." And yet the urge to reach for his wand lingered. He did not, however. Warily he approached the boy. "We have not been able to contact your family yet. We were unable to identify you. Airy, isn't it?" "She calls me Airy. I usually go by Harry, just Harry." "Just Harry, aye. Any last name?" The boy dropped his gaze, eyes nervously flickering towards the door. He bit his chapped lips and fell silent. "Rest assured, we will do everything in our power to ensure your safety. Nothing you say will get out of this room. I don't know how much you're aware of yet, but those that did this to you are already being processed and on their way to Azkaban. You have nothing to fear." "How much time has passed since?" "You've been here for almost 2 weeks now. At first in the intensive care unit, you gave us a real scare back there, but you pulled through and improved enough to have been moved here." The boy hesitated. He could watch him muster his courage. His gaze finally met his again. Frank instinctively leaned in closer. "Out there are a dozen armed aurors, ready to strike down anyone who even dares to come close to you. No one, absolutely no one, will be able to harm you." There was a beat of silence, and then he spoke. A mere whisper, a secret guarded fiercely, finally passed along. "Harry Potter, forgotten and yet powerful." Frank reared back. "Is something wrong?" His brows rose. Dead, he was dead, and yet. He stared, taking in every detail, burning it into memory. The nurse entered. Frank hurried out of the room without another glance back. "And you're certain that no polyjuice potion or glamour is in works here?" Frank paced restlessly. It had to be a lie, a cruel, foolish, ignorant lie. It would not be the first. All kinds of sick people got a kick out of pretending. None at all. It was not what he had wanted to hear. And you're certain of this, that no one could have slipped anything in, that it would have flown under the radar and been missed. I can guarantee you or Longbottom that if there was any foul play in this, we'd know. He's been in our care for what now? Weeks, and nothing of this kind has been noted. He felt no relief. None at all. The boy Harry was reading the Daily Prophet, hands tightly gripped around the newspaper, his face hidden from sight. Frank knew what would expect him. He was not ready to face the boy, glad to be out of his sight for now, until he was certain on how to proceed. There was still the matter of the dark mark. James, the fireplace flared up. Hadn't Lily said she'd be back later this evening? Back so early, I thought you. Dark robes instead of white ones. The figure stepped out of the flames. James froze and then jumped to action, hand in the air, reaching for his robes. What happened? His robes reached him in a hurry, and he was about to shrug them on and hurry into the ministry. Does something need to happen for me to pay you a visit? Kingsley shrugged the last bits of ash and flew powder down his robes. James slowed warily. If it's about serious, I already told you. It was in the heat of the moment. His mind went in all kinds of directions. None too well. Nothing to do with Black. Ease down, Potter. And yet James noticed the signs that something was wrong. He could see it in his eyes, the way they shifted, avoided meeting his gaze partially. Is your wife here? No. She's at work. Some urgent case had come in. John hurried down the stairs. Dad, he called out noisily, and then spotted Kingsley falling shy. He hid behind him, peeking his head out to look at Kingsley. James reached for John, lifting him up. John buried his head in the crook of his neck. Kingsley wore a funny expression. Unlike any James had ever seen on him before, he'd go as far as to say that he was uncomfortable. It would not be the first time he had met his children, and yet his reaction was new. Why? Merely some order business I had wished to discuss, but that can wait. If it's urgent. Kingsley declined, yet James insisted, tempting him to stay with a freshly brewed cup of coffee. Man like Kingsley survived on them. Come now, John. Help me prepare the coffee. He nudged his son out of his embrace. Giving him a task to work on helped him get over Kingsley's presence. Soon enough, he slipped out of the room, joining Arya upstairs, doing Merlin knew what. He'd find out soon enough. Settling the hot cup in front of Kingsley, James settled down in the seat opposite to him. Kingsley's attention was on one of the chairs, an empty seat that had never been filled. It never would. Unlike the others, it was not marked with scratches or names carved into the wood. There has been some progress in the case. Longbottom and Black are nearly done with their interviews. The Death Eaters are processed. The paperwork should have got to you a few days ago. I just got to them. I'm slowly drowning in the ever-growing stack for your information. Dutifully noted. Steam was still rising from Kingsley's cup, boiling hot as it was. He showed no outward reaction as he began to drink from it. Their topic eventually circled back to the order and the latest meeting, as it always did. Kingsley had some opinions about Germany he had kept to himself until now. He did not think much of the German Order Department. They were at odds for a few years now. Ever since the March incident that had cost them too many recourses. Albus has been traveling a lot lately. I was surprised to see him be back for the order meeting. He would not miss it if it would not have been of utter importance. Kingsley inclined his head, not responding immediately. Do you know where he is heading off to? Not the barest idea. You know how he is. Secretive, mysterious, frustrating, and yet helpful. We'll find out soon enough. Lily missed Kingsley by 2.5 hours. She found him sitting in the kitchen, eyeing Kingsley's used cup intently. There was a bitter note about her, potion fumes that clung to her skin. Kingsley came by earlier. James leaned back, head turned to follow Lily's movements. She turned to him, her robe still on her as she leaned against the counter. She urged him to continue, her brows arching, worry settling on her, making her straighten up. James shook his head. "Mais visite." Kingsley does not visit without a reason. I know. James could not get the queer look in his eyes out of his mind. Whatever it was, he did not share it with me. The children were around, and he did not seem willing to spill. Whatever it was, he kept guarded. I don't like the sound of this. James. It was not just Kingsley. Frank started avoiding him. His responses became clipped. He seemed to be in a hurry whenever they came across each other. Sirius had noticed it as well. What do you reckon? He asked as they watched Frank pave his way out of the department. James had his eyes fixated on him until he was out of his sight. I'd write it off if it weren't just Frank acting queer. But the other day, Kingsley came visiting, asked if Lily was at home. Whatever it was he wanted to say, it seemed important. Perhaps some news about Peter. Sirius spat his name like one would a curse. What I wouldn't give to have my hands around his wretched neck. James still remembered the last time he had seen Peter. He remembered the words they had exchanged. There had been signs he had chosen to overlook. Albus had been right. What a fool he had been. Dark circles had framed his eyes. He had been paler, tenser, but then again, they all had been, with danger looming in the dark and nothing they could do about it besides wait and sit. Wait and dread. Wait and trust. James had put his trust and faith in him, and for a moment he had allowed himself to believe that everything would be all right. Some betrayals fester and poison the mind. He had not believed at first, unwilling to accept that Peter would do such thing, denied it outright. Peter would never. Peter was loyal. Peter was his friend. Peter was a coward, a traitor. Decades had passed, and the rage in his heart was still intact. He wanted him dead. Frank, he was growing stronger, his appearance healthier. It was like staring in a mirror, although a bit distorted, and yet, every time he looked at him, he had the urge to call him James. How do you know that name? There were a handful of people alive that remembered Lily and James's firstborn. It was not common knowledge and barely acknowledged outside the order. So how did this boy know? Harry sighed, rubbing his face with his bandaged fingers. It is my name. It has always been my name. They made sure I knew that. The Death Eaters, the Dar Voldemort. Harry shuddered, shifting uncomfortably. His fingers traced the dark mark absent-mindedly. Frank's gaze lingered on it. Harry reached for his hand suddenly, eyes wide. Frank froze. Do you know them? My parents, Lily and James. They are members of the order opposing the Death Eaters. That's why they kept me locked up all these years. My mother. She had red hair and green eyes. Please. Are they well? They told me they were killed, but I didn't believe them. They always lie just to see me suffer. His lip wobbled. Tears threatened to slip from his eyes. A miserable sight for anyone walking by. He forcefully wiped them away with the back of his hand. Frank offered him a pitiful smile. Lily and James Potter are alive and well. Anyone claiming otherwise has been lying to you. The boy nodded in relief, letting out a trembling breath. Thank you. How did you come to be with the Death Eaters? Why would they want you? Frank was intrigued to see what the boy would say. My parents are members of Dumbledore's order, powerful members. Bellatrix loved to talk about them whenever she wasn't. The boy fell silent for a moment. Whenever she wasn't hurting me. Did she do that a lot? Hurt you? He offered him a chilling smile. When she was in the mood for it. Harry leaned in closer, as if he were about to share a secret. I don't remember much of him, but there was a man once, more rat than man, with long, scrawny fingers and large teeth. He was the one that stole me away from my parents. I think his name was Worm. Something with worm. I'm sorry, I don't remember much. Most of my memories are rather hazy. Wormtail. Yes, that was it. You knew him. Where did you hear that name? Wormtail, he told me after apologizing to me. I did not understand at first to what, but he kept begging, and I did not know what to do. Every day he would visit my room, my cell. Go on about some prophecy. I never knew what to make of it. One day, he just stopped showing up. The boy seemed lost in his memories for a moment. Frank stilled at the mention of the prophecy, remembering it all too well. Even now, his insides froze. It still feels like a dream. And every moment I fear to wake up and return to that nightmare. Harry finally met his gaze again, and all Frank saw in his eyes was the truth. All these years, why would they keep you alive? I don't know. Harry lowered his head. His voice had dropped. I wish they didn't. Frank stayed silent for a long moment. What led to you ending up in Pike? Something happened. It was not me. I did nothing wrong. I swear. I behaved. They had started to grow restless. Bellatrix stopped showing up over a month ago, and I was so relieved. I thought it meant she had grown tired of me. But I don't know. Next thing I know, everyone is in a hurry. I never saw them like this. Soon later, I got dragged away and ended up with the others in Pike. I was okay with dying. I knew it would happen sooner or later. At least I was not alone anymore. Things will become better from now on. I can't promise that it will be easy, but the future is bright and full of promises. Harry seemed unconvinced. How can you be so certain? Kingsley asked him. Frank had tried to explain it to him. Told him his reasons, but Kingsley seemed unconvinced. He could not fault him. Before his talk with Harry, he had his doubts. He still harbored some, but the things he said, he knew they were too close to the truth. Talk to him. See for yourself and make your own judgment, but we have to tell them. Sooner or later, they will find out. Not until we are absolutely sure. There can be no flicker of doubt left. You hear me? Clip and clear, and yet the boy worries me. How so? Kingsley turned to him in interest. 30% of his body is covered in scar tissue, second-degree burns on his backhand. Arms. X-ray shows 12 fractures that never properly healed. Most of his injuries lead years back. Has he said anything about what happened? Barely anything. Kingsley. He was not in his bed. Instead, Kingsley found him standing in front of the window, clad in the hospital's robes that limply hung down his body. It was too big for him, causing some of his scars and bruises to show. Kingsley's eyes lingered on the fresh scars and the old ones that raked over his exposed back. The boy turned as he announced his presence, freezing for a moment, be it in fear or something else. His attention lingered on his face, and Merlin be damned. Frank had not been lying. The boy looked like James. "Hello, sir," a timid voice. Froer Longbottom had mentioned you checking on me. He moved slowly past him, swaying lightly as he finally made it towards the bed. Harry, wasn't it? Harry nodded. Kingsley's eyes lingered on his left arm, which was currently bandaged, the dark mark hidden underneath. You don't believe me, do you? His attention snapped back up to Harry, his brows furrowed. What makes you think that? Harry shrugged lightly. I wouldn't believe myself either if I were in your shoes. Out of nowhere, this boy shows up claiming to be someone. I know how it sounds, but I'm not lying. They told me, taunted me with this knowledge. And you were certain that they had not been lying to you. It would not be too out-fetched to imagine them coming up with such a thing. There had to be a catch, a tell that Harry was lying. Something, anything. If there was, then he would find it. Kingsley was sure of it. Harry shook his head. I don't think they did. All my life they had used this against me, my parents, my identity. It was the reason they kept me. If I'm not Harry Potter, if this is a lie, then I don't know why they would want to keep me. I'm no one to them, but like this. I deserve it. I pay for the sins of my parents so they don't have to. Kingsley frowned. For someone who claims to have spent his whole life in captivity, you seem... He tried to find the right word without outright insulting the boy. Normal? I'm not. Not really, but I was not beaten black and blue every day. There were periods of times where I was just ignored. House elves fed me and kept me alive. Some were kind to me, kinder than they should have been, but I suppose they pitied me. Kingsley would not have gone with normal. Something was unnerving about the stillness of his body, the hollowness of his eyes. Is there no way to be certain to make sure I'm not lying? I'm willing to take Veritasium if that's what it takes. If he were to pull out the flask of Veritasium he kept in his pocket, he was sure that Harry would drink it. He could see the determination in his eyes. Veritasium would not be the suitable solution, besides your doctor's advice against any kind of potion, while you're still taking your doses regularly. But there is something we could do to be certain, whatever it takes. Blood is thicker than water. It would reveal the truth they were too blind to see. A flask of Harry's blood was all he needed to reveal the truth. There was a reason why blood magics were so sought after, why it was so dangerous and yet fulfilling. Kingsley eyed the blood, kept securely in the flask, eyes intently on it. For some time it stayed unchanged, the same dark red color until it was not anymore. Kingsley almost dropped the flask. Harry Potter was the boy who lived. Take the day off, Potter. James had just stepped out of the flue when Robards had singled him out. He froze. People brushed past him to get in and out of the fireplace. What? Don't make me repeat myself. Take the day off. Spend it with your family. We'll survive the day without you here. There was always work to do in the ministry. Every man was needed. Always. It had always been that way. It always would be. Tell me what's wrong, he outright demanded. Once was an accident, twice a coincidence, but thrice. He was seriously starting to worry. Go home, James. James. Not Potter. Spend some time with your wife, your children. That is an order. Now don't make me repeat myself. There was a silent battle of wills that Robards won. The man waited until James had stepped back into the fireplace and vanished out of sight. Something is wrong, was the first thing James told Lily when he tracked her down upstairs. They are hiding something, and we're going to find out what it is. Kingsley had meant to track them down himself. He did, but they had beat him to it. He said nothing when Lily Potter knocked at his door and James towered behind her. He let them into his office without another word, closing the door shut behind them. sealing them off against any unwanted ears. Lily. He seemed to have aged since the last time she had seen him. He now showed his age, streaks of silver peppering his hair. He gestured them to seat themselves, a mere hand gesture that Lily chose to ignore. A heavy sigh left his lips. I must apologize to the two of you. I never meant to let you stay in the dark this long, but I had to be certain. I had to make sure. Follow every protocol there is, and even then it would have been easier if I did not know the two of you. It is as I feared, a personal matter now, hence why I could not have informed you earlier. His gaze had settled on James for a moment before flickering back to her. Lily squared her shoulders, facing Kingsley unaffected. He was delaying. Enlighten us, then. She had her theories, involving a certain rat that James harbored as well, but Kingsley seemed off. There was a sense of nervousness about him. Our latest mission involved the rescue of a dozen hostages out of the clutches of the Death Eaters. She was aware of all that. There was a dangerous glint in her eyes. Kingsley hurried to elaborate. There was a recent development about one of the rescued, and I want to assure the both of you that I would not be telling you this if I were not certain. If there was a flicker of doubt in my mind left. Lily spotted the flask Kingsley fingered and recognized the dark liquid for what it was. Her jaw clenched. James shifted closer. We were unable to identify him at first, but he awoke. His name is Harry Potter. Lily raised her hand to stop Kingsley, but he continued in a hurry. He is a carbon copy of you, James. A mere boy, 17 years of age. Enough, she barked. He has your eyes, Lily. I said enough. The table trembled underneath her fury. Her ears were ringing, veins burning with rage. James had stepped in her view, talking animatedly to Kingsley. He pointed a threatening finger at Kingsley. It is the truth. James shook his head, a snarl growing on his face as he narrowed his gaze on him. See for yourselves, then. I did not believe it until I saw him, but this does not lie, and you know it. You cannot deny this. Kingsley pushed the flask into James's hand, eyeing him intently. Go, he repeated, and Lily did not have to be told twice. She stormed out of the office, fearing what she would do if she lingered. There was a scream lodged in her throat, threatening to escape. A band-aid suddenly ripped off, the wound still gaping. The aurors in St. Mungo's stirred at the sight of her, not recognizing her, meaning to block her path. She glared at them. It was James, who had been hot on his heels, whose mere sight made them scatter. It won't be him. She knew it. But she wanted to see the boy who had dared to try and fool them. Her footsteps involuntarily slowed when she reached his door. Kingsley had been helpful enough to mention it before she had been too far out of reach. James had fallen back. The door was open, a curtain drawn to hide the bed from view. The nurse flickered in her view. Their gazes met. She shook her head, and the nurse, with some hesitation, returned to her duties. Is it still burning when I apply it? A light burn is to be anticipated. It means it works, but anything stronger, and you'll let me know. The cream smelled foul. Lily knew the ingredients by heart. It's not as bad as it used to be, a voice replied. Lily held her breath. Now, I know you hate the taste of it, but you still need to rest. How about once you wake up again, I'll see what I can do for you about your request. Bottoms up. Attaboy. A moment passed. Lily could hear the shuffling of sheets, the clattering of empty flasks, and all of a sudden the nurse pulled the curtains back. Lily would have moved if she had not been so intently focused. Her hands were trembling as she approached. She could not have turned around even if she had wanted to. Ignoring the nurse altogether as she made her way towards the bed, her rage returned at the sight of him. It was a cold slap in the face. How dare you? She wanted to curse and scream. How dare you represent everything I lost? The gods were cruel. The boy was falling into a slumber. Kingsley had not lied. He resembled James. Her eyes burned. Her hands turned into fists. His pale face scarred, eyes hidden from sight. Her trembling hand fell short. She did not dare to touch him. James! James had not followed her inside the room. There was no sight of him. It was only once Lily made her way outside that she traced him to sit on a bench near the parking spots. She slumped into the empty seat next to him. None of them spoke. Not for a long while. Life outside their small bubble continued. People came and went by without sparing them another glance, and yet Lily felt frozen, as if time has slowed down for them, and turned muddy. James handed her the flask eventually, his eyes never leaving the swirling pattern the blood made. It was warm to touch, a slap in the face that screamed truth, truth, truth. After all these years, He sounded exhausted. Lily inclined her head at James, snapping out of the rabbit hole she had fallen into. She could not get the sight of him out of her mind. Fast asleep, chest falling and rising, hands twitching around his blanket. She remembered another time, as she had watched a baby fall asleep. He'd slept on his belly, wiggled his legs out, and huffed out a breath. It had been an adorable sight. Now it was riddled with painful memories, tragic to recall, which is why she did not do it anymore. Do you believe this? I don't know what to believe anymore. She stared at the flask. It could be a cruel trick, some revenge for locking Bellastrix up. That's why all this. Lily held up the flask, and James fell silent once more. James was unable to sit still for any longer. His body urged him to move, to shift, to do anything but stand still. He peered down at Lily, who had her head bowed, shoulders drawn tensely. He reached out to her, his hand falling short and falling limply at his sides. He's a carbon copy of you, James. He dreaded the sight of him, wished that a mere ridiculous would solve this, as it did with all of his boggats. But unlike now, he did not know what was expecting him. His boggats always showed him the same, a baby, helpless and calling for help, a baby he would never reach in time. It showed him death. If this was true, no. He let out a frustrated sound. His fingers itched for his wand, and then he was not sure what he would do once he pulled it out. He was not sure if he wanted to find out. His feet led him closer to his room, but he walked past it, never daring to stop. The door had been shut, and he had been relieved for it. "I'm scared, Lily," was what he told her in the safety of her presence. He had plopped back down onto the bench. Many hours had passed. The day was coming to an end. It was growing chilly outside, and yet none of them seemed inclined to move. Good. It means that I'm not alone. She reached for his hand, the flask in her tight grip. James got a hold of her. Chapter 2. Chapter notes. Thank you for all the lovely replies. Here's the next chapter. To everyone who harbored some suspicions, enjoy. To those that didn't. Surprise? Harry, 1986. Harry's eyes fluttered open. The bright sun made him clench them shut. A cool breeze of air almost made him sway dangerously. Loud noises reached his ears, but they seemed distant, not as close as they used to just a few seconds ago. His lungs were burning, legs aching. He had just run for his life, and then he lifted his hand to block the sun out, eyes widening in fear. He let out a petrified gasp. He was on the roof, a dozen blurry figures catching his attention down on the ground. It was too high. Tears filled his eyes. It started with love. The irony, truly. Lord Voldemort. The small Muggle town held its breath as an unwanted visitor emerged out of the shadows and stepped into the light. He arrived to chaos, but for once he was not the cause of it, just a mere spectator. There was screaming, frantic and fearful, that led him towards the commotion inside a Muggle school. It was there that he spotted the cause of the panic. High up in the air, Voldemort inclined his head up. The child stood shivering at the edge, threatening to fall to his immediate death. The teachers, a useless bunch, ran around like headless chickens, causing more harm than good. In an instant he appeared on the roof, his dark robes standing still even though a breeze of air went through them. Harry flinched terribly and swayed, barely catching himself. Harry whirled in an instant and faced him. Bright green eyes settled on him. "How? You didn't," the boy stuttered as he eyed him frantically. "Try asking one question at a time." His gaze swept over the boy. Messy black hair was framing his face. Broken glasses sat on top of his nose. I swear I didn't do anything. I just..." Harry trailed off, snapping his lips shut in an instant. Voldemort's brows rose, prompting him to continue. "Are you planning on jumping?" Voldemort asked, and watched as the boy edged closer towards him, towards assumed safety. He flickered a nervous glance at the drop waiting behind him. No, I just don't know how to get down. Did you try leaving the way you came?" The child shifted uncomfortably and bowed his head. Voldemort stepped past him, standing right at the edge and peering down at the crowd that had gathered underneath them. The important things to remember when operating are the 3 Ds. Destination, deliberation, and determination, but you're still far from achieving that. Accidental magic was what brought you up here, Harry. It did the trick. He could hear Harry gasping behind him. "Magic?" he asked, his voice lighter. "It's real," he continued, lower. Too low for any human to possibly catch it, but Voldemort lived to exceed the expectations laid upon them. Is that how you got up here? Magic?" Harry uttered the words so carefully, as if him speaking it out loud would somehow disturb it. Instead of answering, Voldemort offered him a hand. He waited patiently as Harry hesitantly reached for him. They vanished without another trace. There was a boy with endless possibilities in front of him. The key. Lily. Harry. The familiar name sounded foreign on her tongue. Her heart was beating too fast as she caught another stolen glimpse of him, sitting up in his bed, wide awake and alert. His body turned towards her. Their gazes met for the shortest of moments. Harry leaned towards her, towards the open gap in the door, but Lily had moved aside. Familiar green eyes had been burned in her mind. James, he was a coward for not entering that room, for not allowing himself a glimpse, a peace of mind, that moment he had yearned for all these years. It was too good to be true, and James had learned long ago that sooner or later it would be ripped away from him. He had fallen into a slumber in the break room. The steady hum of noises had lulled him into an uncomfortable slumber. His neck ached, his back strained against the uncomfortable chair. James stretched, his bones cracking and muscles pulling as he settled back down. Lily had left not too long ago to look after the children, to go back home and prepare. It would not take her too long to return. Once she did, they had talked about it. They would finally go and see him. Not just a few fleeting glances, but the real deal. But sleep did not find him. Something had changed. It was a sudden feeling, a seventh sense that came with years of experience. His aura senses set alert. His eyes snapped open. Harry froze, like a deer caught in the headlights, his eyes wide, face paling. He stood just a few meters away, close to the door. They stared at each other. Father and son, two strangers. Harry's lips parted. He took a trembling step back. Wait! James jumped to his feet. He sounded out of breath, fearing that any wrong move would send Harry running. Wait, please. He drank in the sight of him. His eyes had widened. James's attention lingered on the nasty scar that had begun to settle in on his face. It ran up his cheek, over his brows. I'm Uriam. I know. He spoke softly, his back to the wall. His flickering gaze kept darting towards him. I know, he repeated. I saw you. And her. They had not done well to hide. Of course, he had noticed. I'm sorry. I had wanted to see you even if it is just once. I know you don't want me, but I had to. What? No, no, no. We want you. He took a step towards him, freezing at the fearful expression of his. He stopped, cursing his own stupidity. He blinked his tears away. We want you, he repeated. Everything he had prepared to say went down the drain. It's just, we did not know how to approach you. We did not want to overwhelm you. You're still healing after all, and in between just the two of us am scared. He offered him a wobbly smile. Harry returned it timidly. Hesitantly, he pushed away from the wall. Oh, okay. He grimaced lightly, hands on his hips. I'm sorry again, I did not mean to wake you. He never managed to hold their eye contact for too long. It was fleeting moments James wished to bottle up and revisit in memories. Don't. I'm glad you came. There was so much more he wanted to say, but it did not leave his lips. He assisted Harry in returning to his room, helping him walk. It made James wonder how he had made it out in the first place. Thank you, his voice had grown softer. Harry squeezed his hand before letting go. James missed his warmth immediately. Once back in bed, with a blanket draped over him, he could see him fight his tiredness but succumb soon later. Lily. They sat in silence. Lily and James at one side, Harry on his bed, legs crossed, head lowered, playing with the edges of his bandages. Lily knew what was hidden underneath, what cursed his skin and marked him. She wanted to see, but knew that it would take time to gain his trust, time to grow familiar with each other, and she was willing to bid her time. You're as beautiful as I remember you to be. Lily's eyes widened a tad. Harry elaborated with a blush spreading on his cheeks. I don't remember much. It's a hazy memory, if at all. There was a song I think you used to sing to me. That and your vivid hair stuck to my memory. It beat past and Lily's insides froze. Wormtail used to talk about you a lot. Said you were a brilliant witch, and you did. I say something wrong? Harry eyed her in worry. Lily had to force a smile on her lips. No, not at all. I have not heard that name in years. That's all. Who told you about us? How did you come to find out? Lily's head snapped to James for a moment. Harry shifted uncomfortably, and she feared he would not answer at all. I always knew. They never hid it from me. Who is they? There were so many questions, and none Lily was too eager to find out, to unravel the horrors her son. had gone through. Him who shall not be named others. Horrible images flooded her mind. A monster towering above her child. All the ways he could have hurt him, and despite all the horrors, Harry managed to put a small smile on his lips. The nurse, a different one, knocked on the door. Lily met her halfway through and took the potion she carried inside with a graceful smile. She knew how to administer them, having brewed and supplied most of these. She turned back towards Harry, saw him grimace at the sight of the potions. She could not hold back her own growing amusement. I'd rather eat dirt. It does contain minerals and nutrients, but I would not recommend it. Tastes awful. Hard to chew, James added helpfully. Like most of the food you prepare. Hey. Harry laughed suddenly. Lily tried to burn the sound of it into her memory. Guard it like a dragon guarding its eggs. Lily winked at Harry. It's a rather touchy subject for him, but I have not lost hope yet. He has potential. Don't listen to her, Harry. You'll love my food, I'm sure of it. John can't get enough of it, his brows furrowed, his smile faltering slightly. Who? Lily and James turned to each other. Your younger siblings, you have 3. There is Rob, who's a 4th year in Hogwarts currently. Then there are Arya and John. They're still young. I have siblings, he repeated, brows furrowing. He looked up at them suddenly. Lily was unable to discern his expression. This does not mean that we tried to replace you or forgot about you, never that. There was something raw about his emotions. His lips twitched before he averted his gaze once more. You moved on. Lily shook her head, meaning to reach out to him, but he flinched back. Her hands fell in despair. You are so loved, Harry. You have always been loved. You were never forgotten, never. You understand me. She was willing to do whatever it takes to convince him, no matter how long it took. I don't know much about being an older brother, I fear. I had not much contact with children. You'll do just fine. They are rather easygoing, James told him. Lily's lips quirked up. She twirled the mini flasks in her hand. What was it like? A bold question, but she was a dating woman. Harry shifted uncomfortably. It's all right. You don't have to share. I can imagine it's still very raw. James sent her a long look. Harry's eyes lingered on the potions. My advice, Lily began as she eyed them. Pinch your nose and get them down as fast as possible. Once you hesitate and they linger, the awful taste spreads and you're not getting rid of it. She handed him the first flask, one of many. He grimaced as he downed the first bottle. Merlin, what's in this? He croaked. You don't want to know? Lily began. Blissful ignorance is the best. In this case, I made the mistake of asking once. James shuddered. You make potions, don't you? Surprised, Lily nodded, wondering how he knew. I'm a potions mistress. I supply most of these potions for St. Mungo's and other smaller distribution places. And there is nothing you can do about the shitty taste? Unfortunately not. She could go off in a rant about why it was not possible, how the potions reacted with herbs to better their taste, and why it was advised against. Just as Harry took another potion, he gestured at James, his brows rising. Aurora, right? He repeated once he had gotten over the horrible taste. He shuddered. James nodded. Were you there when they... Harry's voice trailed off unsure. James nodded. Yes, he answered solemnly. He remembered all too well in what condition they had found them in, to now know that his own son had been among them. His jaw clenched. Are you still in any pain or discomfort? She could get him other potions if need be, stronger ones with different healing properties. She had read his chart, knew the state he had been when he came in, the extent of his injuries, and she would not fool herself into believing that they would all heal without complications. Healing took time, and potions were not a solution to everything. Achy, like I got hit with the cruciatus, but it's fine, as long as I don't move too much. Lily's grip tightened. She feared the flasks would break. James put his hand on top of hers, as she took in a trembling breath. Frank found them all together. It was late into the night, a dim light streaming out of the room. He opened the door, at first a gap, and then more. James had his feet up on another chair. His head dropped forwards as he slept. Lily on the opposite side of the room, also asleep. A yawn escaped Frank suddenly. He rubbed his eyes. St. Mungo's had a slumbering effect on him. Harry inclined his head towards him, his brows rising lightly as he peered up from the newest edition of the Daily Prophet. His sharp eyes settled on him. A smile grew on his lips. It was all teeth. There was a boy, scared and ambitious, bitter and willing as Tom Riddle had once been. Dressed in rags and hand-me-downs that were too large for his narrow frame, bruises and scars littered his body, and wasn't that ironic? James was still waiting for the catch, to wake up and realized this was all a dream. His eyes settled on Harry the moment he rose from his slumber. He reassured himself that he was still here, still with them, and yet a gnawing feeling in his gut told him it would not last. Lily, his injuries were lessening, the bruises fading. He looked healthier than he first had. His skin had taken a healthy shade. Many scars lingered. Lily feared that the one on his face would not be able to be salvaged. It was too deep. Still, she applied the salve. She had made them herself. A fresh batch just for Harry. She had spent the whole night trying to get them done so she could return before Harry rose. He was tense as she applied the paste, his eyes fluttering, lips pulled into a line. She brushed a few strands of his hair aside, her hand lingering before she pulled back. Harry let out a shuddering breath, as if relieved. He had not let her get close to the dark mark, immediately pulling his arm away out of her reach, cradling it as if it were something precious. "James, this gives me a déjà vu." James muttered more to himself than to anyone else as he watched Harry walk towards him. He was growing stronger, still he limped, unable to walk for longer distances. He remembered watching Harry attempt his first steps when he had been a mere baby, falling over and over again. James held his arms out to him, just as he had so many years ago. Lily knelt in front of her children, holding each of their hands. John and Arya stared at her seriously. It was an adorable sight to see them purse their lips and furrow their brows. "Something happened, didn't it?" John asked. Lily peered between them and nodded. "Nothing to worry about, it's good news, but you're crying. These are good tears, I promise. Mummy is just a bit overwhelmed right now." Lily wiped her tears away, mustering up a smile. "You remember what I had told you about your oldest brother, Rob?" Arya asked with a furrow of her brows. "Harry," John concluded. Lily nodded, her smile growing. "He's away. He came back. Harry came back, and he will be with us from now on. Now I know you're probably all curious and can't wait to meet him, but be gentle with him. He is sick, but you'll heal him, like you always heal us, right?" Lily nodded slowly. "Where was he?" John asked curiously, and Lily told them. As much as one could tell children without the gruesome details, they were not satisfied. She could see it in the glint of her eyes, but for now, it would be enough. "Have you ever used the flu before?" Lily asked softly. James had gone ahead and was awaiting them on the other side, making some last adjustments for Harry's arrival. He nodded slowly. A few times he muttered, lost in memories. "Lord Voldemort, 1986. Love, Lord Voldemort decided, had its uses. It was a weakness only waiting to be exploited. It made people blind, and it was the perfect solution to an ongoing problem. Lord Voldemort took what he needed with brute force. He had long since shed the carefully built facade and emerged as something more, something better. It was in a park further away that they re-emerged. The boy staggered as Voldemort let go of him. Harry collapsed onto his knees as he struggled to stand upright. He didn't even seem to realize the change of locations. "Not yet," he smiled. It was Tom Riddle, charming and persuasive, risen back from the dead. How easy it was to slip back into old patterns. Tom Riddle had been a chameleon, able to fit in, able to please and fool everyone. Almost. There had been some who had been able to see beneath that smile and that innocent facade. Dumbledore had been one of them. Mrs. Cole another. They had seen glimpses of what he was capable of and had been smart enough to never forget. He repaired Harry's torn clothes and healed his grazes with as much as a flick of his hand. Suspicions the boy harbored got replaced by awe and admiration. He received a hesitant smile back, and that was the beginning and the end. Destiny rewritten. Lily. Harry slipped out of her grip, staggering out of the fireplace and right into James' arms. His knees gave in, and James had to keep him upright until he managed to do it on his own. "Careful, are you all right?" James asked, brows furrowed in worry. Harry nodded after a moment. He loosened his grip around James in embarrassment. "Yeah." Lily watched Harry step further inside the living room, eyes roaming for a moment before he turned back to them, hesitantly. She hated that he felt like an outsider in their own home, but she would make sure to change it. "Are you up for a small tour?" James asked excitedly. Harry nodded, and so they began, starting in the living room, leading Harry into the kitchen, a small gesture towards the garden with the promise to have breakfast outside when the weather was allowing it, and then they ventured upstairs. "Where are they, the children?" Harry asked suddenly. "We did not wish to overwhelm you with everything at once. They are very eager to meet you. They are outside in the park with their Uncle Padfoot. They'll be back soon. Are you hungry?" I'll make you something if. I'm fine. A moment of hesitation, James. Thanks. They came to a halt in front of Rob's room. The walls were plastered with moving posters of his favorite Quidditch team. In every corner, there was something eye-catching. We are still working on your room, but with everything going on, we didn't get it done. Until it's somewhat complete, I hope you won't mind staying in Rob's room. Unless, Harry ventured inside, turning to them with a smile. It's great. I don't need much, really. He sat down on the bed, smiling to himself. It's more than I ever got. Lily's smile fell. James turned away for a moment. Sirius, you have to stand still. Arya was fidgeting in his grip as Sirius tried to get the leaves out of her hair. A round of hide and seek that had gone wrong. She had decided that hiding in one of the thick bushes was the best place to do so. He had to pull her out when she got stuck in the twigs and branches. She let out a heavy sigh, stomping her feet. Can we go home now? Mom and Dad promised we'd get to see Harry. Who's Harry? Your new friend? My brother, apparently. You're what? He's growing old? Arya told John with a nudge towards Sirius. John laughed. He pushed the door open, nudging the children inside and stepping past them. Prongs, he called out, moving about to track him down. A movement up the stairs caught his attention. Sirius hurried the steps up, chasing after James. He reached for him. James twirled. Sirius released his grip, freezing. He's in the kitchen. Harry left him standing, leaving Sirius frozen in his spot. It was there that James found him. He rested a hand on his shoulder. Their gazes met. Hazel eyes instead of green ones greeted him. There's a lot we need you to catch up on. A wobbly smile. Sirius did not feel like returning it. He stared at James hard, following him downstairs. It's Harry, our Harry. How can you be so sure? James asked, and Sirius had the urge to smack him. Hard, you think I would not recognize my own godson? A deep frown grew on Sirius as James began to explain. Fill the gaps and leave the ones he himself still had not solved open. From Kingsley, to Robards, to Frank and Harry, he left nothing unsaid. That deranged bitch. Sirius rose in a fury, stalking through the kitchen like a mad dog. She knew, of course, she did, all these years, the gloating, her smug little smile. He turned to James, holding a finger up. I should have aimed for the head, done us all the favor, and be done with this bother. She's in Azkaban. She can rot with the Dementors till the day she dies. There was a moment of uncertain silence from Sirius. How is he? Honestly, I don't know. He looks better than when we first saw him, but other than that, I cannot tell you. You don't have to speak in code. I can handle adult stuff. Arya peeked inside the kitchen. James held his arms out for her. She ventured into his embrace. Did you have fun with Uncle Patfooch? You didn't cause too much trouble, did you? Arya shrugged lightly. None, she promised. Sirius nudged her feet. We went out to eat ice cream, and all you do is shrug. Lily, you don't have to show yourself if you're not ready to. You just got released from the hospital. If you need time, take all the time you need. We won't begrudge you. He had sought her out himself, asking if he could see the children, meet them if it was possible. A mind healer would know what to do. If it was too early, she'd have to contact one soon. All my life I dreamed about this moment, of meeting you. I did my waiting. I'll be fine. So Lily led Harry downstairs. Harry slowed by the stairs. He did not take her outstretched hand. She lowered her hand. It was a silent affair, an awkward one. The children stared. John half hidden behind James. Arya with her arms crossed, and Harry stared back. He glanced between them, his gaze landing back on her. Eventually, Arya, John, this is Harry, your brother Harry. Meet Arya and John. Arya approached Harry, eyeing him curiously. What happened to your arm? It was still in bandages, the dark mark out of sight, but not out of mind. I fell, Harry replied before Lily or James could intervene. She spotted Sirius further back, a spectator to this moment, hidden in a darker corner, leaning against the wall. Harry's gaze lingered on Sirius for a moment before he turned his attention back to Arya. It'll be better in no time. Mum is good at healing things. Harry nodded, awkwardly scratching his neck. He looked uncomfortable in their presence. Yeah, I noticed. Where were you? Arya asked bluntly, unflinchingly despite Lily's disapproving glance. James started. They had already talked about this. For a moment, she kept staring at Harry as if his face alone would reveal all the answers to her question. Fine, can we go play upstairs now? Lily nodded, a sigh leaving her lips as Arya, followed by John, hurried up the stairs, leaving them alone once more. Lord Voldemort. 20. 1986. The boy hid behind him. That wouldn't do it. He nudged him forward until he was in Bellatrix's view. Her eyes tore through him, picked him apart. Piece by piece, her crimson lips stretched into a smile. It was all teeth. Harry shifted uncomfortably, head turned to him pleadingly. "This is Harry, a dear guest of ours, who will be staying with us from now on. I understand, Lord. I'll personally see to his well-being." And more. She approached Harry, who had taken a staggering step back. She reached him in no time, hands ruffling his unruly hair. A gentle gesture, almost. "You'll behave for me, won't you, Harry?" Harry met his gaze, eyes wide. He nodded hastily. Voldemort smiled, and it was a chilling sight to behold. He had saved him. He owed him all he was. Harry, Sirius Black, was not what he expected him to be. He had seen Bellatrix ran enough to know what she held of him. A spineless blood traitor. Scum. "Hello again," he spoke, voice dropping as Sirius emerged from his spot in the corner. He was handsome. He decided then and there. A certain black trait glimmered in his eyes. He had observed it often enough in Bellatrix. The black madness. Harry watched the children retreat, their voices growing dimmer. They had taken after James, sharing his dark hair and his hazel eyes. "Hello, Harry. I don't know if they already told you who I was. I'm sorry about earlier. I did not mean to startle you." Harry shook his head. "It's okay. I'm Sirius, by the way." "Mutt," Bellatrix had called him. "Who are you, Sirius?" "Your godfather," James explained. Harry did not avert his eyes from Sirius. Their gazes met, and he felt the slightest probe. Harry dropped his gaze. Fool, he wanted to curse. He had not been the first. Shacklebolt had tried as well. "Can I have something to eat?" He turned to James, who jumped to action. Of course. Come, I'll make you something." "It's in time for your potions as well," Lily remarked, her gaze lingering on the clock. Harry grimaced. He was led into the kitchen. Lily gestured him to sit as she went to get his potions. He wished she didn't. He pulled a chair, sitting down. James froze for a moment. So did Sirius. Harry furrowed his brows, freezing. Did something happen? They were looking at him oddly. "Nothing. Do you like peanut butter, Harry?" He shrugged. "I never ate it." James froze in his movements. Sirius's gaze darkened. 1986. "Go on then." Bellatrix nudged him towards the table. It was the largest table Harry had ever sat at. The room they were in was lavish, expensive beyond doubt. He feared that he was not good enough to be sitting here. It was only a matter of time before Bellatrix realized this as well. But Bellatrix encouraged him on. He heaved himself onto the seat. He barely reached the table with his height, his feet dangling in the air. The meal appeared out of thin air. Harry flinched terribly when it appeared all of a sudden, making out a pitiful sound. How? Magic. Magic was brilliant, he decided then and there. He'd never seen this much food all at the same time. Each of them made his mouth water. His hands itched to reach for them, but he stayed frozen, eyes flickering to Bellatrix. She had seated herself at the head of the table, legs crossed over each other, idly looking at her nails. Her gaze met his, and she smiled. It was pretty. She was pretty and yet scary. Harry felt on edge around her, but the Dark Lord seemed to trust her. She moved gracefully. Harry had never observed someone like her, someone so confident and strong. Her gaze was unnerving. She was observing him. He squirmed uncomfortably. "Eat up, Harrykins. This is all yours." His eyes widened. All this. For him. He never wanted to wake from this dream. His first night. Harry listened to the noises around the house. He could hear cars, Muggle cars drive in the distance, an odd sound he did not think he'd ever grow accustomed to. Lily and James had retreated for the night reluctantly. Harry had to assure them many times that he would be all right. And even then they seemed hesitant to leave him all alone. The child's room was more welcoming than the hospital room. Harry stared at the ceiling. Glowing stars and snitches lit it up. His mark ached, a steady burn that had been bothering him all day. Now in the privacy of the night, he allowed his fingers to trail the pulsating mark. His eyes closed in bliss. The house was silent as Harry rose once more. It was still early, too early. He glanced out into the scenery that spread outside. From his window, he got a view into the garden. If he leaned far enough, even the street. It was mostly Muggle, or so he assumed. There was a sense of magic around. It lingered in the air, a soft fragrance. He stared at the stars. Orion was especially bright this day. He grew restless, looking through the room. Peering at the few pictures that lay scattered, he spotted Rob, in his Quidditch robes, carrying all the equipment, not just his, around the Quidditch pit. The picture stopped before he dropped them all. He picked up a remembrall that lay forgotten on the ground, frowning when the mist turned red. He dropped it and watched it scatter away. The hallways were dark as Harry crept through them, his bare feet barely making a sound against the wooden floors. He made it down the stairs, pausing for a moment when he heard a door creak open. He walked into the kitchen. The steps grew closer after a moment. "Hello, John. How did you know it was me?" He was a mouth breather that did not bother to quieten his steps. "Shouldn't you be sleeping?" Harry turned to him. They were both cast in darkness. John moved, and suddenly there was a bright light. Too bright. Both of them groaned. John hurried to shut the lights off. "I got thirsty," he explained, his voice sleep-driven. A yawn escaped his lips. "How old are you, John?" 8.5, he answered after a moment. Harry hummed to himself. "How old are you?" 17. He made a surprised sound. "Way older than Rob now. He'll know how it feels to be the younger brother." John shifted. He could hear him shuffle towards the counter. His feet barely lifted from the ground. "You're staying, right? Or will you leave again?" Harry stayed silent for a long moment. "I'm right where I need to be." "Yes, John. I mean to stay here." Chapter 3. Chapter Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. XX 1986. The creature, a house elf as Harry had come to learn, could not stand him. It was a cruel little thing, ugly and rude. They squirmed around Bellastrix, stuttering and tottering as they hurried to obey her every order, but when it came to him, they cursed him. Half-blood they spat. Vermin they cursed. Harry loathed the lot of him. "Why me?" Harry asked, his heart missing a beat. Red eyes settled on him. He had been scared at first at the sight of them. Now he was not so sure anymore. There was warmth in his eyes. "You are special. Just like us, magic flows through your veins. It is a part of you. Harry, you were always meant to be surrounded by your own kind." He could not imagine a life without it, without magic. Back in that wretched Muggle town filled with misery, it felt like a lifetime ago. He was wearing what could only be seen as a mix of Muggle and wizarding clothes. The cut reminded him of the clothes he had seen in a Muggle magazine once, but the material felt too good to be Muggle. He did not recognize himself in them. If he had to guess, he'd say these belonged to Black. Old clothes lent to him until he would be given his own. Harry stared at his reflection. The mirror, not a magical one, so he was spared to listen to the obnoxious thing. It was an odd sight. He smiled at his reflection. His scar tugged at his skin, distorted his smile, turned it into something sharper. Harry reached out to him. James turned, his face contorting in worry when he saw his strained expression. "Can you help me down the stairs? I don't think I can do it on my own. Are you in any pain?" Perhaps it was time for another dose of his potions. Achy-like. "Everything is on fire." Harry held on to him as James assisted him down the stairs, one step at a time. They had to stop to let the children rush past them. They were like a whirlwind, in one moment here, and in the next gone. "Careful," James called after them. "No running," he added with much less authority. Harry did not let go of him until they reached the kitchen. James maneuvered him towards a chair, meeting Lily's gaze. She froze in her motions, but he gestured for her to continue. Once Harry was seated, he joined Lily for a moment. He took a moment to take in the view once Arya and John also got seated. The table filled once more. When Rob would return in the summer, they would for the first time be all together. He could not wait for it to happen. Once the breakfast was served, Lily joined them at the table. The light in Lily's eyes, the smile on her lips. It was a refreshing sight. "No one will take it from you, Harry. You can slow down," she said carefully. He had noticed it as well, how he had dug in, never relenting as if fearing that it would be taken at any moment. He slowed reluctantly. He could see it in his eyes how some old patterns still clung to him. He had not expected them to vanish within a few days. This would take time, but time healed all wounds right. For once he hoped it would, despite the fact that it had never worked for him. "Do you like it?" Lily asked, willing to make him something different if he did not. His stomach might still not be used to food in these quantities. "It's great," and Harry's gaze flickered to him. "Not at all burnt." James laughed, and the children giggled. "Look what you have done, Lily." He pointed a playful finger at Harry. "Listen here, young man. You'll come to appreciate my cooking skills." "If he's blind and tasteless," Arya threw in, and the playful bickering between them started. Harry watched them in interest, lips quirking up. Every now and then his gaze met Lily's, and they shared a moment between themselves. Arya suddenly turned to Harry, demanding his attention. She reached for him, hand landing on his bandage. She immediately recoiled, brows furrowing. Her eyes flickered up to Harry's. "Whatever you do, don't try his infamous pies. It's more mud than anything," she eventually said with much less enthusiasm than she had shown before. "The old lady next door died from his pies," John added quickly, his gaze flickering to Harry for a moment before he averted his gaze again. It would take some time until he'd open himself to him. "Now that had never been proven," James muttered, his careful expression lingered on Arya, but soon later she returned to her old self, brash and loud. That moment that had occurred forgotten in the past. Harry, it was an odd sight to see pictures of himself as a baby, small and helpless, dressed in the oddest of things. Harry's gaze lingered on a moving frame. James had held him upright as Harry zoomed on a tiny broom that barely hovered over the ground. Lily had dug them out from Merlin knew where, and now she and James seemed determined to show him them all. He stared at them in silence, taking in the sight of them, of himself. It was then that Black had returned, stepping through the fireplace. He slipped off his coat, and Harry was now sure that it was his clothes he wore. Sirius's eyes immediately settled on him. A familiar déjà vu of getting picked apart with a mere glance overcame him. He did not repeat the mistake of meeting his gaze. "Oh, I bought you that broom." Sirius had caught a glimpse of the picture he held clutched in his hands. "Your mother was livid, but I knew you were born to be on a broom. A natural it was to be. Expected with James as your father." "Why?" Sirius settled on the sofa, stretching his legs out. James was one of the best players on the Quidditch team. Winning almost every game he played, he won trophies for his talent that are still displayed in Hogwarts to this day. What was it like, Hogwarts? They faltered, looking between themselves, but he could recognize the expression they wore. Awe. He had seen it often, when Hogwarts was the subject. His own bitterness surged, he swallowed it down. "I wish you could have attended it," Lily sighed wishfully. "It's unlike anything I've ever laid eyes upon. A brilliant castle, 7 floors high, with a brilliant view that is right out of a fairy tale. The food, a feast each and every day. The Great Hall, if you ask me, was the most brilliant place of all," James continued. Sirius nodded in agreement. "The enchanted ceiling, pure magic." Lily pulled some pictures of them out, all in their Hogwarts robes. Harry leaned forwards, eyes taking in everything. James and Sirius, shoulder to shoulder, sitting leaned against a tree. Lily frowning at the camera and turning away. Sirius and another man Harry did not recognize laughing. He had 3 deep gashes run across his face. Harry spotted him in other pictures as well. Moony would be his best guess. Wormtail had once told him about the 4th and last member. It was when Wormtail showed up that the light mood dropped. He could feel the hostility in the air, see the dangerous glint in their eyes. He looked more human and less like a rat in these pictures. "You were all in the same house?" he asked suddenly. Lily was the first to snap out of her rage. "Yes, Gryffindor. Even you?" Harry asked, turning to Sirius, how Bellatrix had raged. "Even me? I don't think I need to tell you that it did not dwell well with my parents, or any other member of my family." Regulus found it amusing after a while. Sirius fell silent for a moment, lost in a particular memory. "They shunned me out once they realized that I did not follow their ideals. It was meant to happen, sooner or later. I was glad for it." "What did you do?" "Grabbed my wand and my coat, and left, never to return to that wretched house." He let out a huff of air. Something amusing seemed to have crossed his mind. "Then I went to the Potters. I was always welcome there." Harry glanced between James and Sirius as they looked at each other. Not as friends, but the way brothers would. "Potter and my dear cousin had always been attached by the hip." He remembered her words. Where one went, the other would follow. XX 1992. It wasn't one of the Lestranges that were waiting for him. Right now he preferred them over the Rat Man. He was vile, a nervous, stuttering mess even around him. Why the Dark Lord kept him around was a mystery. He was useless. Bella had said so often enough. Pathetic in every way, and looking at him, right now, Harry agreed. The man, if one could call him that, straightened as soon as Harry entered the room. Harry groaned. He stepped closer. "Brilliant observation. What do you want?" The Dark Lord, his beetle-like eyes settled on him, "expects you." Harry straightened up at the mere reminder, rolling his shoulders back, anticipation growing in his gut. urging him to move. Harry caught a glimpse of the Daily Prophet before James had taken it away. He had a good feeling that they did not want him to read it. But what he had seen was enough to let him slump back in disappointment. The children were playing outside in the garden. Harry could feel the wards from back inside, shimmering and humming in the air. His eyes were trained on James, who helped Arya on her little broom. She was chasing after John, who ran, zigzagging and throwing himself aside before James caught up to them. Chastising Arya. Lily had gone into the basement a while ago, working on another one of her projects, or so he assumed. He never let you out of his sight, Black started as he came to a halt next to him. He was taller than him, his dark eyes focused on James. He inclined his head towards him. Fearing that you would fall at any moment, Lily might have been livid, but James had been petrified. Holding you so close and secure, it would be impossible for you to hurt yourself. Harry could almost see it in the way James hovered next to his children. Harry, just because bad things happen to you does not mean that you are bad or that it is too late, that you will never feel at peace. Harry turned to him, eyes narrowing. Is that what you told yourself? Yes, he answered eventually. And do you feel at peace now? Black didn't reply. The door to the basement was locked. Magic clung to it and rejected him at the merest touch. Lily emerged soon later. It happened suddenly. In a burst of flames, the majestic creature swept down from the ceiling, appearing out of thin air. Harry flinched terribly, ducking as it raced past him. He could feel its heat, hot and scalding against his skin. He followed it, staggering down the stairs, seeing it vanish into the kitchen. He froze, rooted in his spot. A phoenix. The phoenix. Despite his unease, he could feel himself approach. He saw it had landed on the table. Lily raised her hand to pet it. Their gazes met, and she smiled at him softly. This is Fawkes. Fawkes's shrewd gaze settled on him and left nothing unseen. Intelligent eyes peered back at him, and Harry felt judged. Unworthy. His dark mark ached at the mere sight of it. He suppressed the urge to reach for it. He's beautiful. Harry had only once laid eyes on a creature of similar beauty, but it had not been this light, not this pure. He felt drenched and dirty next to it. Lily unclasped the letter that Fawkes carried with him, quickly reading through it before she handed it to James, who had approached as well. I'll go and talk to him, explain. Lily's words wavered away. James nodded. Harry watched Lily reach for her cloak. With a promise to return, soon she stepped into the fireplace and vanished in a burst of flames. Lily. That is wonderful news, Lily. Albus rose from his seat, a smile on his lips, but his brows were etched in worry. You don't seem surprised. No, he admitted. I had always held up hope that Harry would be alive. It was only the circumstances in which he would be that worried me. Albus put a hand on her shoulders. I'm happy for the two of you. What a strike of fortune it must have been, after all these years, to finally have him back. Fortune indeed, Lily hummed. His back was turned to her. In the dark, only the light cast by the moon lit him up. He stood tall and tense as he peered out the window. Lily watched him, his slow breaths. I can't sleep, he admitted eventually without turning. She approached carefully, coming to a halt next to him. It was a pleasant night. Rain was softly hitting the window, lulling everything in a soft blur. There are potions to help with that if you need them if you have night terrors, Harry. She began more seriously, but he shook his head. Turning to her, my terrors escaped my dreams years ago. They are flesh and bone, and not hidden in the dark. He seemed so lost, it broke her heart. His gaze flickered down at his hands. He had picked them raw and bloody. I'm scared, Lily leaned closer. That this won't last, that I'll end up back there. I'm not even sure if this is real, maybe. Maybe this is just a dream come true. His eyes were wide and wet. Your dream or mine, it doesn't matter. I'll kill whoever dares to wake me up from it. And in that moment, she did not doubt it. A shiver crept up her spine as she held his gaze, dark and full of terrors. It was gone as quickly as it came, but Lily was unable to forget. She cupped his face, and he allowed it, leaning into her touch, eyes closing as he let out a shuddering breath. There was only warmth there. You know what always helped me on a sleepless night? His brows rose slightly. Lily elaborated, speaking softly, as one would when trading a secret, a cup of hot cocoa. That is how they both ended up in the living room. In the middle of the night, with only the fireplace lighting their surrounding up, spreading warmth as they both sat close to it. Harry had his legs crossed, head bowed as he cradled the cup, Can you sing for me?" Lily's brows rose in surprise, but Harry looked at her pleadingly, and she could not find it in herself to decline his offer. So she began, softly to not disturb the comfortable silence that had settled around them. It was a song her father used to sing her. She had forgotten most of the words, but those she remembered, she made count. Harry's eyes were on her as he listened, his face unreadable. The flames of the fireplace flickered on his face, left dark shadows in places they were unable to reach him. He was meant to be in the light. It suited him better. Harry smiled at her, and for once it felt genuine, not forced or strained. He did not seem plagued or haunted in that very moment. She ended the song, humming the melody for a few more moments before she fell silent once more. "I'm sorry." That heavy feeling around her chest returned. Unable to look at him, she averted her gaze, her sight blurring. "What for?" "Everything." Lily remained silent. "James." It was only a matter of time before James would have to return to work. He dreaded it, but sooner than later that day arrived. He was clad once more in his Aurora robes. It would be the first time that Harry would see Aurora Potter and not James. There was a clear distinction. "I'll be back around 5. But if you—" "James, off you go." Lily ushered him toward the fireplace. James caught a glimpse of Harry leaning against the kitchen door, peering at them. He was eyeing him curiously. A slight wave, and James felt himself waving back before Lily threw the flu powder in for him. He would have never left otherwise. Lily stepped past Harry. He followed her inside the kitchen. "Arya and John are currently with Badhilda. She's a good friend of ours and won't be back till later this evening." Now she hesitated, turning to Harry. "I do have some work to do, but it won't take too long. A few simpler potions and pastes, and I'll be a shout away if you need anything." She felt hesitant to leave him alone, despite the fact that she would be only downstairs. "I'll be fine," he began despite her growing protests. "I'm 17, not 5. I think I'll be able to handle a few hours on my own." So Lily descended into the basement, despite the fact that every instinct in her body yelled her not to go, not to leave, to stay with him and watch and protect him. He's 17. She had to remind herself once more. In her mind kept thinking of him as a baby, the last images she had of him, flickering up whenever she thought of him. She emerged for a break, but deep down to satisfy that nagging feeling inside of her that just urged her to get up and look to make sure. The living room was empty, so she went up the stairs, her steps fastening once she was unable to find him in one of the rooms or bathrooms. There was no sign of him. No sign of him ever been there. She could feel the panic in herself grow. Her mind raced in all the wrong directions. "Harry," she called out, voice trembling. She practically skipped down the stairs. "Harry, not again. Not again." She had her wand out. "Harry, I'm here." Lily rushed through the kitchen, still unable to spot him. It was only once she rounded the table that she spotted him sitting in the door frame, his feet sticking out in the garden. He slowly rose to his feet. Lily swiftly pulled her wand away as relief surged through her. Her shoulders sank. She let out a shaky breath. "I'm sorry. I did not know if I was allowed in the garden." "Don't apologize if anyone should. It should be us. You don't have to ask us for permission to go out. This is, after all, your home as well. What's ours is yours." She approached him, holding a hand out for him. He stared at her outstretched hand before he took it. Before she could completely pull him outside, he stopped. "Maybe I shouldn't. What if someone sees me or something happens? Our garden is warded, and even if it was," Lily showed him her wand currently hidden underneath her robes. "I won't let anything happen to you, not again." After another moment of hesitation, she was able to guide him outside. The sun was out, and a few stray clouds littered the sky, but other than that it was bare, the air fresh and warm. Harry closed his eyes in bliss. Head arched back, she loosened his grip around him, watching him enjoy the moment. "Where exactly are we?" "In a smaller village in Cotswolds. Once you feel up for it and James is back, we could go outside and explore Mold on the Wood. Show you around a bit." Harry smiled eagerly. "I would love that." Arya was digging up a hole in the backyard. John towered above her, observing her every move with expertise. Once in a while he threw in a helpful remark. Harry stood further apart, watching them disinterested. They left him mostly alone, and he was glad for it. Children were exhausting, their mere presence challenging. Had he ever been like this? No, he knew the answer. They had fallen into an easy routine, a meaningless life. He was starting to feel restless. His wounds were healed for the most part, but he still felt weak and drained. His dark mark burned. Harry cringed, hands shooting up to it. There was a movement, a mere blur in the corner of his eyes. he noted the shift in the curtains, felt the stare. Harry caught a glimpse of the figure. Uneasily, he shifted, turning his back to the person. He approached the children. "Who is that man?" he asked them, nudging his head towards the window. The burn on his arm spread. John narrowed his eyes, frowning before his eyes lit up. "Ah, that is Dumbledore. He comes by once in a while. Don't take his candy, Harry. It's awful, but other than that, he's a funny guy, very powerful," Dad says. Powerful indeed. Harry turned to catch another glimpse of Dumbledore, but he was gone, leaving no trace. "What are you digging for anyways?" he asked after a moment, his eyes still searching for Dumbledore. He gave up soon later. Arya looked up grimly. "Gold," she muttered. She was drenched in mud. "Why would someone bury their gold here? Why not? Are you going to help us or stand around uselessly?" Before he could reply, Lily called out to him. Harry froze. Following her voice inside, she found her and Dumbledore standing in the kitchen. He shifted towards Lily as he allowed himself a fleeting glimpse towards Dumbledore. He would not dare to meet his gaze. He was wearing an oddly colored robe, unfitting for a man of his position. How easy it would be to underestimate him. But there was wisdom in his eyes that could only be collected over the years. Power at the tip of his fingers that came easy to him. Albus Dumbledore was everything and much more than he had ever anticipated. "Yes, I want to introduce you to someone special, Harry." He glanced at Lily for a moment. "This is Albus Dumbledore, headmaster of Hogwarts." There was more she wanted to say. He was sure of it, but she held it short. "Hello, sir. I heard a lot about Hogwarts. I wish I could have attended it. Hogwarts missed out on a brilliant student. I'm sure of it." There was something grandfatherly about him that made him want to put his trust in him, made him want to listen. He could understand why he had a sway on so many. "We are glad to have you back, Harry. Despite the horrors you must have surely endured." Every word, every motion, even as insignificant as a shrub, was carefully planted by Dumbledore. Lily shifted uncomfortably. "I wish to leave these days in the past, sir. I hope it is possible for me to move on with my family, my mother." Lily made a sound of surprise, moving towards him with wet eyes. It was the first time he had called her that. "And father at my side, I'm remaining hopeful," Dumbledore hummed, eyes sharpening. "Happiness can be found, even in the darkest of times, if one only remembers to turn on the light. Your family is your light, Harry. The best of you. Hold them close to your heart. Family. Duty. Honor. Yes, I shall." It was late into the night when Harry stirred. Waking from an easy slumber, he rose, wandering through the hallway, slowing once he reached the stairs. The light of the kitchen managed to reach the bottom stairs, lighting them in a dim light. Harry went down. There were muffled voices reaching him. He tried to discern what they were saying, but they were too low for him to catch. He entered the kitchen, blinking at the bright light and rubbing his eyes. James, still clad in his Auror robes, was sitting at the table. Lily, who had leaned against the counter, turned to him in worry, hurrying towards him in an instant. Even James rose. "Are you well?" He shrugged uncomfortably. "Am I disturbing?" "Of course not," James immediately answered. At their worried expression, he continued, "I just can't sleep again." "Oh, would you like another cup of cocoa?" "You don't have to." But Lily did not listen. Instead, she ushered him to sit down, starting to prepare his cup. "I was just telling your mother about the awful day I had." He must have just arrived. His robes were coated in ash, the smell of smoke and fire. A dragon's essence clung to him. He inclined his head towards him in interest. "Some idiot let his Thunderbird loose. Serious, and I spend the whole day obliviating Muggle, and we're still not done yet." The old bear was livid. Should have seen him. He was talking about head or robards as far as Harry could discern. It wouldn't be the first time James or Black had called him that. "How does one lose their Thunderbird?" He thanked Lily once she handed him the cup. "I don't know. It's not like it's a dog." James shook his head, cursing and muttering under his breath. "You've lost Padfoot often enough, and we're unable to find him. That is something completely different, and you know it. You know how he gets." "What is a Padfoot?" Harry turned to them in confusion. As far as he was aware, they did not own a dog, but a cat that showed up from time to time. The damned beast hissed at him whenever it spotted him. James smiled, and it was bright and off-putting. "You'll find out soon enough, right?" James turned to Lily for a moment. "What did he say about?" There was an unspoken conversation going on between them. One Harry was far from solving. Not this one, but the next perhaps. James nodded. Turning back to him soon, he promised Harry. James had decided to be the one to stay behind with Harry, while Lily took the children with her to Grimmaur's place. "Aren't Dad and Harry coming with us?" John asked as he prepared to step into the fireplace. Lily patted down his unruly hair. Next time, they'll join us, she promised. She had been inclined not to join this month's order meeting, but after much consideration and a few talks with James, she decided to join in the end. There was much to be discussed and revealed. After all, decisions to be made on how to proceed from here. Harry, James hovered around him, unsure of what to do with himself. He could feel his eyes on him every now and then, despite the fact that he tried to conceal it. They sat in silence, Harry on one edge of the couch and James on the other. Harry turned to James suddenly, and James met his gaze. They stared at each other. "Is there anything You don't have to." They spoke at the same time, both freezing. James let out a chuckle, gesturing him to continue. Harry did. "Can I help in any way?" James's brows furrowed, and Harry continued. "With the Death Eaters, is there something I can do, say, to help? It's just I feel like I'm useless, sitting here, while everyone—" Harry helplessly gestured around himself, arms flaying for a moment before he dropped them again. Head lowered, James approached, his face growing severe. "You're just recovering. There is no need for you to throw yourself back into this mess, not when you just got out of it." Yet James hesitated. "If there is something you can share, then don't hesitate. I'll be here for you." Kingsley had agreed to wait with your questioning until you were ready. "I want to help. I want to do something. Get them the justice they deserve." His hands were trembling. James reached out to him. Harry flinched, causing James to freeze. "I'm sorry." Harry wiped his eyes. "Don't be." His eyes lingered on the fireplace that flickered and burned away. He watched the flames dance and twirl around each other. "The Caro, they're still out and about, aren't they?" The next time he dared to meet James's gaze, it was full of determination, and what he saw in his eyes made him almost smile. James was hanging at his lips. "They used to talk a lot. Most of the times I don't think they even noticed I was there. They were busy with other people." He hesitated. "Prisoners," he corrected. "There was something about a cousin of theirs somewhere near Scotland. In their times of needs, it was there. They went Titus, I think they called him. We already looked into their extensive family." But suddenly James sat up straighter. "Titus, that damn cockroach, you sure of it?" Harry nodded. He was sure that if it would not have been for him, that James would have rushed into the ministry then and there. Whatever it was he just discovered, it must be good. Harry watched him, the way his lips twitched, eyes focused on something in the distance as his mind raced to catalog the newfound information. Chapter and notes. A galleon for your thoughts. NGL, I'm excited for the next chapter. We're meeting someone important, and Anyways, Chapter 4. Chapter notes. Here we go again. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Serious. It was cold. The first thing he registered that made his insides freeze. His movements turned ragged. His heart beat too fast. Every instinct in his body urged him to turn around and never step foot into this godforsaken island again. Azkaban towered above him, a dark smudge in the gray scenery that spread out all around him. The salty air made his eyes sting. His sensitive nose scrunched up. He'd stepped foot in here before. Fleeting moments he did not wish to dwell upon, but never had he intended to linger. He never had a reason up until now. His wretched cousin. Sirius could not imagine what life here would be like. He did not want to know. Glad to have evaded such a fate, he could feel the misery of this place cling to him like a second coat. Darkness clung to this place. It oozed out of every crevice and every crack. The sun seemed to lose its warmth, its stinging glow. This place was forever doomed to be an island of ice. The waves crashing into the building sounded like a wail, off-pitch and thundering. Here and there he spotted sight of the Dementors, their black, ominous capes swirling in the wind. Dark shadows flit from one shadow into the other. His fingers itched for his wand, and even that felt cold, a useless twig. There was a jagged opening, an arch that led into the fortress of stone. The many windows that had been carved into the stone loomed over him, but there was no sign of life, despite the numbers that it harbored. Many mighty men and women had found their demise in here. Wizards came to rot in here, and rot they did, thrown in to be forgotten by society until even their deeds were wiped from memory. His steps echoed loudly in the silence, a disturbance to the eerie silence that ruled here. If these walls could talk, Sirius shuddered. Even he, a battle-hardened aura, did not wish to know. The steps leading up and up were steep. This was not made for humans. Dementors had no need for something as mundane as steps. Her cell was high up, her crimes severe. She would never see the day of light again. He came to a halt in front of her cell, his eyes needing a moment to adjust to the darkness. There she sat slouched against a wall, dressed in rags. Unlike the riches he was used to see her in, her eyes gleamed with mischief, a familiar sight despite the darkness that now clung to her. "Have you come to gloat?" Cast in the darkness, her voice was as cold as ice. It cut through the silence. She emerged, and for once the exterior fit the madness he had always known to rest within her. Mere bars were keeping them apart. She approached, stalking towards him as if it were him who had been caged in and not her. She took hold of the bars separating them and rested her head against them, her eyes never leaving him. A sharp, wretched smile grew on her lips. "Or have you simply missed me this much, oh, dear cousin, wretched cousin? How are you liking your new accommodations? I made sure they were befitting for someone of your status." A ragged blanket had been granted to her, and that was all. She slept on the cold ground. A small barred window, high up, permitted some gray light inside. "I shall forever be in your debt." She pulled away, like a caged animal ready to pounce. She stood with a tenseness to her, a sense of urgency. "I came with news," Sirius began, enjoying the way her brows furrowed. Like a poised snake ready to strike, she anticipated his next words. Her hands shot up to caress her dark mark, proudly displayed to him, an ugly sight that made his insides turn. "Your wicked plans have been foiled. Your reign of terror is over." At last, he continued. His anger was showing through, unable to control himself any longer. "My own godson," he barked suddenly, wishing for these bars to vanish at once, so he could throttle her with his own hands. "Awfully muggle, but very fitting. All these years, and now I can finally understand you. Your smirch, your taunts, all these years you had him, but no more." It was his turn to smile now, all sharp and teeth, a perfect replica of Bellatrix's own smile, a counterpart. "I should have killed you, watched you bleed out then and there." The battle that had broken out in Nocturnal A had been glorious, deadly, and dangerous, unlike any he had participated in before. He had only eyes for her. It had been a fortune of luck that the Aurors had cornered Bellatrix in these dark and derelict corners. Many had fallen. Some were just recovering, barely escaping Bellatrix's wrath. But in the end, it had been a strike of fortune, a spell that is marked and made her topple over. Sirius had pounced on her, relieving her of her wand, snarling. A maddening urge to do more overcame him, and then it was over. He paced, coming to a sudden halt and facing her. She had stalked closer, her eyes wide and frantic, her mind racing. He could see it in her eyes. "We have him." There was a wild gleam in Bellatrix's eyes. "Harry, he's back with his family. He's safe and far from your clutches." Bellatrix lunged, throwing herself against the bars. Her screeches echoed. They were deafening as she meant to reach him, her sharp hands missing him by inches. How he gloated at the sight of her. Like a mad dog, over and over again did she throw herself against the bars. She cursed and raged. She swore and promised, and then to his surprise she stopped. Laughter fell from her lips. Laughter like it had never been heard before in Azkaban. It never would again. Her head thrown back, it bubbled out of her chest. Sirius regarded her eerily. Madness. This was nothing else. Azkaban had done far worse damage than he could have imagined in such a short time. She turned her eyes on him, dark and dangerous. "You're a fool, Sirius." He had heard it many times before. It fell easily from her lips, a familiar taunt, easy to shake off, but for some reason it did not. Her words, her laughter, the light in her eyes, it was mocking. "Are those your last words?" Last. He had no intentions of seeing her wretched face ever again. He wished to forget her voice, to misplace every memory he held of her, and to be drowned in blissful ignorance. Finally, she stepped towards the bars once more. Mere inches parted them now. She was so pale. "Itty-bitty baby Potter," Bellatrix cooed, eyes growing soft for a moment. It passed. "Finally at home, finally at peace. I wonder," she began, and then her voice trailed off. "I wonder how long it will last. His wounds are healing, your mere memory will fade, and all will be well." Words he had picked up somewhere, words of hope he himself would not have expressed. Bellatrix knew that. She inclined her head. Her voice dropped lower. A chill grew in the air. Frost began to spread on the walls. "If you think this has a happy ending, you've not been paying attention." His insides froze. not just at her words, but the hopelessness that drew at his insides. For a moment, everything seemed so terribly black, so dark, so impossible. He could only succumb to it. But the terror passed by him. It lunged towards Bellastrix, devoured her. Sirius watched. As the Demeter neared her and fierce, strong Bellatrix stalked back into the shadow she had come from. Slowly, Sirius began to retreat, his sight of the cell growing dimmer, but he could see her, frozen, limbs drawn together, a pitiful sight. She deserved worse. Hours later, far, far away from Azkaban, he could feel the cold, the misery still clinging to him. It felt so familiar, like a dream he had once woken up from, drenched and trembling. Another life that seemed so distant and yet so familiar. He never wanted to return. Harry. It was still early, the sun barely made its debut, the air was still cool, and spring was just around the corner as the frozen grass began to melt. It would have been idyllic if it would not have been for the occasional car driving by. It would be the first time he was out of the house ever since he had entered it almost a month ago. So much had happened since then, and yet not enough. Lily had done well on her promise. James had easily agreed, and so it was only the three of them roaming through the streets. Every step was growing easier, the pain in his bones nothing but an occasional ache nowadays. He proudly wore it, a reminder of his deeds, his act. Lily's potions had done her part. He could not deny her talents when it came to brewing. "You did not always live here, did you?" Harry asked, glancing between them. James chose to avert his gaze. Lily stayed silent for a long moment. He wondered if any of them would talk at all until Lily finally did. "We used to stay in Godrics Hollow." Harry hummed. Godrics Hollow, where it all began, or where all came to a sudden end, depending on whom one asked. For Harry, it was nothing more than a name, a piece of his past long since forsaken. "Why?" Lily turned to him, brows rising. Harry shrugged lightly. Simple curiosity had been nagging at his insides. The town was small, insignificant, as they rounded another corner. Easily overlooked, perfect in every way, not too muggle, not too magical. "We should get you a wand," James suddenly began, growing more animated. "Start with getting you lessons, get you caught up with your peers. I'm sure you'll catch up in no time." And so the subject about Godric's Hollow was dropped. He did not push the matter, knowing it would get him nowhere. "I'd like that, his own wand, not borrowed or stolen." His hands itched for it. "Did you ever have a wand?" Lily asked casually, as one would ask about the weather. Their gazes met, and Harry felt bare underneath her gaze. Green and familiar, green and searching. All the doubt in their hearts, as small as they were. He had to squish them, prove himself. Once and for all, he could not allow it to fester and grow. Harry nodded truthfully. "It did not get me far. Oftentimes I would find wands from others. Other prisoners, people they killed. Their wands were left behind for me to find." He lowered his head, biting his lips. "Sometimes the house elves would bring them to me, but I knew no spells, and I don't think they would have worked very well for me." Lily's gaze lingered on him, as if she was prying the truth from his eyes. Her brows furrowed, and there it was again, pity and anger, despair and rage clinging to her. A whirlwind of emotions passed by in a fleeting moment until it settled on something calmer. He basked in the warmth of the sun, eyes shut close, a smile growing on his lips. It was comforting. He was aware of their gazes on him, the way they drank in the sight of him, as he did with them. "We'll start with the basics, work you up." James put a hand on his shoulder, and Harry tensed. The urge to throw his hands off remained, but he stopped himself. Harry hummed, eyes opening at once to turn to James. A smile grew on his face. "You reckon I'll ever be as good as you are?" "I have no doubt in my heart that you'll succeed me in no time," James replied, and Harry smiled, brighter than before. They reached a park in no time. There were no playing children. It was still too early for that, but he could almost see them, running around, laughter bubbling out of their chests, noisy voices drowning each other out. He had not realized that he had been staring up until James nudged him. He walked towards the park, and Harry followed with a frown. James settled on one of the swings. He was too large for it, and had to squish into it. "Come on." James' eyes twinkled in delight as he waited for him to take the free swing. "Aren't you too old for that?" he began as he settled. James scoffed. It was so very easy for James to forget himself, to return to better days where he had joked and jested and made a fool of himself just to bring a smile out of Lily. She was hiding her smile, amused as she was, watching them close by, her hands in her pockets, eyes intent on them. "Are you calling me old, Lily? You hear that, me? Old? I will let you know, Harry, that I'm still as agile as a newly waxed broom." Getting into the swing had been the easier part. After swinging lazily, he tried to rise and found himself stuck to the seat. Even as his feet hit the ground, it clung to his behind. Harry laughed. "Careful, old man. You might injure yourself." He made no intentions of helping him. James pulled and pushed, but the seat did not budge. Lily finally crossed the distance. "A little help," James called out and held his hands out for Lily. She took them, and together they managed to pull James free. Lo and behold, Potter brought to his knees by a mere swing. Harry jested, his voice growing lighter as laughter still clung to him. "The mightiest of foes," James retorted with a snort. Black had returned. He had as well been announcing his presence as he came out of the fireplace, cursing and muttering under his breath. His expression lightened up as soon as he spotted him. Still, the chill that clung to him did not lessen. Harry could feel it from afar. It was unlike anything he had felt before. His brows furrowed, dark and just cold. It reminded him of the Dark Lord, but there was a warmth to the man. He was like an inferno, ever growing, ever scorching those that got caught in the way. Harry. For a moment it seemed like Sirius had wanted to cross the distance, pull him into a hug like he did with the children when he saw them, but he refrained himself. He wore an odd expression, one Harry could not name. "Sirius, you look unwell." Sirius waved his feigned worries away. "A rough flu transit, nothing more? Is James around?" Harry gestured into the kitchen and watched Sirius slip inside. He lingered for a moment, at first retreating up the stairs but returning not too soon later. As light as a cat, he descended the stairs and lingered close to the kitchen. The door was slightly ajar, a mere gap that allowed the light to stream into the hall, but enough to conceal his presence. Black's aggravated voice reached him. He was pacing, his steps loudly announcing his every move. Harry held his breath. "And you decided to go there alone?" James snapped. "I had to see her. I know what you're going to say, James, but I had to. I already regret not killing her when I had the chance, and I still think I should have, but then I think and wonder if that would not have been mercy. At least now she is slowly rotting. Azkaban did it for her. I can see it eat her away slowly. Finally, she met her match. Her madness is growing." "Should have happened sooner," James muttered. "The bitch had slipped our fingers before, but not anymore. Still, she hopes her lord will come and save her." Sirius let out a bark. "She'll be replaced within minutes. I do not doubt that. There was no one like Bellatrix, and Sirius should know that. He should know better than to believe that anyone would be able to fill her place." Harry's eyes narrowed. The urge to act, to storm in and do something reckless overcame him, but as soon as it came it vanished, diminishing at once. His heart grew lighter. At least he now knew that she was well as one could be in her position. "She's loyal to the bone. Even now I could see her resolve. Azkaban won't soften her edges. She will not cooperate, but that's not why when I could not help myself. You know how I get." James muttered something in agreement. Sirius continued. "I had to see her, face her throw it into her face. I went to gloat. Fine, I wanted her to know that her plans were foiled too. See her rage, and oh rage she did. It was glorious." Sirius fell silent for a moment, probably lost in memories, replaying them in his mind over and over again. "And?" James asked, wishing to know what troubled Sirius. He could see it in the way his brows furrowed, his lips turned into a thin line. He continued, "You let her words get to you. She spits venom, and you know it, and despite that, you still went to her. She knows how to get under your skin." "And I know how to push her buttons," Sirius retorted sharply. Bella and Sirius. Lestrange and Black. Cousin and cousin. Their hatred had always been mutual. It was a one-time thing. "I don't plan on returning to Azkaban. Not even gloating is worth the misery. To know that she is there is enough for me, and still, I have the urge to check on her, make sure she's still in her cell." No one had broken out of Azkaban ever since it was built. No one is escaping the wrath of the Dementors, but when it comes to her, caution is to be taken. The Dark Lord might still turn his attention into Azkaban once too many of his people end up in there, but that is something we'll deal with when the time comes. James began, and then fell silent for a long while. "What I would not give to see her right now, rotting there, paying for her sins, but I'll take your word for it and bask in the knowledge that Harry will be avenged." One by one, Harry had heard tales of Azkaban. He knew it was a place of doom, and to know that Bellatrix rested there, that at this very moment, Dementus feasted on her, his insides burned. His hatred grew. He had to remind himself that Bellatrix was resilient, she was strong, and she would endure it. There was no other choice. A creak in the silence. Harry twirled, his eyes searching through the hall and settling on her. High up on the stairs, there stood Arya, a wicked gleam in her eyes as she let her body hand down the railing, skillfully balancing herself before she could topple over and fall. Their gazes met, a long moment of silence. James and Sirius's voices washed over them. Arya had caught him right in the act, and she recognized the mischief he was up to for what it was. Harry lifted his finger to his lips. She mimicked his gesture. A smile grew on Harry's lips. This would be their little secret. Arya and Jon were up to something. There was mischief in their eyes, a kind of secrecy to their movements as they tried to tiptoe past his room. He for a moment wondered if he should bother finding out, but with nothing else to do. It was not like he could just leave the house, not with Lily keeping any annoyingly close watch on him, always coming in to check on him. Harry would not put it past James to put spells on the doors to alert him of any movements he made. Perhaps it was just his own paranoia that was expecting anything to happen at any moment, for them to confront him with the non-existent evidence. Failure was not an option. Harry followed Arya and Jon down the hallway, keeping his distance to not be noticed right away, but they were so engulfed in their own little quarrel, they would not have noticed a troll running by. "What are you up to?" He finally caught up with them downstairs, lingering in front of the door that led to the basement. They twirled to face him, their searching eyes looking for Lily, but she was still busy in the garden. "Nothing," said Arya, but Harry knew mischief when he saw it. "What are you up to?" Jon retorted. Harry hummed, "Nothing." He left them, lingering close by, watching them from round the corner as they tried to pry the door open. It was warded and would not bulge, but that did not deter them. Arya seemed to have something, a flash of gold that gleamed in the light. They fumbled with it, and suddenly the door opened. Arya grinned at Jon. "I told you it would work." She slipped into the dark, and Jon followed suit after a moment of hesitation. His own curiosity itched him to follow them, but he was beaten to it by Lily. She entered the kitchen with a basket filled with ingredients for the potions she had planted in her garden. Mud and dirt clung to her skin. Her robes were ruined. She was humming to herself, eyes lighting up when she spotted him. "Mum." How weird it sounded slipping from his lips. He said it loud enough, sure that it would have even reached Jon and Arya in the basement. Harry approached Lily, helping her as she began to wash her ingredients by hand. "May I help?" She seemed hesitant for a moment, but then nodded, and soon they were both busy long enough for Arya and Jon to emerge, slip into the kitchen as if nothing had happened at all. Harry's gaze lingered on them for a moment longer, and Arya put her finger to her lips. "Another secret, one of many to come. Why potions? It seems rather dull to spend the whole day holed up downstairs. It's rather peaceful if you ask me. The only thing I have to worry about is the deadlines. When I find some free time, I can tinker on new potions, better old ones. There is always something to do, but that's what I like about it. I have not always worked as a potions mistress. A few years ago, before Jon and Arya, I had worked as a healer in St. Mungo's. Why not anymore?" He could feel him before Harry had caught a glimpse of him, his dark mark burning in anticipation. 2 weeks after he had overheard Sirius and James in the kitchen, a few days before the end of the month, did Albus Dumbledore once more grace them with his presence. Arya ran past them to greet him. Jon lingered next to him in the kitchen. He could hear him arrive in the living room, humming to himself a jolly tune. Lily stopped mid-movement, a smile growing on her lips. "We're in the kitchen," she called out. Dumbledore looked like he remembered him to be. Harry averted his gaze soon enough. Albus exchanged a few words with Lily before his damning attention turned back on him. "Not fond of eye contact, are you, Harry?" Dumbledore remarked. Any wise man would avoid eye contact with Dumbledore, for it would be folly to do otherwise. Eyes are distracting. You see too much, you don't see enough. So, yeah, I try to avoid eyes whenever possible. And what is it you're usually greeted with when you do make eye contact? Cruel eyes boring into his soul, jabbing remarks, aching headaches. Harry shifted, looking at Dumbledore, but not meeting his gaze. Not really pain. There was an uncomfortable shift from Lily, and even Dumbledore's expression slipped. Lily wiped her hands on her robes. "How about some tea, Albus?" With tea served, a cup for Dumbledore and one for Harry. Lily lingered hovering above them after she had shooed the children outside. Harry felt very much like a man awaiting his doom. Did I do something wrong? Dumbledore's eyes remained bent on him. Oh, no, not at all. This is merely a precaution. You will soon find out what I mean. She cupped his face with her hand. He stayed frozen, eyes wide as they lay on her. She sighed, lowering her hand. I'll be close by. Harry watched her leave, and then he faced his foe. She left, and a fragile silence settled on them as each of them nursed their cups. Harry peered out of the window, wondering when Dumbledore would break the silence. The Dark Lord had warned him that Dumbledore would test him. You remind me of a boy I once knew. Harry turned to him, brows furrowing as Dumbledore continued. He was brilliant in every way, talented beyond doubt, popular. A small, rueful smile grew on Dumbledore, and he seemed to be lost in memories. What happened to him, sir? Now his expression slipped. That I'm still trying to figure out. Dumbledore looked curiously and closely at him. You're a remarkable young man, Harry. You mean I'm not a proper nut job, considering the way I grew up, and with whom thank you, sir. Dumbledore laughed, and Harry offered him a cheeky smile. Well, if you want to put it that way. Yes, I try to be good. His smile slipped. Harry, I need you to understand that bad things happen to you, but that does not make you a bad person. When you've seen the things I've seen, it very much feels like it, but I'll take your word for it, sir. What did you see? Dumbledore looked again very hard at Harry. I saw no more and knew no more than they allowed me to. I would offer all the sparse knowledge I have if I could. I have no use for it. I try to help where I can. Would you betray them? The wizard's face remained grave and attentive, and only a flicker deep in his eyes showed that he was troubled. Harry dropped his cup harshly. I might carry the dark mark, but I own no allegiance to them. He bared his dark mark to Dumbledore, saw the way his eyes lingered on it. I received this when I was 6. A present, he called it. It was a curse. I might have escaped them, but I will never be free. He let out a choked laugh. He could still remember the pain. Unlike anything he had ever felt before, a burn that spread through his soul, left him weak and helpless. Then Harry looked Dumbledore in the eye. Pride stirred strangely within him. The urge to prove himself, still stung by scorn and suspicion in that cold voice. It happened too fast. Dumbledore caught a glimpse. His prying eyes stared into his soul and laid him bare. There it was, that disappointed expression he had expected to show, but it was overthrown by sorrow. He seemed to have aged in these few moments. Dumbledore pulled back, unable to look at him. I'm sorry, Harry. Dumbledore rose, and before he could leave, Harry called out to him. Did they ever stop looking for me? Dumbledore turned to face him. A beat of silence. Harry's heart nearly missed a beat. No, liar. Chapter and notes. Let me know what y'all think. Weaving lies. Chapter notes. Pish posh, I'm back. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Harry, Orion Black had taken every safety measure known to wizard kind and put it into Grimoire Place. Bellastrix had told him about it once, but to see it with his own eyes was a different kind of matter. It was brilliant, a fortress that was impossible to overthrow. The Order had done well in choosing this place as their place of seat. The houses shifted. The ground shook as slowly the house began to reveal itself. It was not what he had expected to be the household of the most ancient and noble house of Black, but it suited Orion. A paranoid man, he could still feel the magics, the Fidelius charm wrap around him and his mind. He would not be able to betray this location, no matter how hard he would want to. Brilliant. Indeed. Albus Dumbledore had thought everything through, giving him something and nothing at the same time. Harry would not fool himself into believing that the old man trusted him. It was a good start. Lily smiled at him encouragingly. The front door opened, and there stood Black, casually leaning against the door. Lord Black, in all his glory, dressed rather mugglish, in a leather jacket, and everything else his poor mother, Walburga, would disdain. There was a curtain placed on a portrait in the hall. Walburga, if he was not mistaken. Bella had told him fondly of her portrait and the scornful woman it portrayed. Welcome, Lily, the smallest pecks on her cheeks. Harry, I knew it was only a matter of time before you join us. Sirius winked at him. The house had lost all its glory. It was dark and derelict. Dusty, the whole building seemed to sigh in despair. A chatter of voices grew louder as Harry neared the living room. The lighting was a stark contrast to the darkness that ruled the hallway. The smell of roast beef and mashed potatoes, pumpkin juice, and fire whiskey mixed all together into one heavenly smell. The room was crowded. Order members in every corner. They grew silent as they spotted him. "Here, my friends, is my son, Harry." Lily turned to look at him fondly, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. He'd never forget the proud look in her eyes. "I helped making him," James jested to the amusement of some. Mad-Eye Moody caught his attention. Harry had never laid eyes on the man, but heard enough to know his reputation. His magical eye shifted and moved all the while his real one stayed rooted on him. An unnerving sight. Greyback was lounging to get his claws into that one. There were others as well, a bunch of redheads. Weasleys. Draco had complained often, enough about them that Harry had a vague idea who could be who by just looking at them. Harry recognized some of them. The twins were easy to spot. The only younger girl had to be Ginny. The older Weasley sat in a chair, injured and bandaged up. Several colorful bruises graced his face. The lone wolf was sitting in another quiet corner, nursing a cup in his hands. Sirius brushed past him and towards his designated place against the wall. He looked uncomfortable, unwilling to be here. And then there was Severus Snape. The man hadn't changed a bit. He wore the same scowl he had when Harry had seen him for the first time. It was when Lily approached him that Harry saw his expression soften. A tad. James glared daggers at his back. A childhood rivalry they never overcame, according to Bellastrix. Lily said something to Snape, and his head snapped to him. His expression hardened. His face didn't give it away, but he was certain that he recognized him. His brows rose. A silent dare. Snape chose to return his attention to Lily. Coward. He had never seen him like this, so open, so unlike his usual self when he talked to Lily. How curious. Some familiar faces like Kingsley and Frank were also around. Frank offered him a smile, which Harry returned. Harry, a bone-crushing hug. He froze in his spot, eyes widening slightly in surprise as Molly Weasley pulled him in. "Oh, look at you, my dear, you must be starving. Sit. Sit, I'll get you something." He was pushed into an empty seat next to Dumbledore. Dumbledore smiled at him, as if their last encounter had not occurred at all. "Lemon drop." "No, thanks." Barty would be hysteric if he ever found out. This, Harry decided after a few minutes, was ridiculous. If he didn't know better, he'd think they were messing with him, and he'd applaud them for this grandiose act. But somehow he doubted it. This felt natural. Everyone was relaxed and seemed to enjoy, or partially enjoy in some cases, their time here. They were like a small family, all of them united through this one cause. Through Albus Dumbledore's agenda. He could not imagine the Dark Lord idly sitting at a table and eating candy, or chatting with him about the next Harpies game. He listened to the chatter around him. It was nothing noteworthy, a mention of an uncle, unimportant ministry talk. Hogwarts gossip. Mundungus, not a memorable Order member in Harry's opinion, had not stopped staring at Harry ever since he had entered the room. He looked at him like one would at a prized possession. Harry's gaze flickered to him, and Mundungus wetted his lips, a quick gesture that the man himself did not even realize he had done. "How odd." James leaned down to him. "There is someone I wish to introduce you to." Harry followed his gesture, and his eyes landed on the werewolf. Rather timid thing now that he caught a good glimpse at him. His scars are a steady reminder of Greyback's gift. "Hello, Harry," Remus greeted him, his eyes lingering for a short moment on him. He did not seem fond of eye contact either. "This is Remus, a dear friend of ours. We went together to school," James said. "Pleasure meeting you, sir. I heard a lot about you." "Only good things, I hope." Remus turned to look at James, brows rising. "Only the best," Harry assured. "Who's that man?" Harry asked suddenly, and gestured towards Snape. "Our own chemistry master," Sirius spat. He had leaned in to join their conversation. Severus Snape. He caught the man's attention. A look of disdain passed between them, and he flashed him a smile. It reminded him of Bella. "I do believe that Severus would know his way around chemistry. Muggle use it for the most marvelous things, even to blow things up in the air, just like that poof Arthur." Weasley chimed in. Despite his injuries, he seemed rather enthusiastic when talking about this Mugglish matter. "What happened to you, if you don't mind me asking?" Harry asked. Arthur's expression dimmed. His children, who had been close by, shifted uncomfortably. There was worry in their eyes. "A cowardly attack, striking down a man who did not even have his wand at hand, thinking they could get Merlin knows what out of him, but they did not succeed. They fled the scene once more, and more aura rolled in. "Ginny, please," Arthur turned to her, a resigned expression on her. Fury brimmed within her skin, but she remained silent. "It's worse than it looks, to be honest. I was lucky to be where I was. I do not believe they knew what exactly they were after either." "Who?" He could already guess. "Death Eaters," James replied. His eyes had hardened. His voice had grown harder. "I'm glad to see you better and back on your feet." "Thank you, Harry," Arthur smiled at him. "You know, you gave us quite a scare when the news broke of how you were found." "Arthur," Molly snapped, cutting right through Arthur's words. Her gaze softened once it landed on him. "Here, Harry." She handed him a plate filled to the brim with all kinds of delicacies. "I did not mean to," Arthur began, but Harry waved him away. "It's fine. I don't mind it. For a boy who spent his life surrounded by the scum of the wizarding world, you have remarkable manners." Harry met Moody's gaze. The man flashed him a scowl, distrust written on his features. Fooling him would be harder. His best option would be to avoid him at all costs. "Alastair," Dumbledore began, and Moody huffed out a breath, shifting away as he dragged his cane with him. "You must apologize his lacking manners. He's rather crude, but got his heart in the right place." "Any news from Tonks?" Ronald asked after a moment. Thereupon, Dumbledore paused a while and sighed. "Not the ones we were hoping for." "Tonks? As in Nymphadora Tonks?" Harry was listening intently. "She started showing signs of recovery. It was serious." It got quieter around them. All the attention turned to Sirius. Moody muttered something dark underneath his breath. Harry didn't look up from the cup he was holding. A sigh of relief escaped Molly. "Sirius later," Lily began, but Sirius shook his head. "They deserve to know. They care about Tonks just as much as we do." Harry could still remember the way her blood had pooled around her body. Her eyes widened in fear as death loomed close by. Her hair had turned ashen. Her skin had paled. She had been beautiful. "So Tonks will be all right again?" Ginny broke in. "Did the healers say anything? Didn't she listen at all to what Black just said?" "Only time will show that. Yet it is looking promising." "What happened to her?" "Itty-bitty baby Dora. She's an Auror and was attacked on duty. During the attack on Diagonal A few months ago, the place had been swarmed with Greyback's pack. We had been prepared, but things went amiss. Everything happened so quickly. I had not even realized that she had slipped away before it was too late." Sirius fell silent for a long moment. Harry watched him. "Bloody bastards got away," Sirius muttered. He muttered some foul curses into his cup as he held it to his lips. "They must have been close." She had been close to death by the time she was found, and ever since had been tended to in St. Mungo's. She fell into a coma and had not woken since, but soon I'm sure she'll recover. James continued where Sirius had left off. His worried expression lingered on him for a while. "It was a close call for her to get turned," Sirius said. Remus shifted uncomfortably. "Greyback only turns to those he deems strong enough to survive the bite. Everyone else is just meat." There was a hush, and all the eyes turned to Harry. He showed great reluctance in continuing. "Are you saying she would not have been strong enough to survive?" "I'm saying that she is not what Greyback seeks to further his pack." "And you know what Greyback seeks?" Snape asked sharply. "Severus," Lily began warningly, her glare piercing through the man. "A mother's fury is a dangerous thing when faced with it on the wrong end of the side." Harry nodded. "I would know. He threatened me with it often enough. He never went through with it. Said I was not that kind of meat, but he'd go off to tell me in detail what it is exactly he is looking for." Harry's gaze lingered on Lupin for a long moment, wondering what Greyback must have seen in him to go after Lupin. He did not look like Greyback's usual pack members. An uncomfortable silence had settled in the room. Some did steal a few fleeting glimpses at him. Mundungus perked a little smile before he as well frowned. Then there was the oddest of sounds and a voice that was horrible to listen to. "Useless master and uninvited friends are still here, still putting a stain on the great legacy of Crocker," Sirius cried. He grabbed the house elf by his ears and dragged him out of the room despite his struggles. "Did I not tell you not to show your face around out away you go?" "Good riddance," Ron called after him. Sirius flashed him a bright, yet dangerous smile. Now Molly rose, and her eyes settled on her groaning children, who already knew what awaited them. They had hoped to slip by unnoticed just this once and be a part of the order meeting. "Come on, we are almost adults now. At least we could." "Not now, Fred." "That's George," one of the twins called out, and Molly stared at them, long and hard until finally they gave in. "You're missing out on not having us here for your information, Fred." Or was it George? Said as he strode outside. It was an old argument that the children lost. Be glad you're still allowed to be here. You should be back in Hogwarts now that you've seen that your father is well. Molly waited until all of her children had vanished upstairs, lingering for a moment longer before she shut the door behind her. Harry could feel the magic wash over the room. He met James' gaze, who threw him an encouraging look. Harry returned a timid smile. Now, Harry, you said you were ready and willing to talk. It was Kingsley Shacklebolt. If at any point you feel uncomfortable or unwilling to continue, just let us know and we will give you a break. But I need you to understand that you have to tell us the truth and nothing but the truth. Things you might consider unimportant might be of use to us, so do not let anything out. Harry nodded, aware of the eyes that lingered on him. I understand, sir, and I really want to help, but I don't know where to start. How about you tell us how you got the dark mark? Molly sucked in a breath as Harry revealed it once more. He felt awfully protective of it under all these judging gazes. Moody had stepped closer, his magical eye lingering on it and on him for a long while, but the man said nothing else. I think I was 6 when I was gifted it, as he, who would like to say I did not see him often. Not really, he did not pay much attention to me, but the few times he did, it always ended badly for me. Harry shifted uncomfortably. I remember a house elf escorting me up from my room. He received a few odd expressions, and so he elaborated. I was not kept in a cell all of my life, but when I say room, I mean it was more of a cage. How often would you say you have been in the presence of the Dark Lord? Kingsley asked, brows furrowed in concern. Be in his presence or have his attention? Both, Frank said. I couldn't tell you how often I have been in his presence, but his attention I had far less. It felt like every once in a while he would come in to see if I was still. I don't know, alive maybe, perhaps to gloat, but these moments were fleeting. And on that day you received your mark? James asked. His hand rested on Harry's shoulder, and he squeezed it in an act of courage. I had behaved, I was sure of it. Snape gave him a long, hard stare. The urge to smile came upon him, and Harry buried his head in his hands for a moment. It was in private, just us and one more Death Eater, one of the Lestranges, but I do not remember. It had been Bella. How she had beamed at him. All I remember is pain. It was all that followed. I did not think it would ever stop, but it did after a long while, and that was it. I had the mark, and nothing I did made it go away. There is no known magic in the world that would erase the mark, Snape said. Severus carries it as well, Lily explained at his frown. He'd been quite eager to get it. Sirius muttered. Too loud. Snape's burning gaze settled on him. I'd advise you to hold your tongue, Mutt. Or what? Sirius snapped, pushing himself off the wall and striding towards Severus. It was Remus and James who pulled him back. Enough of your quarrels. Dumbledore gave both of them a long, hard stare. We have far more pressing matters to attend to. For every question they asked, Harry spilled another uncomfortable memory. He tried to stay as truthful as possible, only sprinkling in lies whenever it was necessary. They are a force to be reckoned with. The Dark Lord will never give up. He will never cease until he is what he wants and his followers. Harry's voice lowered. I think he's making alliances with other creatures, not just the wolves, spiders, and giants, and Harry suppressed a shiver. Darker things, much darker. These are indeed troubling news that have some truth in them, Albus said, and then all listened to him as he spoke in his clear voice about the things he had learned during his recent travels. If all I heard is true, and there is always a flicker in truth, in even the barest rumors, then that is that Voldemort. Several people flinched or shifted uncomfortably. Harry was not one of them. Is preparing for a war unlike any we have ever seen before. He's trying to rally Ireland to his cause, France. Italy seems to be a lost cause already. But that's not the worst of all. I believe he is able to sway the Dementors. Dementors have no master. They cannot be swayed. The Ministry barely keeps them in order. Kingsley began, but fell silent. If that is true, then Azkaban would fall. I believe it will, Dumbledore uttered. But this is nothing but a rumor so far. Nothing has been confirmed. Nothing had been confirmed, Dumbledore agreed, and then his attention back on Harry. It's possible, Harry muttered. The Dark Lord has been still lately, Severus eventually began. Harry's eyes snapped to him. It is as if he were waiting for something. The Death Eaters are starting to become restless, and with every successful arrest this will only grow. It's only a matter of time before some begin to panic and mistakes start to happen. Barty, Rabastin, and Rodolphus. Harry wondered if they'd be able to sit still. He highly doubted it, but once they unleashed themselves, terrible things would happen. Terrible, yet great. Harry, his attention snapped once more to Dumbledore, and the man smiled at him. Unease began to settle in him. Dumbledore settled a hand on his shoulder, an almost grandfatherly gesture if it had not been for the tightening of his hand. I must remind you once more to keep all this to yourself. It is detrimental. Of course, sir. I understand. The children are upstairs and all eager to hear from you. Don't let them pester you too much, Lily began, and Harry recognized the dismissal in her voice. He had given them all they had wanted for now, and it was his time to depart the order meeting Oswell. Harry rose and turned to look at the order one last time, burning them into his memory, for it would be the last time they would ever be together all at once. He shut the door behind him once he left the room and exhaled heavily. There was a weight sitting on his shoulders that seemed to drag him down. Every step was harder than the last one. It was silent out here. All he heard was the buzz of the silencing charms that lay on the room. His eyes lingered on the portrait that was hidden behind a curtain. Before he foresaw himself, he found himself lifting the covers up. I would not do that if I were you, a sudden voice called from above. Harry inclined his head and spotted a redhead Ginny. She leaned over the railing to catch a glimpse of him. Harry dropped the cover and met her on the stairs. It took us ages to get her to shut up. She gave the portrait a disdainful glance. Oh, by the way, I'm Ginny Weasley. I'm Harry. I know. She replied softer, and her eyes lingered on him and his scars. We heard what had happened to you. It's good to have you back. She did not awkwardly fumble with her words and make the situation more uncomfortable than she needed to. She offered him a small smile as she led him through the house, past shut doors and ripped paintings. Fred and George might seem a lot at first, but they are rather amusing once you get used to them, and Ron, well, he's. You'll find out soon enough. Can't wait, he muttered not that enthusiastically, and Ginny snorted. He found them hunched together over a table, mischievously whispering between themselves. Did you get lost, or what took you so long, Gin? Ron asked without looking up. Maybe she needs a map, George added, and looked up to see who Ginny had brought with her. You didn't say you brought company, Ginny, Fred began, and offered Harry a charming smile. He waved at Harry. May I introduce you, Fred, George, and Ron? Ginny pointed at each of them. I hope Ginny is not pestering you too much. Just say the word, and we'll save you from her, George threw in as they shifted to make space for them. Harry seated himself next to Ron, who stole a few glimpses from him. Funny, Ginny muttered. His eyes lingered on the table and the odd contraption they had laying there. Rubber ears connected with several strings. What's that? He asked finally. Just something we have been working on, Fred replied. Bloody brilliant if it would work, Ron muttered. And it will. It had not yet, Ron replied. It will soon, Fred snapped. Expandable ears. Ginny leaned closer towards him. Expandable. Yeah, we have not settled on a name yet, Fred threw in. How about the Hermione? Ron offered with a grin. Ginny scowled. George laughed. Did it take you long to come up with that one? Ron made a face. We were going to use it to find out what is being said downstairs. But since you're here now, I think we might not need to now. Fred turned to him. Once again, a charming smile on his lips. Harry smiled amused. Sorry to disappoint, but nothing of importance had been said while I was in there. All the interesting stuff is probably being discussed right now. Absolutely nothing? George asked, and Harry shifted his attention to his hands, knowing they were watching him closely. We won't tell anyone. I'd even go as far as give you a pinky promise, George offered. Fine. Harry made sure to sigh, and then he leaned closer towards them. They mimicked his movement. I will get in trouble if they... We won't tell, Ginny assured quickly, eager to find out what had been said. The attack on your father. And now he had all of them hanging at his lips. They believe it was a ruse. A ruse for what? Ron whispered. His brows were furrowed. Harry shrugged. They believed that the Death Eaters were trying to get something out of the Ministry, and since they did not want it to be immediately noticed, they attacked your father as well. He was simply there at the right time in the wrong moment. What was it? Ginny asked. Harry inclined his head towards her. I think they did not want to say with me in the room, but Kingsley had that bag of his. I'm sure it's written in there. He looks after that bag like one would a child. I'm betting my broom on him having that, and so much more in there, Ron uttered. Fred and George glanced at each other, a fleeting moment that Harry caught. He leaned back. All he had to do now was wait and see what would happen. Is there nothing you know since you were with them? The Death Eaters for all these years, less tactful than Ginny. Ron at least gave it a try. Harry turned to look down while Ginny chastised Ron. Allowing himself a glimpse at them, he noticed how Ginny resembled her mother. Hands on her hips, eyes narrowed down on Ron. You can't just ask that. Honestly, Ron, You truly have the emotional range of a spoon. Sorry, mate, I didn't mean it that way, he offered after a moment, and Harry smiled at him. It's fine. For a month ago, Harry, he still felt sick. Traveling with an international portkey, illegally acquired, that is, was by far his least preferred travel option. His insides felt all wrong, as if his organs had been stacked in the wrong order. The air was chilly, unlike the preferably weather in Italy, the little province he had been. Staying it had just gone through another heat wave. Returning to England's gloomy weather was just a slap in the face. It had been too long since he had been here. He exhaled a heavy sigh. He drew his hood deeper over his face and continued in his path. There had been a rumor that just did not let him go, and he had come, unbeknownst to anyone, not Bella, Barty, or even the Dark Lord, to see if it was true. His fingers itched for him to do something, anything but wait and ponder on the other side of the world. He was growing restless, and that just would not do. Diagon Alley was burning by the time he reached it. Chaos and destruction were wrecking through the alley and destroying everything that came in its path. Nothing stayed untouched. He slipped on his silver mask and watched from afar, keeping himself in the background as he watched the chaos unfold. It was oddly vacated, he noticed oddly. There was no masses that rushed to escape, only the occasional few Harry saw fleeing. Greyback's pack was rushing through the alleys, death and destruction following their every step. Greyback spotted him, stopped some of his pack members from approaching him. Through the chaos, his keen nose having caught a whiff of him. Their gazes met, and the beast smiled at him. It was all teeth, crooked and sharp. He opened his arms, his cloak slipping to bare his bare chest, an invitation. Harry cocked his head as he watched Greyback. He was good in what he did. No one wrecked a place up like Fenrir Greyback. The man had a knack for destruction. He seemed to thrive in it. So the sources had been right. Harry had come just in time to watch it all unfold. He turned the corner when he spotted the Aurors arriving. One by one, they stepped out of the shadows. Some had already been here and bid their time and took up the fight. It was time for him to move. Better now, when the Aurors were too busy to notice him slip away. His wand was clutched between his wet palm as he hurried down the street. Rain was pouring down on them. He could hear an explosion and windows shattering in the far. Smoke was rising high up in the air, turning the dark sky even darker. Somewhere behind him, the dark mark was being cast in the sky. The mark gracing his arm throbbed pleasantly. In the limited time they had, Greyback and his pack had managed to demolish a large area of diagonally. The Dark Lord would be pleased. He took another turn. A spell rushed past him. The anti-apparitions wards were back up sooner than he'd anticipated. He'd have to enter deeper into Nocturnally before he would be able to leave, but before that, he'd have to deal with the pest behind him first. The Auror was persistent, eager even, perhaps too eager, since she blindly followed him with no one to back her up. He fastened his steps. Another curse lit up his surroundings. He could feel the heat of the spell against his skin as it passed him. The Auror cursed loudly as he shot a curse back. He should not have been here, but now that he was, he should see it to its end. The ally narrowed down. His hand brushed against the cool brick wall as he took another turn. The last turn before he slowed down. Silence surrounded them. His lips quirked up. He could hear her slow down behind him. A dead end. Trash cans and trash was littering the floor. There was no way out other than the way they entered. They had left everyone, Death Eaters and Aurors at once, far behind them. There would be no witnesses and no one to interfere. Slowly he turned towards her. His hands were neatly folded behind his back. He was itching to do something. Her hair was wet. Thick raindrops were running down her face. She wore a grim expression. Her eyes were narrowed as she slowly started to approach him. She was young, perhaps a tad older than him, yet her movements spoke of experience. Hands in the air. Now, throw your wand towards me. Her voice was steel, yet her body betrayed her voice. She tensed, her knuckles turned white from her tight grip around her wand. Hands in the air. Don't even think about starting anything funny, she repeated harsher. Slowly, he lifted his hands. His robes shifted around him. I'm done. I know when I'm beaten. You got me, he said. Her eyes narrowed. Even more, her hair turned a dark shade of orange. He paused. Hey, Metamorphmagus, a rare gift. Even among wizards, there weren't many known Aurors with this gift, if at all. That smirk that grew on him was hidden behind his silver mask. "Throw your wand towards me." Another moment passed before his wand fell to the ground with a clatter. Her shoulders slumped slightly as she took in his wand. Carefully, she pushed it closer towards her with her foot, her eyes never leaving his body. He'd make it easy for her. Let her have this sense of security. "Should I take my mask off?" Nymphadora, red, like fire and blood. Her wand lit up warningly. She took a daring step towards him. "Shut up, you little shit," she snarled. He must have hit a nerve. "You're under arrest." "What's the matter with you, itty-bitty baby Dora?" he cooed. Just as he'd expected, Tonks took his bait. She had crossed the distance between them and had her wand dug deep into his chest. His back collided with the wall. His smile widened. "I told you to shut." He swept his leg behind her and pushed her down by her shoulder. Within moments, he was on top of her and pinning her down. She snarled at him. Her head crashed against his. He hissed. In pain, his grip around her loosened. He could feel the blood run down his face from where her head had collided with his nose. His back collided with the ground. A wet puddle soaked through his robes, and then she was on top of him. Her knee dug into his chest, her wand right in front of his face. "Move and you'll regret it." She was lethal. Just like her mother, according to Bellastrix at least. "Must be a family trait. I wouldn't dare think about it," he muttered. He kept his hands on the ground. His sharp gaze meeting hers, a savage smile was on her features. Was it the black madness showing through her? What was the saying again? Every time a black was born, the gods toss a coin, and the world holds its breath. It was a shame. Honestly, having someone with her talents within their ranks would have given them a great advantage. Now, she was just in his way. "I wouldn't do that if I were you," he said as she made a move to pry his mask off. Her smile tightened around the edges. "Scared of losing your anonymity or me seeing that ugly face of yours? Don't say I didn't warn you." Nymphadora, it was so easy to enrage her. Almost too easy. She pulled his mask off. Finally, the first droplets of rain collided with his face. He savored the feeling. He gripped the hilt of his dagger, hidden beneath his robes. Her eyes widened. Her red hair turned a bright shade of yellow. She seemed taken aback. Her wand lowered slightly. An amused smile grew on him. "What?" His brows rose. "James," she exhaled. Her eyes darted around his face. His smile was immediately replaced with a sneer. He clicked his teeth. "Try again." Finally, she met his gaze again. Her lips were parted. Her eyes narrowed dangerously. He tightened his grip around the hilt of his dagger. "Who dash?" He moved. She made a soft sound, between a sigh and a gasp as his dagger pierced through her neck. Her eyes widened. Her wand and his mask fell to the ground. Her hands reached up to her neck. Blood was oozing out of the wound. Her hair slowly started to turn a grayish blue. He pushed her off him and stood up. His hand reached for his bleeding nose. For a moment, he watched his blood coat his fingers before he turned back to Tonks. She had managed to crawl a few meters away. A sigh left his lips. "I warned you, didn't I?" 2 steps were all he needed to be right at her side. He knelt, gripping her by her hair and yanking her head up. "If anything, this is your fault." He slammed her head down onto the concrete. A satisfied smile grew on him when he heard a sickening crunch. The puddle around them had turned a light shade of orange by now. He turned her onto her back. Her eyes fluttered open. He brushed some strands of her hair out of her face. "It was a pleasure meeting you, Nymphadora. Your aunt told me so much about you." He picked up his wand and his mask, lifting it back up to cover his face. The only thing that stood out now were his green eyes. He dried and cleaned himself up with a simple flick of his wand and walked past Tonks, leaving her behind in the dark. A quick glance at his pocket watch revealed to him that it was about time for dinner. He should head back home. By now, Greyback and his pack would have retreated, and the Aurors were left to deal with the chaos they had left behind. By tomorrow morning, the Daily Prophet and all the other major newspapers would be reporting on the devastating attack on Diagonally. Minister Fudge arranged an emergency interview with the reporters the same night. Nymphadora's body would be found hours later, her body dumped in the trash cans nearby. Her robes and most of her personal belongings would be missing. "Did you enjoy it?" Fenrir's dark voice wrapped around him as he stepped out of the shadows. Harry was not surprised to see him. The werewolf had a knack for finding people. The portkey slipped back into his pockets. Harry turned to face him, and the sight he made was a gruesome one. His robes were tattered, burned at the edges. White ashes like snowflakes lingered in his hair, His eyes were still wide and wild. He had not escaped unscathed. Harry could see streaks of crimson litter his skin. Some of the blood was his. Most of it wasn't. He was a savage. One of the finest killers alive. No, he finally replied. He did not share the same bloodlust as Fenrir did, or even Bella, but his curiosity did bring him close at times. Most of Greyback's pack had returned as far as Harry could spot. They lingered around them, jeering and laughing as they mended their own wounds. A buzz of excitement that only a fight could cause lingered on them. "What took you so long?" Greyback asked curiously. His gaze swept over him. "I got held up," Harry replied with a simple shrug. Greyback leaned closer to him. His pupils had widened. He seemed to sniff the air. The dog must have caught the smell of blood on him. An animalistic smile grew on Greyback. He flashed him his teeth. "What I wouldn't have given to watch you," Snow, he purred. He rolled his eyes, his sneer hidden behind his mask. "You're starting to sound desperate, Greyback." Greyback, even though he had leaned closer to him, was still towering over his form. A beast in any way and form. He did not trust Greyback, but he also knew that the dog wouldn't betray the Dark Lord. Not now, since he and his kind were benefiting from the Dark Lord and his promises. "One day, Snow, one day," Greyback said. He was so close that he could smell the foul smell of decay hanging around him. If he wouldn't have been so used to it, he would have gagged. A nasty little curse had grazed Greyback's chest. Harry dug his fingers into the wound, hoping that it hurt, but the man did not react if it did. With the merest trail of his fingers and an uttered chant, the wound began to close. "Does anyone know you're here?" Fenrir finally asked, his voice heavy. His hand lingered for a moment longer than it needed to on his chest before he finally pulled it back. Fenrir's heavy gaze lingered on him. Harry stayed silent, and Greyback huffed out an amused breath. "No," Harry finally pushed out. "Disobeying order now?" His brows arched. "Why don't you mind your own fucking business?" Harry snapped, and Greyback laughed. A genuine rich laugh. "Don't you think it's odd?" Greyback started slowly. "That on a Saturday, such as this, diagonally is almost vacated. Regardless of the weather, on a Saturday such as this, it should have been filled with children and families." He had noticed the lack of people as well. Someone must have warned them, or even given them a slight hint. He glanced at Greyback's pack. They wouldn't dare. Greyback growled to his silent question. He turned back to him. Greyback had leaned even closer. "There is a rat among us," he uttered. A mere whisper, as if it was a sacred secret between just the two of them. Harry's eyes lit up. "There are always rats, as long as there is a gutter." Harry fingered the port key, his fingers gliding over the smooth ring. Before his index finger slipped inside, and he was whisked away, he said, "You can always count on a rat to spread the plague. In that matter, they never disappoint." Chapter and notes. Let me know what you all think, or I will send Greyback to close all your jars so you shall never be able to open them again. Chapter 6. Chapter notes. Shpm taking you up on the cookie offer. See the end of the chapter for more notes. There is nothing you cannot find in Diagonal Lay. Everything your heart desires and more, you'll be able to find there. A place filled with all kinds of magics. The only place even more brilliant would be Hogsmeade, a little town near Hogwarts that is only inhabited by wizards, Sirius explained, as they bid their time in the living room. Lily and James were still getting ready. After much contemplation, they had agreed to visit Diagonal Lay today. A buzz of excitement lay around them. Harry was itching to leave the house. He still remembered the first time he had been in Diagonal Lay vividly. An odd memory he loathed and yet treasured. "You're joining us?" Lily asked, surprised as she rounded the corner. She had just slipped on her robes. Harry's eyes lingered on her. On the way, her hair framed her face. Her brows furrowed and lips moved. Sirius scoffed. "I'm not missing my godson getting his first wand. Ollivanders is a special milestone in every young wizard's life." Sirius winked at him. Harry offered him a loose smile. Then it settled. James clapped his hands, his eyes sweeping over Harry for a moment. "Excited?" he finally asked. "A tad," he admitted. He could not wait to get his fingers around a wand that served him fully. He had not expected to get one so soon, but James had seemed rather eager. "Diagonal Lay is probably packed. Just stick close to us," James told him, even though they had gone over this a dozen times already. Harry knew that there would be not a moment where he'd be out of their sight. Sirius tagging along was just another pair of watchful eyes on him. 10 years ago, it was the most magical place Harry had ever seen. Everything buzzed with life. The area was crowded. People dressed in all kinds of strange garments hurried past them. It reminded him of Halloween costumes, faintly. He tightened his grip around Marvelo's hand. If he'd get lost here, then that would be it. He'd never find his way back. His eyes lingered on the countless displays, from cauldrons to brooms. There was everything one could dream of. It was a fever dream he never wanted to wake from. Later, Marvelo told him as Harry had slowed down to peek at the flying toys that were floating around in front of the shops. Marvelo led him through the alley, making sure he was not ran over as people hurried past them. They came to a sudden halt. Harry looked at Marvelo in confusion. Marvelo's brows had furrowed and his gaze had flickered towards him. There was something akin to pity on him. Harry was used to receive these looks. Marvelo pulled him aside, kneeling in front of him. All around them, people stepped past them without another glance, as if they had not even noticed them. "Is something wrong?" Harry asked as he chewed on his lips. Had he done something wrong? Marvelo looked worried. "I did not think we'd find them so soon, but luck seems to be on your side." "Harry, you remember what I told you about your parents, don't you?" Marvelo asked carefully. Harry nodded with a frown. "I do," he replied seriously as a 7-year-old child could. Marvelo smiled at him. It was a pretty smile. Harry felt himself mimicking it. "Good, very good, Harry. They are here with us in Diagonal A." Harry's eyes widened at Marvelo's words. His head frantically snapped around, trying to find them in the masses that spread around them. He had the urge to move and find them. "I'm sure they must have been worried sick." Marvelo held out his hand once more, and Harry eagerly took it. Marvelo led him confidently. Harry could only see so much with his height, and trusted Marvelo to lead him right. "Over there," Marvelo guided his head, and it took Harry a few long moments to spot them. She was just like Marvelo had described her to be. She was beautiful, even more so than he had ever managed to imagine. Her hair red as fire fell down her shoulders, and next to her stood a tall man. He had an arm wrapped around her. They looked like the pictures in the orphanage. A mother and father, a perfect family. The man laughed, and it sounded soft and aloof. Harry wanted to laugh like that. He loosened his grip around Marvelo slightly. He was ready to cut through the crowd, to run towards them. She turned, and it was only then that he spotted the small boy. He clung on to her. Messy black hair framed his face. Who is that?" He turned to look at Marvelo, who had followed his gaze. "Oh, that would be your brother, Rob," he explained. "Brother?" He didn't want a brother. Siblings were only a distraction. It would distract his parents. They would take everything and leave nothing for him behind, just like in the orphanage. "Off you go, then." Marvelo urged him forwards, but Harry didn't want to move. He staggered slightly. Rob was a toddler. They were time-consuming. Harry knew that. Rob was dressed in a light yellow jumper. No holes, no loose patches. It was unlike anything Harry had ever worn. It looked comfortable and unlike the rags he had been forced to wear. He glared at the child with all the might a 7-year-old could muster. Rob had everything, and he had been left with nothing. It burned. Lily lovingly caressed Rob's head. No one had ever done that for him. What did Rob have that he didn't? Never enough. Some parents never get over the loss of a child. "Yours seem to have replaced you rather quickly," Marvelo said. No, they. Harry's head flickered between Marvelo and his parents. Lily had turned her back to him. Marvelo arched his brow at him, but Harry was unable to form any response. "They what?" Marvelo asked, and Harry wanted him to stop. He let go of Marvelo. The man let him go. He wore a funny expression, but Harry turned his back to him. He made his way through the masses, pushed and pulled his way through them until they were right in front of them. A few more steps, and Harry would be able to reach for them. Green eyes, so similar to his own ones, met his gaze, and hope blossomed in his chest. He could live with Rob, if it meant having them. He'd make it work. His words froze in his throat. He swallowed them bitterly. He stood there frozen as Lily and James passed by him. They didn't spare him another glance. Rob giggled and James spoke to him. Harry couldn't make out what they said as they slowly vanished out of his view and into the crowd. Was he not enough? Was he always meant to be alone? A hand rested on his shoulder and his head snapped up. He met Marvelo's gaze. There was no snarl on his face or disgust. He looked almost apologetic. He reached out to him, wiped away his fallen tears with the tip of his thumb. He hadn't even noticed that they had fallen. "I'm sure they loved you." "Perhaps if we try another time," Marvelo began, but Harry shook his head. He had the urge to stomp his feet and scream. There was a tingle in the tip of his fingers that spread. He had felt like this before. And whenever he did, odd things began to happen. Bad things. They gave all of the love for me away. There is nothing left for me. Harry had seen it plenty of times in the orphanage. Children being discarded and forgotten. Harry had been forgotten too. His brother had replaced him. It still hurt. Come, Marvolo said. Marvolo wrapped an arm around him similarly to the way Lily had with Rob, but this felt less motherly. He felt less like a child. He was steered away. His eyes lingered on the spot of the crowd where Lily and James had vanished too. Lounging throbbed in his chest. He squashed it away angrily. Another light nudge, and Harry turned his back on them. I'm not going to abandon you, Harry, Marvolo told him in a whisper, as if it were a sacred secret between just the two of them. Marvolo looked at him proudly. He never wanted to miss this sight. Harry felt important. He felt worthy whenever Marvolo looked at him. No one had ever looked at Harry like he mattered before. No one but Marvolo. Harry wanted to believe him. He clung to his promise as if it were his last lifeline. Now come. There is still much you need to see. Marvolo showed him all around and diagonally. It was his first real experience with magic. It felt like a dream he couldn't quite comprehend. He was expecting someone to rudely wake him up and burst this bubble at any moment. He was expecting the fingers to point at him and declare him unworthy of magic, to have him shunned and disgraced. It didn't happen, and the longer he stayed with Marvolo, the more he realized that this was his world, his place. And his parents had taken him out of it. They had withheld this place from Harry like everything else in his life. Something ugly and bitter made his insides burn at the mere thought of it. Lily. She held on to Harry as they staggered out of the fireplace, Harry nearly falling to the ground and dragging her with him. She offered him a thin smile once they wiped the dust of their robes. That was rough, she coughed. His eyes flickered to her, his lips tugging up lightly, his scars shifted with the movement. The fireplace roared behind them, and James, followed by Sirius, stepped outside in a far more gracious manner than they had. Harry's gaze lingered on them for a moment. An odd expression crossed his face. She'd observed it more than once on him. Diagon Alley was packed, as it was every other day, but today especially. The sun was out, the sky clear. She offered Harry her hand. It would be the first time he'd be out in such a crowd. His eyes lingered on her outstretched hand for a moment, and she wondered if he'd take it. He met her gaze, lips parting for a response. Sirius rested a hand on his shoulder, causing Harry's attention to snap to Sirius. He casually shrugged his shoulders, throwing Sirius' hand off. Where to first? Harry asked. Gringotts. Afterwards we'll go to Ollivander's to get your wand, James replied as he pushed past them to lead the way. Lily's attention lay on Harry. He let his eyes roam, his eyes never lingering on something too long. Fleeting glances here and there. On the stairs leading up to Gringotts, Harry slowed just a tad. It won't take too long, Lily promised. The line was a short one. The goblin beckoned them all closer, and without a glance his harsh voice reached them. The Lestranges vault again? The goblin asked, and Lily frowned. Sirius scoffed. I'm not here to do errands for my cousin, goblin, he snapped. The goblin lifted himself from his seat to peer down at them. A fleeting glance towards Sirius was all he graced him with. A sharp smile grew on his lips once he had beckoned them all. My mistake. I'll need a vault key. He held his long fingers outstretched as James handed him the key. Sirius was ranting and muttering to himself, like he always did when something even involving Bellastrix Lestrange in the faintest occurred, leaving Gringotts with their pockets heavier than before they headed to Ollivander's. Lily would lie if she'd say she was not curious to find out what kind of a wand would suit Harry. The doorbell rang. A familiar sound that brought her almost back in time. A smile grew on her lips as they all entered. Ollivander's would always remain special. Harry curiously looked around, his eyes lingering on the many wands that surrounded them, longingly. There was a blur of robes in front of them, oddly colored, and the man turned. Familiar eyes settled on her. Albus, Lily exclaimed in surprise. What brings you here? She asked. Ollivander was a blur in the corner of her sight, as he muttered to himself. Simply an errand I could not put behind for any longer. Is it finally time for Harry to receive his wand? Albus asked curiously as his eyes lingered on Harry. Harry had not turned to them just yet, standing a few paces away with Sirius. Some might call it a coincidence. Lily was not so sure about that. Albus was, despite his outside appearance, not a man that counted on things such as coincidences. Everything was deliberate. Everything had a reason, even if she was unable to find them. I can still remember the day I got my wand, Albus began wistfully. It's been a long while since the Dark Ages. Tell us more, Albus. James jested and Sirius barked a laugh. Lily rolled her eyes in amusement. Perhaps another time, Albus offered with a smile. Ollivander finally emerged, his eyes narrowing down on Albus. It is a waiting game from now on, old friend, he spoke. Alas, I expected nothing else, Albus sighed. Finally, Ollivander's eyes settled on them, and Lily felt like a little girl once more. Nothing had changed since then. Ollivander's shop seemed frozen in time, timeless in every way. I know the lot of you. What brings you in here, loose wand handles? Torn strings. James and Sirius parted to reveal Harry, who had been hidden behind them. Ollivander's eyes flickered between Harry and them for a moment. She could practically see the wheels turning in his head. I see. They are usually younger when they have their first visit, but the circumstances are special, I believe, yes. Ollivander stepped past the counter and came to a halt right in front of Harry. Ollivander's, right at your service. Ollivander's gave a little bow. Harry's gaze flickered to her for a moment, and she gave him an encouraging smile. The first time was always daunting. As Ollivander's took his needed measurements, Harry stood still, his eyes flickering between them all, and finally landing on Albus, who was conversing with Sirius, seemingly not paying attention at all, but Lily knew better. He was watching Harry, and Harry was watching him. You're not the oldest I ever had. There are odd late bloomers that pop in every once in a while, but I believe you are meant for great things. The wand reflects the wizard, Mr. Potter. One is not like the other. The first few wands were disasters. They had to duck and step aside as boxes shattered and sparks flew around. Sirius's laughter reached them through the chaos. Harry offered him a grin as another wand failed and part of the ceiling was charred in burn marks. Ollivander cautiously took the wand out of Harry's hands, treading around Harry like he was a loose cannon, ready to combust at any moment. Ollivander reached for Harry, freezing. Suddenly, when his hand hovered over his arm, right above the dark mark, Lily realized too late. Ollivander's face turned ashen. Harry ripped his arm away rather forcefully. Garrick, this will have to stay confidential, Albus began, his eyes intent on him. Ollivander turned to him, his brows furrowed. Of course, he replied quickly, and his attention turned back to Harry. He regarded him with a newfound expression. Lily felt on edge. Why not give it a try? I wonder if it fails. Ollivander muttered to himself as he began to pace through the shop, his eyes raking through the rows of boxes, pacing and muttering, halting and reaching only to drop the box once more. Eventually, he returned with a box coated with a thick layer of dust. He blew it away and watched the dust float in the air. Now this wand is rare. It is unlike any other I possess, for this wand bears a twin. Carefully, Ollivander reached for the wand and held it out for Harry. Albus took a step closer, his eyes widening. He must have recognized the wand. Harry's fingers wrapped around the wand, and his eyes closed in bliss. A smile grew on his lips. Ollivander's gaze turned severe, his lips pushing into a thin line. He seemed troubled. What is it? Harry asked finally. The twin to your wand belongs to Voldemort. Albus spoke gravely. Harry stared at his wand, wide-eyed. Awe or fear? Lily was unable to discern. Are you sure? James asked, his frown deepening. I know every wand I have ever made. His match is with the Dark Lord, Ollivander replied, and James's frown deepened. So what happens when a wand meets its brother? Sirius's brows furrowed as he turned to Ollivander in confusion. The wands are brothers. They will not work against each other should they be raised against one another. They won't allow it. It is unheard of, so rare to begin with. Ollivander paused. His gaze lingered on Harry. Lily had the urge to shield him from his prying eyes. There was no kindness in his eyes. Only time will show if the wands are destined to go down the same path together. They are equals after all, drawn to each other. Harry held on to his wand. Like the prized possession it was, Lily dreaded the sight of it, dreaded what it meant, what it embodied. Her smile, not as radiant as before, met Harry's. Her gaze full of worry turned to James. Sharing wands does not mean you share the same fate. Sirius had not averted his gaze from Ollivander's. Doesn't it? Ollivander replied sharply, meeting his gaze head-on. Lily wanted to hear no more. Harry, his wand felt like home. He had the urge to reach for it, hold it, never let it go. He felt his fingers itch for its warmth and the comfort it granted him. Knowing what his wand embodied made him giddy. He wanted to proclaim it to the whole world, for everyone to hear, and at the same time he wanted to guard it like a precious gem. It was unfortunate that Dumbledore had been there to hear it firsthand, but it could not be changed now. If the man harbored any doubts, then it would have grown tenfold by now. They had returned to Grimmaur's place. Albus had departed from them, finally, and Harry felt like he could breathe at ease once more. They were alone for once. No Order members or stray Weasleys lingered in the house. Now, and then Harry could hear Crocker upstairs doing. Merlin knew what. It sounded like he rearranged furniture. Damned creatures, Sirius hissed as he raced upstairs. James rushed after Sirius, and he could hear their aggravated voices faintly reach him. I thought we were going home. What are we doing here? Harry asked with a frown once he joined Lily in the kitchen. She was leaned against the counter. Her eyes lingered on him for a moment. We were going to go home, but then decided this place was much more suited. She offered him a smile. It was pretty. He began to loathe the sight of it. For what? Harry asked. Surely you did not think we got you a wand just for decorations. You're of age. There is no trace on your wand, so there is nothing stopping us from practicing and teaching you a spell or two. When I got my wand, I could not wait to get started. There is nothing stopping us from starting now. There was a strange glimmer in her eyes. Harry shifted uneasily. Lily reached out to him, her hand hesitating before it rested on his shoulder. The weight of it heavy on Harry. He stood still as he peered up at her. We write our own destiny. Your future is yours to claim. Ollivander's gloomy words rested heavy on them. You are not defined by your past, Harry. I want you to know that. I know that. His brows furrowed. I do. He met her gaze, saw the worry that clung to her like a second coat. He's out of sight. Let it rest, Sirius, James said as he ushered Sirius back into the kitchen. Harry and Lily turned to face them as they bickered between themselves. Eventually, James pulled away and turned to him. Now, did you have time to familiarize yourself with your wand? James' gaze lingered on his wand. Harry had not parted with it since, always seeking its comfort. Harry tested the weight of it, held and twisted his wrist just to get the right feeling for it. Kind of, he muttered, determined. The urge to cast a spell grew. Harry pointed his wand straight toward Sirius. Their gazes met. There was a dangerous glint in Sirius' eyes, a stillness to his body, as if he were ready to pounce at every moment. His gaze had widened for just a fraction. A beat of silence passed, and then Sirius smiled. Harry mimicked it as he lowered his wand, reluctantly. James had tensed visibly. His hand reached for his own wand. Their trust seemed to end right here. Lily shifted uncomfortably. Lesson number 1. Don't point your wand at someone if you do not intend to go through with casting a spell, Sirius began as he stepped past him, strutting through the room and, seating himself on the seat, he threw one ankle above the other. He lounged like a king on a throne as he observed him. I thought the first lesson was to point the narrow end of the stick at them, Harry replied cheekily. You're quite advanced, Harry, Sirius replied with a smirk. Still, his posture was tense, giving away this act of nonchalance. Call me a natural, if you will. James hovered over him, correcting his grip on his wand. Your wand is not a toy. It should not be treated as one. It's a weapon, a tool if you know how to use it. The wizards makes the wand dangerous, not the other way around. His fingers itched to release a spell, a curse, anything something, but he had to restrain himself, follow James' lead underneath the watchful eyes of Sirius and Lily. They kept an annoyingly close watch on him. Chapter and notes. 1. Fresh Horcrux for your thoughts. Chapter 7. Chapter notes. Colonel T in Shpnee's basement. But hey, at least I got an update. See the end of the chapter for more notes. 1.5 years ago, swift as a deer, quiet as a shadow, Bellastrix paved her way through the dark forest, never stopping or hesitating in her path. He stayed close to her, an arm's length away at most. The forest was dark, and it reeked of danger. The hairs on the back of his neck rose, but Bella seemed fearless. The ground grew soft and in some places boggy. Springs appeared in the banks, and soon they found themselves a brook that trickled and babbled through a weedy bed. Then the ground began to fall rapidly, and the brook, growing strong and noisy, flowed and leaped swiftly downhill. Ow! Aren't you getting lost? She had no map as far as he was aware. He had lost track as soon as they had entered this derelict forest. Bellatrix slowed, peering down at him with an amused glint in her eyes. She knelt down, beckoning him to do the same. She touched the soggy ground. Harry absently followed her gesture. It was wet, cold, and miserable. Sometimes, all you need to do is open your eyes and listen, truly listen and feel. Harry did. He listened to the silence. But no, it was not completely silent. The rustle of leaves, the whirl of the wind, his own heartbeat growing louder in his chest, were all chasing the silence away. She took his hand in hers and pushed his flat hand into the ground. Can you feel it? The vibration's a call if you're there to hear it. Harry furrowed his brows. He didn't feel anything at all, no matter how hard he tried. Bella clicked her teeth together, disappointed, and rose once more. One day you'll be able to feel them without my aid or crouching on the ground. That is what I am following, and it is growing stronger, which means we are getting closer, Harry finished for her. He rose, wiping his hands on his robes absent-mindedly as they once again continued their march. You still did not tell me what we are doing here. Coming to an opening, they found they had made their way through a cleft in a high, steep bank, almost a cliff. At its feet was a wide space of grass and reeds. A golden afternoon light gleamed warm and drowsy above them. We have a tradition in our family. Every generation does it, although it seems to have been wasted on my dear cousin. Her expression darkened. Harry knew which one she was talking about, had heard Bellastrix rage about him more than once. Traitor, she spat. Disgrace, she cursed. He had betrayed them all. For every born babe a blessing must be brought. Chisau, dearest, is expecting once more, so we are bringing her the greatest blessing of all. What kind of blessing? Bellastrix said no more. They were hunting after all. It was what she excelled at. There was a wildness to her, barely contained, threatening to run free at any moment, as it should be. She was meant for this. Wand in hand, danger at the tip of her tongue. Harry did not fear what loomed in the dark, not with Bellatrix at his side. The exact moment he could feel it, the trumming in the ground, he froze. Turning to Bella with wide eyes, she smiled. It was all teeth. Is that? Harry's eyes widen when he spots the majestic creature. A white heart, magical and rare, pure and unlike anything he had ever seen, and Bellatrix had her eyes set on it. We shouldn't, he whispered. Stay back, she hissed. He wanted to call out to her again, but his lips snapped shut as he watched her sneak through the high grass. Quick as a snake, calm as still water, she was unstoppable. There rang a shrieking roar through the air. Harry froze. Here and there he managed to see the light of a curse buzz through the air. Yet he did not dare to move. Dearest, Bella's voice rang clear after what felt like an eternity had passed. He would never forget the sight of her, covered in blood. It was clinging to her robes, dripping down her skin. Her eyes were wild and untamable. This was survival of the fittest, and she sat on top of the ladder, peering down at them all mockingly. Come, she held her arms out to him, almost as if to beckon him in for a hug. His mind protested, and yet his feet moved him closer to her. He could almost taste the curses in the air, heavy and potent. She cupped his cheek, smearing it with blood, hot and red. The white heart was laying on the ground, heaving for air, struggling, legs twitching. The gigantic beast lay broken, and once more Harry wondered how Bellatrix had slayed it all on her own. Harry knew death. He was familiar with its many faces, its suffering. Bellatrix tilted her head. Harry reached for his wand. It obeyed him better than the others had. The owner of it would have no use for it. Not anymore. His hand trembling lightly as he pointed it at the stag, he met the creature's bright gaze. So beautiful, so tragic. He did not avert his gaze this time. He let out a stuttering breath and lowered his wand. Bella smiled proudly at him. Its white fur was now drenched in blood, a striking shade of red, a deep wound on its belly. He watched it bleed out, crimson spreading, a morbid sight. Bella coated her fingers in the blood in interest, her eyes intent on it as it ran down her hand. Blood always tells. This one was a fine one, she said, a satisfied expression growing on her. There was a shift in the air as Harry summoned a book. Wandless magic. The merest trace of it lingered in the air. A mere probe into the wards that lingered on the house. Would they notice his usage of magic? Wandless magic could be explained away, but a real spell, it would be harder to hide it. Harry had begun to see how far he could push it. Should it come to a confrontation, he could easily push it onto the children. wave it away as bursts of accidental magic. Lily peered into the room. Harry flickered lazily through the pages of the many books that lay scattered in the room. Rob was interested in Quidditch and everything it involved. Harry could not say that he had ever gotten fully into the game, but he enjoyed it, to a point. Perhaps in another life, he could have pursued it, but as it was nothing but a distraction. Flying, on the other hand, he missed it. The freedom he had in the air, the vast nothingness that surrounded him so far up in the sky. He was torn from the worldly problems for just a moment as he raced through the sky, turning and twisting with the wind. Lily left without any other words, seeing him preoccupied in the moment. They did this rather often, coming to see what he was doing, check if he was still there and had not evaporated in thin air. He still had not forgotten her frantic behavior when she had believed him gone. Soon after Lily, Arya peered inside. She lingered, her eyes wavering to him as she fought with herself on approaching him or leaving him alone. It was a losing battle. Arya inched closer towards him. Yes. Harry had not bothered to turn to her just yet, watching her from the corner of his vision. You have a wand now, she began. Harry stayed silent as he watched her figure out her next words. Do you know how to use it? Why? Harry asked, his curiosity perked. She shrugged nonchalantly. Is that a yes? She asked. Harry beckoned her closer, and she shut the door behind her as she approached. She jumped on the bed, crossing her legs as she stared at him with all the seriousness a child could muster. She put her finger to her lips. It will be our secret, right? A mischievous glint grew in her eyes. Harry loved all the conversation that began like this. He smiled, and it was genuine. He mimicked her gesture, finger pressed to his lips. What would one more secret do after all? Dad has a cloak I want, she began. Harry's brows furrowed. A special cloak, she continued. Lily and James would not approve you having it, would they? Arya twisted her face. They won't know if you help me. Would they not notice that it's missing? Harry asked. Arya shook her face, leaning closer. I know where it is. Dad barely looks at it. Only when he needs it, and that's almost never, but it's locked if you could. Arya let her words unfinished in the air, leaving it to Harry to finish them. What is so special about this cloak? Dad said to never mention it to anyone. Arya seemed torn for a moment. But I'm family, am I not? Harry asked, and she mulled over his words for a moment before nodding. You are, she agreed, and at that she smiled. Sweet and gullible. It's a cloak that makes you disappear, but she added quickly. It's not like the others. This one is special. A family loom. She furrowed her brows at the foreign word she just could not seem to remember. Heirloom? Asked Harry. Yes, that. Arya nodded. Where is it? Harry urged her to continue. In a chest in the basement, she whispered. Harry's eyes flashed. In Lily's domain. Was that why Arya and John had tried to enter it? To get the cloak? Any ideas on how to get Lil Mum away from there? I would need some time. Leave that to me. She smiled, and it was full of promise and mischief. How could he ever resist such a temptation? His curiosity was perked. His fingers were itching for something to do. Arya had not spared a moment, and given it her all. Literally. Harry would have to hand it to her. She knew how to create a distraction. John had been dragged into the mess, as usual. There was screaming and shouting. Harry only lingered a moment as Lily rushed past him to pry the two fighting children apart. Arya clung to John as their quarrel continued. Their gazes met for just a split second, and Harry could not suppress his smile. Harry slipped out into the hallway and descended downstairs. The key, insignificant in its appearance, got the job done, and the door to the basement opened without any hindrance. Harry lingered for a moment in the doorway, listening to the uprising voices. A chill grew on his bones as Harry began to descend into the basement. There was a strong odor, musky, with a distinct bitter note. His eyes adjusted to the dark after a few moments. Several tables had been placed closely together. A few potions were humming and bubbling on low heat. Harry recognized none of them as he stepped past them. Odd notes had been stuck on the walls and on the tables, hastily written down or added in a neat scrawl he recognized to belong to Lily. Arya's voice reached him clearly. Wards around. The room enhanced the sounds and made sure that Lily was always aware of what was going on. A blessing and a curse. His eyes raked through the dimly lit space. Wand at hand, he crept deeper inside until his eyes landed on it. A trunk sitting in a darker corner, collecting dust and webs. The chest was an old one. The initials J.P. had been engraved on the golden plate that had started to lose its shine. More initials and symbols had been carved in by hand rather clumsily by James. Harry let his hands trail over them. The raw edges of the wood dug into his palm. Magic clung to the chest, old and lasting. It tingled against his skin as Harry pushed against it, his magic reaching out, testing the boundaries. Calm as still water, the magic on the trunk was lingering, waiting for something to happen before it sprang into action. A simple Alhambra would not cut it. He placed the tip of his wand against the chest, brows furrowed as he pushed, his magic reaching out in a sudden lash, wrapping around the chest in one singular moment. He was breathing heavily, struggling as the magics that lay on the chest tried to escape, alert, spring into action. Harry trembled as he pushed and was met with a force, resisting and lashing back out. Lily descended the stairs into the hallway, a wailing Arya close on her heels. Their voices grew louder. The chest rumbled and trembled. Magic grew static around them. The ringing in his ears magnified. A sudden creak upstairs made him freeze. Light streamed into the basement. The chest gave a ruck, his grip around his wand tightened. Lily's steps grew closer as she descended into the basement. His flesh burned, a surge of pain shooting up his arm. He blinked his tears away, muffled his moans. The trunk was thrown open. Harry slipped his hand inside. Lily stepped into his view. There was a sense of urgency in Lily as she stalked through the basement, her gaze lingering on her potions. There was a tenseness to her body, almost as if she knew that she was being watched. His grip around the cloak tightened. His arm throbbed in pain. Harry stayed still, barely even taking a breath, his heart hammering a new beat into his chest. Their gazes met and Harry's grip around his wand tightened. His lips parted to release a curse, but Lily's gaze moved on, lingered on the chest. It was shut. For a moment she seemed to hesitate, but it didn't last long. She left without another glance back, her voice once more growing distant. The children were talking in hurried voices, but Lily had no patience left for it. Harry sacked into himself, falling back to sit on the chest, clutching his arm. The damage had been done. There was nothing he could do about it. It had been a close one. The ringing in his ears had not lessened. Arya was staring at him expectantly, her eyes wide, her body unusually still. If he would not have known better, he would have expected her to lunge forwards and pry the answer from his lips. She did none of these things, did not even make a sound after Lily had chastised her. She had not even been allowed to leave her room, but here she was, creeping through the halls until they had crossed each other's paths. He shook his head. The lightest movement, it got the message through. Arya's shoulders sank in disappointment, her brows furrowed as she turned away, stalking away defeated. He felt the soft material safely tucked in the pocket of his robes, out of sight from prying eyes, and a smile grew on his lips. The cloak was of the finest silks. Like smooth water it ran through his fingers, untouched by time. It was in an immaculate state. He had never laid eyes on a finer cloak. He slipped it on and noticed his reflection in the mirror gone. There was no disturbance to the air around him, not an inch of the cloak showing through. It was truly one of a kind. Why did the Potters have it? Where did it come from? Harry had seen his fair share of magical heirlooms, from goblets to lockets and cloaks, but none had been interwoven this magically. Harry moved and shifted in marvel, ignoring the pang of his arm. He had survived worse after all. It was a small price to pay for the prize he had just gained. James, the house was silent. James' brows rose as he stepped out of the fireplace, dusting himself off and relieving himself of his cloak and outer robes. He found Lily in the kitchen, a cup of tea nestled between her hands, her gaze pinned on something that lingered outside. "Lover," he murmured as he crowded against her, his head resting on her shoulders. She leaned against him. James waited until she began to talk. He knew she would in her own time. "Just a tiring day," she muttered. "What did they do this time?" James asked with a sigh. "The usual," Lily replied as she emptied her mug. "Harry hasn't left his room the whole day," she admitted, and worry was etched in her features. "He needs time." James repeated what they had told each other over and over again. I know he does, but is this the right way?" "I asked Justice for his professional opinion." "The mind healer?" James asked. Lily nodded as she turned to face him. "It's to be expected and quite normal," she was quoting him, but her words trailed off. "It will not last forever," James promised, sounding more confident than he actually was. Lily saw right through him. She always had. He went upstairs, his bones aching after the day he had. All he longed for was a hot bath and a warm meal. He lingered in front of Harry's door. There was not a sound. He peered his head inside and was greeted with darkness. His eyes scanned through the darkness as he stepped into the room. The bed was made, the door to the bathroom shut, yet no light visible. "Harry," he called out. The room was cold. Goosebumps broke out all along his skin. He followed the gust of air, worry sinking into his gut. "Harry!" He opened the bathroom door. The window was thrown open. James approached in a few quick strides and peered out. Gone, he was gone. Harry had left. His heart sank. For a moment, he did not dare to move, his mind racing through all the possible reasons and resting on the worst. He jerked into motion. He was alert and cautious, his wand at hand. His eyes narrowed as he cursed himself. He would not believe it. He could not. James cursed. His eyes were wide. His grip on his wand tightened as he stalked down the hallway, his steps loud in the silence. And then he faltered. There was a soft voice. He followed it. The hammering in his heart had not lessened. He peered into Arya's room. The door was slightly ajar, a soft light gleaming outside. He caught a glimpse of them, Arya in her bed, Harry sitting next to her, his back turned to him as he watched over her, singing a soft lullaby. 1 for sorrow, 2 for mirth, 3 for a wedding, 4 for death, 5 for silver, 6 for gold, 7 for a secret, not to be told, 8 for heaven, 9 for hell, and 10 for the devil's own cell. James watched and watched. He had drank in the sight of them and turned away in shame. For a moment he had believed the worst, allowed himself to fall into doubt. He felt ashamed. His grip loosened on his wand as he staggered back into the dark. Arya stared at him wide-eyed, startled to have him suddenly in her room. He was cold, freezingly cold. His cheeks were flushed, and he looked slightly out of breath. "You'll be in trouble if they find out," Arya whispered after James had left them. Harry turned to look at the empty spot James had just lingered in. "You won't tell them," he replied. He brushed a strand of hair out of her face. It was a gentle gesture. "Almost. How do you know?" A yawn suddenly escaped her lips. She was not tired. She was not tired, she was not. Harry peered into her eyes, and Arya was unable to look away. She should feel scared, but he smiled at her, and there was nothing to be afraid of. She comfortably sagged back into her bed. Her eyes grew heavy. "I just do," he replied, long after she had succumbed to sleep. James could not look Harry in the eyes. Shame clung to him, and there was nothing he could do to get rid of it. Lily's searching gaze met his, but he could not get himself to tell her. He just could not. He simply shook his head, and she let it rest. For now, Harry was a shadow in the corner of his vision. He slipped in and out of the room without saying much, only speaking when spoken to. A habit Lily tried to get out of him. She pulled him into a conversation. It was rather one-sided, but Harry seemed to enjoy listening to her, until he approached her out of the blue. It was late in the evening. He was hesitating, mulling over his words, hands holding tightly to an envelope. "I was wondering," he licked his lips, eyes flitting between the pair of them. "If it's all right, of course. If not, then it's fine as well. I have a letter." He held it out for them to take. Lily did. "It's for Ginny," he mumbled, cheeks flushing. Lily's brows rose in surprise. "Of course, she said suddenly. "We'll send it to her right away. Viola will deliver it for you." She smiled, and it was bright. She reached out to Harry, but seemed to think better of it. Her hand dropped. "I'm glad you're making friends, Harry," she said softly. Harry met her gaze for a fleeting moment, smiling. "So am I. They were nice to me. All of them. I like them. I like her," he admitted. James' lips tugged upwards. Harry did not linger. Instead, he vanished upstairs once more. James followed his movements wistfully. "Perhaps we should get him an owl of his own. Do you think it would be a wise thing to do?" There was a hesitancy to her. Not outright distrust, but worry. A flicker of doubt. The same one that drowned him in his shame. "Maybe," he offered. He watched Lily wave her wand over the letter, a fluid gesture that led to the letter duplicating itself. A carbon copy that Lily pried apart. Her gaze swept over the letter, her shoulders sinking with every word she read. "Dear Ginny," it began in Harry's scrawl. James wanted to memorize the sight of it in his mind. "I hope you're doing great in Hogwarts. Mum told me you had returned. I was hoping to see you one last time before you returned, but maybe once you come back for the summer it would be possible too." James peered over her shoulder, glancing for a fleeting moment at the letter. We should call them over during the holidays. Have them spend some time. He should be around people his age more, a fleeting thought he threw in as he rested his head on Lily's shoulder. Lily stopped reading, having pride enough to sate her curiosity and concerns. This was good. Harry was making friends. He was slowly starting to open up. It was a start into the life he would have, where he could be a normal boy. Chapter and notes. Now that really was a close one, Harry. A canoe for your thoughts. Trip down memory lane. Chapter notes. Guess we're back at it again. This chapter took a bit longer. Life was busy. Another semester at uni is coming to an end. Some family emergencies and whatnot. But we're back on track. I hope. See the end of the chapter for more notes. 11 years ago. Don't look away. He'll know if you do, Rabaston hissed. He stood like a shadow behind him, tall and imposing. His hand rested on his shoulder, clenching tighter as Harry twitched. Fear is an illness. He was not afraid. He was not afraid was not. The Dark Lord towered over the man, a mere tool. He had lost his humanity the moment he had fallen to the Dark Lord's ire. Now, he was just meat. Harry's gaze flickered to Bella. She was almost vibrating, standing to the Dark Lord's left, her eyes lidded, content. There was not a flicker of uncertainty in her. Harry yearned for it. The air was heavy, potent with dark magic. It tasted like the sweetest ambrosia, and it all led back to the Dark Lord. Agonizing screams echoed through the air. Harry flinched when a loud, snapping sound escaped the man. His body bent awkwardly. All wrong. Rabaston's grip around him tightened. It turned downright painful. The man, nameless and soon to be forgotten, was withering on the ground. Harry wanted it to stop. He wanted Burgundy. Eyes met his, and Harry trembled. His eyes were warm. Harry wished to burn. The killing curse came without a warning, swiftly. It cut through the air and hit the man, granting him mercy. His body, which had still jerked, came to a sudden halt. Dead that he was dead, and Harry had never felt more alive. Rabaston's grip loosened around him. Nagini crept closer to the body, her tongue darting out. The Dark Lord whispered to her, and for once Harry did not need to understand to know what he had just said. We're done here, Harrikins. Bella patted his head. He tore his gaze away from Nagini, his face distorting in disdain. He hated it when Bella did that, and she knew it. 6 years ago, he had hoped for something more, something bigger. Disappointment rose in him. He had failed in catching the stray peacocks. It had been too agile, too quick for him to catch. The house elves stared at him, an ugly little thing. The rat withered in his grasp. He tightened his crooked fingers around it. Snacks is like them living. This is the only living thing Dobby could get. Harry's gaze wistfully lingered on one of the peacocks, too far away but still in his line of vision. Harry took it from him. The rat fidgeted and nearly slipped out of his fingers, but he managed to catch it in the last second. A look of disdain crossed him. He could not stand rats. With the rat safely clutched, he paved his way back into the manor. Malfoy Manor was more lavish than any other he had ever been in. So posh that actual peacocks were strutting through the garden. Harry still could not believe it. It was a maze of halls, all twisting and turning. Portraits were staring at him, disdainful, their noses high in the air. Harry tried his best to ignore them. It was once he had found his way towards the entrance hall that he came across some signs of life. The rat man was there, a pitiful sight. He did not like the sight of him, nor the looks he gave him whenever it was they came across each other. Rats spread diseases, and this one was just an accident waiting to happen. Wormtail staggered after Lucius's nervous voice rising. Harry squinted, trying to discern what exactly it was Wormtail was trying to hand Lucius. But he was too far away, tucked in a darker corner. A part of him urged him to continue, to find the Dark Lord and deliver his present to Nagini. He hoped she would accept it. Harry did not move, and could not get himself to turn away for some reason. Lucius snatched the package from Wormtail, hard enough to make Wormtail sway and almost stagger into him. Lucius took a step back, a look of disdain and disgust coming over him. The rat fidgeted in his grip. Harry clenched his fingers, silencing the animal at once. Lucius nudged Wormtail with the end of his cane away, watched for a moment as the man hurried away, and only then did Lucius move once more. Harry found himself following him. He was moving swiftly. Harry had trouble keeping up a flight of stairs and down the hallway, into what he realized was a library. It was gigantic, with dozens of shelves reaching high up towards the ceiling. He lost him in one of the many rows. Harry proceeded inside, his eyes sweeping from one row to the other. It was there when he absent-mindedly picked up a book that the rat slipped out of his grasp. He jumped after it, but too slowly. It had run off under the shelves. Harry cursed and raced after it. His eyes frantically darted around. Gone. It was gone. Lucius let out a startled sound soon later, close to a frantic shout that was unlike anything Lucius embodied. He dropped whatever it was he had been holding. Harry froze. He ducked behind the shelves as he spotted Lucius hurrying out of the library, his enraged voice calling for his house elves. Harry lingered for a moment, and then another, a startled laugh leaving his lips as he rose from his spot. Walking to the spot Lucius had been just a moment ago, it was one of the darker parts of the library. The package lay innocently on the ground. It had been wrapped in plain wrapping paper. There was a moment of hesitance, but a mere look would not harm him. He pried the paper apart, expecting something grand. His brows furrowed in disappointment. Harry lifted the book to inspect it closer. It looked insignificant in every way. Wrapped in black leather, the pages yellowed out and bare. He flipped through it. A singular name had been imprinted in gold on the front. Tom Marvolo Riddle. Harry. James gave him an encouraging smile as he led him into the fireplace. He had one arm wrapped around his shoulders. They vanished in a burst of flames and reappeared in the Ministry of Magic. It was busy. All around them the fireplaces flared up. They paved their way through the long and splendid hall. Harry just got glimpses of the golden statues and the peacock blue ceilings. There was a tall poster of Cornelius Fudge, hung from the ceiling. "We should be back before dinner," James told him as he led him towards the lifts. Harry hummed. The doors to the lift opened. James faltered in his steps for a mere moment before he walked inside. The disdainful face of Lucius Malfoy greeted them. He looked immaculate like always. His robes were the finest material, his cane shining when the light hit it in the right spot. Not a single hair was out of place. Harry vividly remembered their last encounter. "Potter," Lucius replied coolly, barely gracing James with a glance, as if he were beyond him. "Malfoy," James spat with the same amount of enthusiasm. Harry watched the pair in interest. The hostility lingered in the air. There was something very punchable about Lucius Malfoy. Harry had had the urge before. He was not sure if it was his smug face or his haughty personality. Lucius let his gaze sweep over them and did a retake on Harry. A look of surprise crossed his face for a mere moment. Harry met his gaze. If it would not have been for James, he would have pried the man with his questions apart, but as it was, he had to sit still. For now, Harry suppressed the urge to grin. James stepped in his view, shielding him from Malfoy's prying gaze as much as possible. "How touching. I heard rumors but did not put much faith into them. So it's true. It must have been quite a reunion." Lucius drawled, "Make sure to keep an eye on him this time. Will you, Potter? We would not want a repeat of what happened now. Would we?" For a moment, Harry believed for James to lunge forwards and latch on a Malfoy. But a moment passed, and then another. James stood still, too still. "Is that a threat, Malfoy, from you? Must I remind you of the last time you found yourself at the end of my wand?" James smiled, and it was dangerous. Malfoy was seething, his gaze narrowed. "Must I?" James repeated sharply. "I must have hit a sore spot," Lucius muttered. "I recognize him," Harry suddenly said, causing James's head to snap towards him. His eyes were wide, like a shark that had just smelled blood, eager to latch onto anything to bring Lucius down. Lucius might have cleared his innocence years ago, but the rumor that he was still serving the Dark Lord was still there, lingering, like a stain the man could just not wash out, ready to be pointed at. Lucius stared at him with an unreadable expression, his brows furrowed. Harry had seen the man cower in fear before, his head bowed in submission. From the newspapers, he added a moment later, and James almost sank back in disappointment. They reached the next floor with a startling halt. Harry staggered into James, who tightened his grip around him. Lucius left without saying another word. His disdainful glance was enough. "What's up with the cane?" Harry muttered as they watched Lucius walk away. "The stick up his ass wasn't enough," James retorted, startling a genuine laugh out of Harry. 6 years ago, he had not touched the book ever since he had taken it from Malfoy Manor months ago. Lucius did not seem to miss it, and Harry saw no reason to return it. Once again, he flickered through it. The pages were empty. Whoever had bought it never seemed to have gotten around to using it. He dipped his feather in ink. The first few droplets hit the page and lingered before they vanished. His brows furrowed. He let more drops fall and watched the same phenomenon happen again. His dark mark gave a twinge. Harry dropped his feather, brows furrowing as he reached for it. Intently staring at it, he had almost jumped from his seat, ready to bolt and get ready, but no, Voldemort had not actually summoned him. Odd. Sirius, take a seat, Harry, Sirius offered. He pulled his own chair across the table to sit with Harry. Don't worry, this is simply procedure. We'll just have to pester you with a dozen questions. And then you are rid of us. Harry let his gaze flicker through the interrogation room. There was not much to look at. This feels rather intimidating, he said. Sirius followed his gaze. It does. We have more accommodating rooms. This is usually reserved for criminals, but let's just say these rooms are currently not habitable. It's a long story. Sirius waved his hands in a nonchalant gesture. If at any time you feel like you need a break, just let us know, but I'm sure James already told you all this, Sirius said, and Harry nodded. Their gazes met, and Harry smiled at him. He did, quite a few times, but still thank you, Uncle Sirius. It was the first time Harry had called him Uncle Sirius. Sirius stared at him. The way Harry fidgeted in his seat, his shoulders hunched, every now and then Harry's gaze flickered to the door. A delayed smile grew on his lips. Of course. Who are you? His handwriting seeped into the pages. Harry hovered over the book, eyes intent on it. The scrawl was elegant. Tom Riddle, and you are? Harry leaned back with a smile on his lips. Kingsley, have you ever tried to escape? Kingsley asked. Harry kept his head bowed. Kingsley could see his brows furrow. Once, he admitted after a moment, he lifted his head. Their gazes met, and once again the urge to look away overcame Kingsley. He held his gaze. The slightest probe into Harry's mind lasted mere seconds. It was now or never. I knew if I did not try then that I would never escape. I was fine with dying, I knew. Harry shook his head as if to clear his thoughts. I did not get far. I was 11. I don't know what it was, a burst of accidental magic or luck, but that day my door was not locked and I ran. I made it further than I thought I would. I don't know where I was, some deserted place, some kind of manor, but she found me. Harry's gaze had settled on Sirius. Sirius shifted from his position. Bellatrix, his voice had turned rougher. Harry nodded. What did she do to you? Kingsley was glad to have kept James outside. She taught me a lesson, Harry smiled. It was a terrible sight to behold. Harry let his eyes glaze over the page. Tom's neat writing slowly began to fade. There's no better way to overpower a trickle of doubt than with a flood of naked truth. Is that how you did it? He wanted to ask, but he refrained from doing so. Sirius was unable to sit still for any longer. He rose. Kingsley's gaze lingered on him for a moment before his attention returned to Harry. Does it make me a bad person that I was unable to help them, that I did nothing? Harry asked. You were a child, Sirius retorted. A child, his mind kept reminding him. He still was so very young, and yet the years had left a mark on him. His scars all but a reminder of the horrors he had gone through. Harry's hand lingered on his arm. It took Sirius a moment to remember what exactly scarred his arm. Still, I feel like there was something I could have done. Something, anything. Harry shrugged lightly. Does it hurt? Sirius asked suddenly, startling Harry. He turned to him confused. Your mark, Sirius explained, and Harry froze. His hand pulled away as if burnt. No, it does not. Not right now. Harry fell silent. What is it like to bear it? How does Voldemort use it? Sirius asked. Harry's gaze grew sharper for a moment at the mention of Voldemort, but he remained silent. You can speak freely, Harry. Nothing you say will leave this room. No one will be able to harm you. Not anymore. Kingsley reached out to Harry, but Harry flinched away, yanking his hand out of his reach. He'll find a way. He always does. Sirius had trouble making his words out. Unshed tears blurred Harry's sight. He kept shaking his head. Sirius was sure that Harry would say no more about this matter, but to his surprise, he continued. While Harry's voice trembled, he steeled himself. Harry's words were a mere whisper. It's like an itch you can never seem to scratch, always there in the back of your mind. When he, Voldemort, Harry looked nervous for a moment to say his name out loud. When he summons you, it begins as a light burn that grows more painful. It spreads. It's almost paralyzing. It won't stop until he grants you mercy, and mercy is not something he gives out easily. 5 years ago, there are not many places left in the world that are purely magic, unaffected, untouched. Pure, Voldemort told him slowly. He was leading him through a forest. Nagini was in and out of his sight, a blur in the corner of his vision. He could barely contain his gaze. Every fiber of his being felt awakened. Alert! He had never before felt like this. Albania was beautiful, Harry decided. They were momentarily shielded from the sun. A cool gust of air made him shiver. It was a vast world of whites and mist. Voldemort seemed unaffected by the elements of nature, while Harry had to suppress his tremble. I stumbled upon this place during my travels when I was younger, Voldemort told him. His conversational tone reminded Harry of a professor. Everything here is so full of life. Every tree, every leaf, even the air. It's as if the world is vibrating, as if everything is much more than itself, Harry said, laughing in delight as he began to steer deeper into the forest. On his left there began to form a cleft, a steep fall. He edged closer to it. It's rather addicting once you get a taste of it. Nothing else ever seems to come close to it. A steady yearning you never seem to be able to still, Voldemort continued as he stepped towards and past him. Harry watched in marvel as instead of falling to his demise, Voldemort stayed up in the air. He was flying. He was truly flying. Harry stared at him in marvel. Voldemort laughed at his surprised expression. His dark mark burned pleasantly. "You can fly," it simply blurted out of him. He had not even known this to be possible. It should not have been, but Voldemort was once again an exception. Voldemort offered him his hand, and who was Harry to decline? His grip was firm. Harry clutched at his arm until an arm wrapped around his back and pulled him flush to the Dark Lord. Harry let out a laugh as he clung to him. His eyes were wide and wild. This is better than even flying on a broom. The sight was magnificent. The world stretched out far beyond them. The snow glittered and glistened underneath the harsh sunlight. His life was in Voldemort's hands. The only thing keeping him up was his hold around his body. He should feel nervous, afraid even, but all that was buried away. He met Voldemort's gaze, and he never wanted to leave this moment. His feet were trembling by the time they made contact with the ground again. They had skipped a harder passage and landed on a bare patch of land. Nagini caught up with them not too long after, dragging a struggling deer with her. Her scales were coated in crimson. She hissed in content. Voldemort turned to her, his gaze softening at the sight of his companion. Harry did his best to look occupied. "Bella tells me you have hesitancies," Voldemort began, startling Harry. Harry turned to him, grimacing lightly. He had known that sooner or later the catch would come, and his insides twisted uncomfortably. "Not hesitancies, merely questions, my lord." Voldemort stared at him expectantly. Harry hurried to elaborate. If there was anything the Dark Lord loathed, it was incompetency and bumbling fools, and Harry was neither. "Is there no other way than to kill them?" Harry asked as he peered down at the deer. He could see where Nagini's fangs had pierced it. It was still alive, trembling and twitching as Nagini began to devour it. He was not disturbed, not as much as he should have been. The staff at the orphanage used to whisper and mutter that there was something wrong with him. He would not disagree with them. There was something twisted within him. It's the way of the world. The strong survive, the weak succumb to death. Kill or be killed has always been a natural law. There are no exemptions to this. Harry's gaze flickered to Nagini. "But they are our kin, are they not? They have magic just like we do. Shouldn't that be sacred?" Harry asked with a frown. If magic was might, did that not make all casters mighty? But no, there were only a handful of people Harry would call mighty. Harry couldn't think of any wizard that even came close to Voldemort. There was no one equal to him, no one that could challenge him. There are always exceptions, undeserving, that need to be weeded out. If you allow them to grow and spread, they will plant their roots and sully everything else. You understand why we can't have that, do you, Harry? Killing them now is mercy, for they are blinded to the glorious future that lays ahead of us, that they keep denying, but we cannot fault them for it. It was never meant for them in the first place. Harry looked around himself. The buzz of magic that lulled him into a sense of serenity, at Voldemort, who watched him intently. Nagini had devoured her prey, her tongue flickering out, her tail swishing and flicking in delight. She was sated for now. "Yes, Lord, I understand." Serious. They had decided to do a short break, while Kingsley went over his notes and everything Harry had revealed once more. Sirius led Harry out of the suffocating room. They left the muted, stuffy atmosphere only to be drenched in a chatter of noises. Aurors and Aurors in training were rushing past them. Are those Aurors as well? Harry asked curiously, pointing at a group of witches and wizards. For in total. Kinda, but not really. They are hit wizards, Sirius explained, absent-mindedly. Do you like coffee? He asked Harry, who had his attention turned elsewhere. Not really, he muttered and turned to face him. I tried some of Dad's. Tasted horrible. James has absolutely no taste. The only good thing he ever went after was your mother's, Sirius jested, handing Harry a cup from the automat and taking another one for himself. It tastes like mud but gets the job done. Harry grimaced after his first sip and Sirius laughed. Bottoms up, kid. It's the best thing to get through the day. Harry gave him a wary look which amused him even more. Come. He began to lead Harry through the hall, saving him from near collisions with owls and everything else that raced through the air, from papers to pencils to cloaks. They heard James before they spotted him. He was barking orders, his voice leaving no place for disobedience. He was in his element once more. Why didn't you become a hit wizard? Harry asked him suddenly as they approached James. Sirius turned to him with a frown, wondering where that question suddenly came from. Hit wizards are all around the place, hurrying from one place to the other, chasing after shadows. There was a pause as Harry stared at him intently. It was an uncomfortable sight. I always knew where my demons were hiding. All I needed was the opportunity, which I finally received. Bellastrix had evaded him for far too long, slipping out of his grip over and over again until she could no more. The triumph tasted oddly bitter. What was it like? Beating your demons, Harry asked. Before Sirius could even come up with a reply, James spotted them. There you are, he called out. James's gaze softened at the sight of Harry, his lips curling once Harry handed him his cup of coffee. Just what I needed, he drowned it to Harry's horror in one go. Is tolerating shit coffee a part of being an Auror? Harry asked. It's mandatory, I fear, Frank chipped in. He swept his gaze over them all, his gaze lingering for a moment longer on Harry, and Frank's smile dimmed. He wondered what he saw in Harry whenever he looked at him, the broken boy from the hospital or Alice. James, the papers you wanted are not going to be approved right now, Frank began. Sirius' brows furrowed. If it's about last week's case I talked with Robards, there better be a good fucking reason, Frank. It's not the first time, James scoffed. Robards will see reason, Sirius told him, but James was not listening. Harry shifted in the corner of his vision. I need to go to the bathroom. Sirius turned to him, his attention flickering between Harry, Frank, and James. And not the first time nor the second time, James complained frustrated. Sirius set on to say something, but Harry beat him to it. It won't take long, Harry promised him. Torn for a moment, he turned back to Harry. It's just down the hall, just down his line of vision. Sirius turned back to James. Lucius. The boy smiled at him, flashing him his teeth as he lounged in his seat lazily. You look surprised, Lucius, he drawled. It was all Bella, from the way he moved to the way he talked. Lucius shut the door to his office behind him. His gaze narrowed as he stalked towards him. Get up, he demanded. His cool gaze bore into the boy, and for a moment there was a silent battle of wills until Harry rose, shrugging as he rounded the table, his eyes lingering on the many things that framed his office room. It was lavish, bigger than most offices in the ministry. You should not have come here, he hissed. Harry cocked his head. Don't get your knickers in a twist. No one knows I'm here. Besides, I won't be staying long. Harry stepped closer to him. He raised his hands to smooth the non-existent creases in Lucius' robes. Lucius swatted his hands away, harshly. Harry's gaze snapped to his eyes spit fire. Lucius would not be intimidated by a mere boy. Yet he was cautious of him. Bella is still in Azkaban, Harry began, his voice a whisper. For now, Lucius retorted. Father and son finally united at last. I did not take you for a family man. Harry's smile sharpened at his mocking words. It suits you, Lucius continued. I could think of a few things that suit you as well, but perhaps another time, Lucius. The boy was not as tall as him still. Harry held his gaze in challenge. Bella trattino, Harry repeated sharply. Get it done, Lucius sneered as he brushed past Harry. There was no lost love between him and his dearest sister-in-law, yet he knew that she had her uses. It is a work in progress, he replied stone-faced. Harry hummed. If you say so. Harry began to walk towards the door, and he paused momentarily to turn back to Lucius. I would pity the man that disappoints the Dark Lord a second time. He dared to smile at him, and with his parting words, send the Dark Lord my regards, he was gone. Harry, they almost ran into each other. Sirius looked frantic, Harry offered him an apologetic smile that turned more into a grimace. Sirius looked him over, his worried gaze lingering on him. "Where were you?" Sirius asked sharply. His intense gaze rested on Harry. Harry met his gaze unflinchingly. "I got lost on the way back from the bathroom. I thought I had taken the right turn, but everything looked the same, and I got lost." He bit his lip. "I'm sorry if I caused you any trouble." Sirius stared at him, somewhat unconvinced. His gaze lingered on the empty hall, as if he was expecting anyone to jump out at any moment. Sirius ruffled his hair eventually, and Harry still hated it. "I'm sorry, Uncle Sirius," Sirius sighed. "It was my fault to let you leave on your own in the first place." Before Harry could even think to apologize again, did Sirius cut him off. "It's fine, come. It's about time we return." Sirius began to lead Harry back, throwing one last wary glance into the hall. Harry was momentarily blinded. James' grip around him tightened, and he used his coat to shield him from the prying gazes of the reporters and their blinding flashes, but it was a futile attempt. Somehow, and Harry had a good guess who it had been, must have tipped the reporters off. It was a clash of reporters all prying to get a glimpse of him. James cursed, his threats all being swallowed underneath the onslaught of questions that were being hauled at them. By morning, his face would be plastered all across the newspapers. Harry Potter, the boy who lived. They dubbed him. How fitting. Chapter and notes. Let me know what you think, or you'll end up as Nagini's dinner. Hugs and kisses, asakiii. Many greetings. Chapter notes. 2024 baby. We're back. Harry is up for some more trouble. We met a few peeps. Some of you had already guessed, but you'll find out for yourself. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Severus Snape emerged out of the fireplace, and for once he was not completely clad in black, but in darker shades of gray. How innovative for the man. The boy lounged in the living room, sitting lazily. Their gazes met, and the boy cocked his head. Severus vividly remembered the first time he had ever laid eyes on him. Back then he had not known who he was, what he would become. "She's in the basement," Harry told him absent-mindedly. He put aside the Daily Prophet he had been lazily flickering through. "What game are you playing at?" He was unaware, and was that not a terrible thing to admit? Severus stalked closer towards the boy, his gaze narrowing down on him. Harry rose unflinchingly, meeting his gaze without fear. Finally, he had shed his facade, this mummer's act. It was a terrible sight to behold. Severus sank his claws in with the intent to tear, pushing and probing at his mind. "I wouldn't do that if I were you, Severus," Harry warned him, his voice wavering. Severus paused briefly. "Tell me one good reason why I should not," he hissed. "I wonder what Lily would have to say about that," Harry mused. Severus stilled. "I know about the pact you made with the Dark Lord." Harry had leaned closer, close enough for Severus to see the way his scar shifted with every shift of his face. Harry peered at him intently, eyes too bright, too curious for his own good. He rested his hand on his forearm before Severus could yank it away, right on the dark mark that pulsated underneath his grip. "I intend to hold it." Harry pulled back and Severus stared at him through narrowed eyes. Severus had begged, pleaded with the Dark Lord to spare her life, and the Dark Lord had obliged. Had taken the child instead, and the rest had been history. Lily was alive, and Severus was willing to pay the price to serve. "Why are you here?" he repeated, his mind racing through all the possibilities and none of them ending on something good. The Dark Lord had kept him in the dark about this. Harry shrugged lightly, and Severus reached to grab his chin, hold him in place as he towered over the boy. His grip tightened, and Harry stilled. "Didn't he tell you?" Harry asked, way too gleeful. "It seems like you've fallen from grace." Severus, the way he pronounced his name, dragged it out in that childish manner, made the hairs on the back of his neck prickle. His nails dug into Harry's skin. "Careful," Severus warned. He never got more out. "Is that you, Severus?" A familiar voice called out. A smirk spread on Harry as their gazes met, and Severus loosened his grip around him. It took a few moments for the basement door to creak open and Lily to round the corner. Severus watched Harry from the corner of his vision. The sudden change was drastic. The way he seemed suddenly meek, his voice soft. Lily's gaze softened at the sight of him, and Severus squashed the guilt that threatened to rise down. "Did my last note reach you?" she asked. Harry had inched closer towards her, put some distance between them, so the boy did have some self-preservation after all. Severus stared at the pair of them, mother and son, bonded in blood only. Shall we discuss it downstairs? He asked as he stepped past the pair, his cloak billowing behind him. He felt Harry's burning gaze on him. Those familiar eyes promised misery. Harry. Ginny's response came quicker than he had anticipated. An elderly owl had delivered it. A pitiful thing that should be put out of its misery if someone were to ask him. James peered at him curiously. It's from Ginny, he told him after he had skimmed through it. He handed it over to James, his lips quirked up into a knowing smile. Harry detested the sight of it. James hummed. You really got along, huh? He sounded surprised at first, but his gaze softened. You should meet her, Harry. It would do you some good to socialize, be around children your age. James leaned back on the couch, his head cocked towards the hallway. When is the next Hogsmeade weekend again? On the 24th, Lily called back. Why? She added moments later, her head peeking into the room. James held up the letter, waving it in the air. Harry's got a date, he called out, and there was something almost childish about the way he said it. It's not a date, Harry protested as he buried his head in his hands. Can I really go? He asked almost hesitantly. James seemed to consider it. Lily lingered for another moment. Their gazes met, and she shrugged lightly. It would be a good opportunity for him to meet Rob Oswell. Something in Harry soured. The pit he had believed to have swallowed ages ago ignited with a mere spark. Oh, how it burned! There was a burning longing in his heart as he peered at the students mingling in Hogsmeade. Their chatter of noises rushed through him as they paved their way through the alleys. He slowed, his wistful gaze lingering on the castle in the far. Hogwarts was a far-fetched dream for him. He had accepted years ago that it was not meant for him, perhaps in another life, but even then, it felt unattainable. He had accepted it years ago. Still, it stung, the mere sight of it a reminder of what he lacked. Everyone he knew, almost everyone had attended Hogwarts. Bella had been a Slytherin and still reminisced about her days there. Its beauty never ceases to surprise me. James had slowed as well and was peering at Hogwarts. For a moment, he seemed lost in memories. He snapped out of it eventually and turned to him with a bright smile. It feels good to be back. You know, we used to spend our weekends sneaking down into the village. What's the worst they could do? Give us more detention. We already had enough of them for the threat to not work anymore. James led him through the narrow alleys, pointing several areas out, recounting him stories of his youth. You've been in detention? Harry asked, surprised. Bella had made a few comments here and there, but had kept herself rather vague. He was not sure what to think of James. All he saw was his aura persona and the laid-back person at home. James offered him a cheeky grin. It promised mischief and trouble, and Harry saw glimpses of the boy he used to be. Oh, more than you'd believe. Lily was the pet student, everyone's favorite, and well, I choose to spend my time focusing on other things. There was not a stone in the castle we left untouched. Thanks to us, there are a few more rules imposed nowadays. James glanced at him. You know, Lily used to hate my guts back then. She did not want to do anything with me. What changed? Harry met his gaze curiously, and James shrugged. My charisma eventually got around to her, he retorted, and Harry snorted. Yeah, sure, I'm sure that's it. I'll let you know, son, James began, jabbing a finger towards him, that I was quite a womanizer in my youth. Not like Sirius. He was always miles ahead, but I knew my way around girls, and it just so happened to be that I fell for your mother. So I did everything I could to get her to like me. How did that go? Harry sidestepped a stray cat, brushing into James. Not well at first. I pestered her enough until she agreed to go out with me once, and she only did that because she lost a bet. The Three Broomsticks was the first place your mother agreed to go out with me. We grabbed a booth in a deserted corner. I don't think she wanted to be seen with me, but then I worked my charm, and the rest was history. James slowed and steered off the street. Harry trailed after him as they neared Spintwich's Sporting Needs. Do you mind? James gestured towards the shop. Harry shook his head, and James rushed inside. It will only take a moment. Harry lingered in front of the shop, glancing at all the brooms that were displayed in disinterest. He had never really gotten into the game. Wicked, right? A familiar voice called out. Harry turned to face Ginny. She looked dashing. Her cheeks were flushed, her breathing uneven, as if she'd just sprinted. She came to a halt next to him, her eyes intent on the display. She tapped on the glass. Fastest on the market, Bulgaria's players use it exclusively. She stared at it wistfully for a moment before she averted her gaze. Do you play? He asked curiously. Her eyes lit up. I've been the chaser for the past 3 years. We rarely lose a game. There was a beat of silence. I'm glad you came. Her brows furrowed for a moment, as she let her gaze trail, as if she were looking for someone. "My father is inside." Harry gestured into the shop, and Ginny nodded slowly. Harry offered her a smile. "How is school?" Ginny snorted and shrugged lightly. "The usual. Tell me." And so she did. Harry listened to her intently, as she complained about her homework, about a man called Filch, a detestable man as far as he could tell, and about Severus Snape. "It's like we've insulted his mother or something like that. He just hates our guts, and I feel his glare even from miles away," Ginny grimaced. "I fear it's something he's born with. Severus enjoys sucking the joy out of everyone." James had re-emerged out of the shop and joined them. "Good you've already found each other. In that case, don't mind me. I'll be lingering close by." "Mr. Potter," Ginny greeted him politely. They exchanged a few pleasant words before James ushered them away with a knowing smile. They trailed along the streets. James never strayed too far. Harry was certain that he was always in his line of vision. "So what is it you do here?" Harry gestured around. A group of giggling students brushed past them. "No matter what I do, I always end up in the Three Broomsticks. But let me give you a tour first. There is so much to see." So she did. Ginny told him about all the nooks and crooks of Hogsmeade. "This road leads up to the Shrieking Shack. According to rumors, it's haunted. Some vengeful spirit that's waiting to lure its next victim in, or something along those lines. We all just stay clear of it." Harry hummed as they walked past it. He glanced behind him, saw James not too far off, lingering. His wondering gaze lingered on the shack that was nothing but a mere smudge in the distance. Ginny tugged him along. She seemed just as conscious as him of James. Every now and then she glanced back. He offered her an apologetic smile. "They are rather protective of me," Ginny hummed. Her brows furrowed for a moment. She seemed torn, but her Gryffindor courage seemed to have one. "What was it like there with them, the Death Eaters?" Harry held her gaze for a moment, saw genuine concern in it. He could only imagine what was going through her head right now. He wondered if he should humor her. "Those were 17 years where nothing good happened," he shrugged lightly, his gaze directed on the road ahead, on the many displays they passed. "I don't really want to think about it anymore. That's in the past, and the future." He glanced at her, a small smile growing on him. "Seems much more promising." She returned his timid smile, eyes twinkling in delight. "I'm no oracle, but I think you're right about that," she retorted. Somehow, and Harry was not surprised, they ended up in the Three Broomsticks. It was busy, students crowding every corner. Still, they managed to find an empty corner to settle in. "Are you up for a butterbeer?" she asked, her voice almost getting carried away in the crowd. They leaned closer. Ginny repeated her words, and from up close, he could almost count all of her freckles. Suddenly, they got ambushed. Two more bodies slid into the booth, pushing him and Ginny flushed together. Harry peered at Fred and George curiously. "Didn't fancy we'd find you here," George began, and then, as if surprised, he turned to Ginny. "Oh, you're here too." "Bugger off," she rolled her eyes, shrugging Fred's arm off her shoulder. "Two fur, five birds." Sitting on a tree, Fred sang, cringing when Ginny hit his arm. Harshly, his lips snapped shut, and he put some distance between them. The dangerous glint in Ginny's gaze did not lessen. "Ginny, dearest, would you mind giving us a moment with Harry here? We've missed him terribly. If you can spare, be parted." That is, George began, and he was to Ginny's dismay out of her punching range. Her gaze flickered between Fred, George, and then Harry. "I'll get us that butterbeer. Just us, the two of you aren't getting shit." She rose, brushing past Fred, taking delight in trampling on his feet as she stepped away. Harry stared after her amused. Fred closed the distance between them until he was trapped between the two boys. He peered at them curiously. "We have been thinking," Fred began. "We could not stop wondering," George continued, "about what you told us about our father and the night he had been attacked." Fred leaned closer. His voice had dropped. Harry spotted a glimpse of James in the crowd. His back was currently turned to him, but that would not last too long. "We think you were right about the ruse. Kingsley thinks they are after an artifact. You know, the kind, dark and dangerous, just right up their ally." "How do you know?" he asked, his brows furrowed. There was no way on earth Kingsley would let something as important as this slip. Fred offered him a smirk as he shrugged lightly. "We've got our resources and our ways. This artifact, it's supposed to locate Dementors, something along those lines. We're not entirely sure on the details, but since the fucked up attempt from the Death Eaters, Kingsley has brought it in for safekeeping." "Brought where?" Harry found himself asking. He could think of a few places, secure places that not even the Death Eaters would be even to infiltrate. For now. George shrugged lightly, and Harry leaned back, a frown growing on his face. So, it's not in the ministry anymore? Harry asked. I don't think they'd risk the Death Eater to try again, George muttered. You're probably right, Harry retorted. How is your father faring? As good as new. Almost. He's still on sick leave a few more weeks, and he should be returning to work. Not that Mum agrees. If it were up to her, he'd spent the rest of the year at home. Fred shrugged lightly, his face lighting up once Ginny returned with 2 mugs of butterbeer in tow. She handed him 1 mug, his hand brushed against hers. Lingered for a moment longer than it needed to. Ginny's gaze snapped up to meet his, then giving a pointed look towards her brothers. I hope they have not been bothering you too much. Could have been worse, Harry shrugged lightly, hiding a smile behind his mug. Fred jabbed his ribs. We've been nothing but decent. I'd expect nothing less. The twins sat up straighter as James peered at them. He had arrived without a warning. Order, Potter, they chimed, hands thrown up in a salute. James laughed. No need for such formalities, boys. His gaze lingered fondly on them for a moment. Having fun, I hope? Fun. An odd concept I never got. What about you, Fred? George asked, his brows furrowed. Me neither. Is it something French? Fred shrugged lightly. It sounds foreign. Do you see what I'm dealing with? Ginny threw him an irked look. Harry snorted. Would you mind if I borrow Harry for a moment? James asked, his lips twitching. Harry furrowed his brows as he rose. From the corner of his vision, he saw Fred latch onto his mug of butterbeer. He's all yours, sir, George retorted. Is something wrong? Harry asked once they had left the group behind, their quarrel becoming a mere buzz in the chatter of noises. James rested a hand on his shoulder as he guided him through the inn. There is someone I want to introduce you to. Harry froze in his movements. James had not noticed his lack of movement yet. He cut through the crowd, his gaze narrowing down on one person. Harry caught glimpses of him, his dark robes and messy hair. James pulled the boy into a hug. They talked in hushed voices. James suddenly straightened up, turning towards him. Their gazes met. Rob's smile faded slightly. James rushed them together. He was lanky for his age, still growing into his features. The boy's gaze flickered between him and James, unsure of whom to settle on. Harry. And James suddenly seemed nervous, but he pushed through it. His eyes were beaming when they landed on Rob, his precious son. This is Rob, this is Harry. Harry had a feeling that Lily would have been better at this. Hello, Rob awkwardly pushed out. He held out his hand and Harry stared at it. Just when Rob had been about to drop his hand, did Harry shake it. Hello, he retorted slowly. They sat in uncomfortable silence, the stifled voices of everyone else washing over them. Rob cradled his cup of butterbeer, his eyes lingering on the spilling foam. Harry let his gaze rest on him. He pried him apart, piece by piece, until his interest waned. He did not know what he had expected, but not this. James had ushered them together and left them to bond. They shared the same unruly hair, the green eyes, but other than that they could have been mistaken for strangers. Harry had spent years hating the boy, cursing him for merely existing. But now that he was faced with him, he felt oddly void, as if all his anger had been drained away. He wished for the rage to return. It was familiar and welcome, but this nothingness was keeping him on edge. Lily and James told me a lot about you. Harry finally broke the tense silence. Rob's gaze flickered to James, who was still busy talking to an elderly man that resembled Dumbledore, oddly enough. They told me you died, Rob retorted, his eyes snapping back to him. There was something sharp about him. I died. Harry agreed, his fingers tapping against the table. Rob followed the gesture with his eyes. But I found my way back. He leaned back in his seat. He could see the questions nagging at Rob's mind. The boy's gaze flickered to his scars and lingered on them. Harry offered him a smile. There was nothing nice about it. It was a parting gift from the Death Eaters. Rob shifted uncomfortably. I'm sorry. Harry's brows furrowed. For what? Rob shrugged lightly. I don't know, anything. It just felt like the right thing to say, if that makes sense. It did not. Not to Harry, at least. The last thing he needed was his pity. Harry suddenly leaned forward, reaching for Rob's hands, grasping them in his own. Startled, Rob stared at him. I know this all is sudden and rather awkward, but I just want to get to know you. I really do. All my life I wanted a family, siblings, and I hope we can still become that. Harry paused, his gaze flickering away for a moment. His voice wavered. But I get it. If you don't want to, if this is too strange, He fell silent once more, waiting for Rob to fill the uncomfortable silence. A moment passed, and then another, and he was sure the boy would say nothing to fill the void. "I'd like that," Rob replied slowly. His brows were furrowed, and he forced on a smile that was not entirely genuine. "I'm sorry, it's not that I don't want to get to know you, but this. I never really thought I'd ever get to see you. It's like talking to a ghost." Harry could work with that. He pulled his hand back, releasing his hold on Rob. "Just between us, I don't know shit about being an older brother," Harry began and scratched his head awkwardly. "You'll get used to it rather quickly. It's easier than you think. You've met Arya and John, right?" Rob asked curiously. He avoided looking at his face, choosing to look everywhere else but there. Harry nodded. "They're a handful. You could say it like that." Rob let out a nervous chuckle. "Dad is staring at us," he suddenly exclaimed. Harry did not turn to look, but he felt James' gaze on him all the same. "He probably wonders how it's going between us," Harry muttered. Rob hummed in agreement. "He's very protective of all of us. After what happened to you, I think he feared that the same would happen to us. It's annoying at times, but I get it." Rob lowered his head. "You know," he began slowly. His gaze flickered to meet his for a moment. "They used to tell me about you, about my older brother Harry. When I was younger, I thought you were just away and would return one day. And now," he let out a huff breath. "I used to leave the lights on, fearing that you would not find your way back when all the lights are out." Harry shifted uncomfortably, averting his gaze. "In the end," he slowly began, "I somehow made it home, and that's all that matters." "Sirius!" The fireplace roared. Sirius followed the commotion. He found James with an arm draped around Harry. A smile was on his lips, wider than he had seen for a while now. He mimicked it. It was good to see James happy. The worry lines on his face were for once not visible. Jamia waved a bag towards him. He recognized the shop immediately, and a smile grew on his lips. "You never disappoint." Grimoire Place was rather vacated. Remus had been here not so long ago, and the only other person currently lingering was Mundungus, but that was because Sirius assumed just to raid his liquor stores once more. Sirius did not pay much mind to him, and vice versa. "How was your first trip to Hogsmeade?" he asked Harry. He went to ruffle up his hair. Harry hated it. Immediately afterwards, he tried to rein his unruly hair back in, but it was a futile attempt. Sirius had destroyed whatever resemblance of order he had managed to put it in. "It was brilliant. We met up with Ginny, and she showed me around. We even got to drink a round of butterbeer. Oh, and afterwards I met Rob. He seems like a great kid." Harry beamed at him. His face was flushed. "I hope he likes me," he added, a tad uncertain. "Of course he will. Once you get to know each other, you'll be as thick as thieves," James encouraged. Sirius's smile wavered slightly. "Just give it some time," he offered instead. Harry nodded. "So, I heard you had a date with Ginny?" Sirius teased. Harry groaned and brushed past him. It was not a date, he pointed out to the amusement of the two of them. "Look who the cat dragged in air." Mundungus nursed his cup as he peered into the room. The reek of rancid tabac surrounded him. He peered at them curiously, his dark gaze lingering. He let his eyes trail over Harry's form. "Is there something you want?" James asked with a frown. More than once had James caught Mundungus try to hide some of his more dubious prizes around the house. Mundungus smacked his lips together, eyeing James for a long moment. "Nothing you can give me that I don't already have, Potter," although he let his words trail off, his gaze flickering to Harry once more. "Nothing," he repeated with a shrug, and left them alone to do Merlin knew what upstairs. "What's up with him?" Harry turned to them warily. "He's an odd one, I'll give you that, but he has his uses," Sirius said. James made a doubtful sound. "Sometimes. He is a lazy fuck, but the crowds he mingles in he hears more than any other." Sirius shrugged lightly. "Don't mind him. He's more bark than bite." Harry nodded uncomfortably, his gaze lingering on where Mundungus had just been. "Harry." The man cornered him in one of the upper floors, his leering gaze lingering on him. He breathed down his neck. His fingers inched for his wand. "You've been holding yourself up remarkably, darling." Harry froze, his eyes widening just a tad as he leaned closer towards Mundungus to study him. Mundungus stared at him almost expectantly, his lips twitching in a habit. "Barty," Harry exhaled in delight, his eyes widening. The man grinned, Mundungus' features stretched into a familiar smile. "You didn't really think I'd leave you all on your own, did you?" Harry had to suppress his laugh, something frantic that wished to bubble out of his chest. Barty was here, with him, in the headquarters of the Order. What happened to poor old Mundungus? he asked. He had a few good guesses, of course, but Barty did have the tendency to surprise him. Barty shrugged lightly. Mundungus fell down a well. Harry hummed. How clumsy of him. He felt giddy with excitement. Pull yourself together. We are on an important mission after all, Barty suddenly exclaimed, his features growing serious once more, yet that hint of amusement still glinting in his eyes. Very important, Harry agreed, his lips twitching upwards, threatening to fall into a smile. We shouldn't do this here. He did not trust this house, nor anyone inhabiting it currently. Barty seemed to agree. His gaze flickered around them. They were alone, for now, but that could change at any moment. Harry followed his gaze down the hall. Tomorrow, he mouthed. Tomorrow, Barty whispered back, as if it were a sacred promise. He nodded. Taking another sip from his flask, he winked at him, as he began to stray away from him. Harry stood rooted in his spot until Barty was well out of his sight. The floorboards creaked underneath his weight. An eerie silence sat around him. This house seemed to swallow and detest all noise. He passed by a door, his eyes lingering on it. The initials are. A B had been engraved in it. Unlike any other part of the house, this door did not seem old and derelict. Quite the opposite. It withstood the decay that had befallen every other part remarkably. Approaching footsteps warned him of the intruder. Harry turned to face Sirius, but Sirius was not looking at him. His gaze lingered on the door. This room used to belong to my brother, he explained, and there was more to it. He could see it in his eyes, but it was all he would get. I didn't know you had a brother, Harry replied, surprised. There is still a lot we don't know about each other. How about we remedy that? Sirius put an arm around his shoulder as he steered him down the hall. The cloak wrapped around his frame, allowing Harry to walk by unseen. The sun was currently hidden beneath thick clouds. A storm was brewing. People began to hurry to escape the oncoming onslaught, but not Harry. He relished in the calm before the storm, the breezy air, the rustle of the leaves that clung on for dear life. His grip around the cloak tightened. Barty was a pleasant sight in the distance. He was once more looking like himself, having shed the facade. A smile spread on Harry's lips as he drew closer unbeknownst to Barty. Once Harry was an arm's length away, he stilled. Barty lifted his head, like a rabid dog that had caught a whiff of his next prey. His eyes darted around and swept right past him. Did you miss me, darling? Harry slipped out of the cloak, revealing himself. Barty looked startled for a moment. How could I not have? It is so dull without you. Harry slipped into his brief embrace, a short-lived hug. Did you grow a few centimeters? Barty teased, his eyes gleaming in delight. Fuck off, Harry barked. Pulling away, he scowled at him. Barty huffed out a breath. I'm surprised your loving family let you out of their sight. They did not. I don't have much time to waste, I fear. So how about we keep it short and exciting? I do like the sound of that, Barty hummed as he let his eyes trail over his face. You scar beautifully. Did anyone ever tell you this? Barty, Harry warned. The men relented and pulled away. How are Therabastin and Rodolphus? Most importantly, how is he? The Dark Lord, but Harry could not get himself to say these words out loud. They are restless, Barty began, and then his expression softened. He knew him. Down to his morrow, Barty understood. He was bound to the same loyalty as Harry was. He is. Please, there have been a few minor setbacks, but all in all, he is content with how things have been evolving. Harry hung on every words. He read between the lines, picked apart the unsaid. What about Bella? Is there any progress? I managed to corner Malfoy earlier, but he's slippery. I don't trust him to hold his word. To get this done, Barty's face did a funny thing. His brows furrowed, lip twitched. The Dark Lord is under the impression Malfoy is capable of pulling this off. There was no lost love between Barty and Lucius, and yet he respected him, to a point. And if he isn't, Harry asked. Barty's dark gaze settled on him, and Harry straightened up. Well, he began and dragged the word out. I suppose we'll find out if Lucius really does shit gold. Harry smiled, but it did not reach his eyes. How have you been holding up? Barty asked casually as he let his gaze drift. Harry shrugged lightly. Everyone is so overbearing. They did just reclaim their golden child, Barty offered. Harry sent him a withering glare. It's a slow process. I did not expect anything else, but I need to find a way to gain their trust, and that quickly, Harry muttered as he rubbed his face. You'll find a way. You always do, Barty muttered. His gaze lingered on him. Harry cocked his head. It's exhausting, he admitted, pausing for a moment. Parents tend to have that effect. There was more to his words. Disdain lingered on his face. Pure hatred brimmed underneath his skin, wishing to escape. When are you going to pay your father, dearest, a visit? Harry asked curiously. Barty's gaze snapped towards him, dark and gleaming. His lips twitched. Patience, he muttered, a mantra Harry had heard often enough. He hummed, you play your role exceptionally well. Make sure you don't get lost in the act. Barty offered. His hand lingered on his shoulder, a mockery of a comforting gesture. Harry snorted. Next thing you know, I'm joining Albus Dumbledore's order for earnest and light, and rainbows start shooting out of my arse while I reckon to all my sins. He sank to his knees. Oh, please. The evil Death Eaters, they forced me. I never wanted any of this, but now that I have seen the light, I realize that I'm actually Morgana reincarnated. Barty rolled his eyes, barking out a laugh. Oh, how I've missed you. He was pulled into another embrace. Seeing you like that, bloody and beaten, it broke my heart. It did. Barty's voice had dropped. Harry had trouble making his words out. It was necessary, Harry reminded him, and Barty nodded. Still, there was a flicker of worry in his gaze. Harry offered him a loose smile. I suppose I don't need to keep you updated on what the order is up to. I've got that covered. Barty's lips quirked up. Still, there was a glint of worry in his gaze. All you need to worry about is getting their trust. Keep an eye out for Dumbledore. Easier said than done. I'd rather avoid him at all costs. Dumbledore was a dangerous man. Cunning. A thorn in the Dark Lord's eye. He's onto me. He believes in the goodness of your heart. All you need to do is show him how good you can be, Harry. Everyone deserves a second change. After all, his voice had turned into a mockery of what Dumbledore sounded like. His lips quirked up. I'll have to look deep then. He huffed out a breath and continued. So are you going to say it, or do I have to say it out loud? Barty cocked his head curiously. Snape, Snape, Severus Snape. Harry sang, a hand thrown to his chest. Severus Snape, Barty repeated with just as much enthusiasm. I never thought he had it in him. That's not like him at all, but we all have our secrets, It must be bothering you that Snape is so into your dearest mother. Don't get me wrong, she's striking. I've always had a thing for redheads. Harry cringed. That was more than he had been interested in finding out. Electo Caro seems like a good fit then. Barty frowned at him. I have standards, Harry dearest, very low ones, Harry agreed. I would have thought Severus would have gotten over her eventually, but probably not. Perhaps this is true love. Barty spat the words out. Their amused gazes met. Love blinds people. You reckon Severus is still seeing straight, Harry asked. Straight enough to not immediately fall into your mother's. Barty began but laughed when he saw his disgusted expression. I won't hesitate to curse the fuck out of you, Harry warned. His arms were crossed. The wind was starting to pick up. Have you heard? Barty began suddenly, his intent gaze on him. Harry urged him to continue. Nymphadora is showing signs of recovery. Harry's brows rose. No, he had not known. The last he had heard was that her state was unchanged. How did you find out? Barty shrugged lightly. Our dearest Dung has his resources. Who knows, she might be up and about soon enough. His twinkling gaze rested on him. Wonderful, he muttered drily. It seemed that he had his hands full after all. Anything else? Barty seemed to contemplate for a moment before he shrugged. Nothing you won't find out on your own. Where would be the fun in telling you? Harry suppressed the roll of his eyes. Barty clapped his shoulder rather harshly. This was nice. Harry hummed in agreement. He watched Barty retreat. He'd have to return soon as well before they would notice he was gone. Oh, and Harry. Barty turned back to him suddenly. His dark eyes gleamed with delight. The Dark Lord sends you his best regards. Harry grinned, bowing his head lightly. He rested his marked arm on his heart as he watched Barty apparate. He lingered for a moment longer before he disapparated with a loud crack as well, clinging onto the cloak as he reappeared at the end of the street that led towards the Potters. The first droplets of rain began to hit the pavement. There was a rumble in the air. He paved his way up the street and past the facade of the house. Holding onto the vines and bricks that decorated the house facade, he climbed his way up. The window was as he had left it, creaked open. He slipped into his room, shutting the window close behind him. The rush of water greeted him as he entered the bathroom. He shut the door behind him, locking the door. It was only then that he allowed himself to slip from underneath the invisibility cloak and embrace the rushing water. Chapter and notes. Let me know what you all think. Harry is still gaslight. gatekeeping and girl bossing. He's starting to become more daring, and oh well, that can only end in one way. Chapter 10. Chapter Notes. Guess who's back? See the end of the chapter for more notes. 2 years ago, Harry diagonally was buzzing with life. Nothing unusual considering that it was the go-to place for any wizard. Today, however, was also the last day in Hogwarts, which meant it would be even more crowded. He glanced at his pocket watch. The train would be arriving soon. By then he should be out of Gringotts and could easily get lost in the crowd. The line in Gringotts moved quickly. A familiar-looking goblin. Not that he could differentiate them. They all looked alike. Led him down to the Lestrange vaults. He trailed slowly behind the goblin, as he held the dragon that was guarding the more secured vaults at bay. Is this all? The goblin scowled at him. That would be all. Harry waved the goblin away with a lazy hand gesture as he entered the vault. His hand reached inside his bag and gripped the cup. Silk had been wrapped around the cup. He unwrapped it and discarded the silk to the floor. The cup felt warm beneath his touch. His brows furrowed slightly as he inspected the item with open curiosity. It was a small golden cup with 2 finely wrought handles with a badger engraved on the side and a few jewels. The badger is a symbol of House Hufflepuff, an old, and as far as the public knowledge, a dead family name by now. Undeniably, this had to be related to the infamous Helga Hufflepuff in some way. How their lord got a hold of this cup could only be guessed, but it had to be of value if he wanted it secured and stored in Gringotts. It felt heavy in his hands. Pure gold, if he wasn't mistaken. The cup was said to possess magical powers, but what they were Harry didn't know. He had been to the Lestrange family vaults once or twice when he was younger. It was as magnificent as he remembered it. Dozens of valuable trinkets and heirlooms lay scattered across the vault. Heaps of galleons spread, enough to last several generations. The gobble would fit right in here. His fingers brushed across the warm metal. Something in him hesitated. It was calling to him, urging him to stay and never leave. A whisper in the back of his mind, a gentle nudge closer, a warm touch against his cheek. He closed his eyes, a soft brush of lips against his neck, the ghost of a kiss. The faint smell of a familiar cologne. He blinked and let go of the cup. It fell to the ground with a loud clatter. The touches and warm embraces vanished as soon as he let go of the cup. Harry's eyes lit up. The cup was innocently lying on the ground. He knelt, eyes never leaving the cup. You're good. I'll give you that. It was dangerous, but so was he. Danger attracted danger. Wasn't that the saying? Dark magic was the only explanation. It left the same intoxicating aftertaste in his mouth. He could feel the urge to return to the cup growing. Whatever it was intended on him holding it again. It reminded him of something, or more like someone else. Physical contact seemed to be the only way it worked. He wondered what would happen if he were to drink from it. Would he immediately fall under the spell? Would he be able to snap himself out of it? Or would it be too late by then? Endless possibilities. He hated not knowing them. He gave the cup one last glance, to see if perhaps it would do something else to keep him around, but nothing happened. The goblin, Garnick, waiting for him outside, muttered something under his breath as Harry emerged from the vault. The goblin gave him a dirty look. Harry's brow rose, a silent dare for the goblin to say more, but if he had something to say, he kept it to himself. By the time he exited Gringotts, the streets were filled with families. The excited chatter and laughter of the street washed over him. James! There was a scream. His heart sank. He jerked to his feet, stumbling blindly down the stairs, his wand already at hand as he followed the wailing. Arya, he realized in dread. He hurried his steps outside, and the sight that greeted him made him slow for just a moment. Arya, red-faced, and crying, holding on to Harry as he cradled her closely. His face was drawn in fury, eyes spitting fire. For a moment, James' wand jerked upwards towards him. James crossed the distance towards them in an instant, kneeling. It was then that he noticed the blood on Arya, a laceration on her head. What happened? He hissed as he cradled Arya's head in his hands, eyeing the wound closely. Harry pulled back, allowed them some space. Arya unconsciously reached out to Harry once more, but he had stepped out of her reach. What happened? He asked sharper, his head snapped to Harry. There was an odd look to him. She got in a fight with some children. I don't know how or why it started, but one hit her with a rock. I tried to go after them, but I couldn't leave Arya alone. James mulled over Harry's words. He turned to Arya, met her wide gaze. willed her to speak the truth. Her lips wobbled. Eyes flickered between Harry and him. Dread began to curl his insides. James raised Arya up, carried her inside. He did not turn to look if Harry followed them. He sat Arya down on the kitchen table, tending to her wound, wiping away the excess blood. "Is that what happened?" James asked once more, unsure of what he was insinuating. Arya was silent for a long moment. "I'm sorry. I know I promised to not cause any more trouble." He should feel relieved, but somehow he didn't. "Harry." The pages of the diary flickered. An image appeared out of dark ink. The candles flickered around Harry as he leaned closer and closer until he was almost one with the diary. "I don't think I could do that," Harry whispered. At times, Tom was able to understand him when he vocalized his thoughts. There was not even a need to write into the diary anymore. Tom's neat writing appeared. "You'd be surprised at how far you're willing to go to get what you want." At times, Harry was not sure what he wanted. He knew what was expected of him, what he should be doing. "What if I'm going too far?" There was a longer pause before Tom replied. "That's a risk you have to be willing to take." Harry, there was not even a scar on her. Her skin had perfectly mended together, yet her frightful gaze remained whenever she spotted him. Arya was a skittish thing. He was certain she would get over it in a few weeks. It was James and Lily he was worried about. There was a shift in the air, and it promised trouble. Uneasily, Harry followed Lily. There was something odd about her. He was unable to pinpoint what exactly it was, but it put him on edge. Lily's outlines began to turn hazy as she began to delve deeper into the depths of the basement. She paused, turning to face him, her eyes gleaming in the light that streamed in from the hallway. "Come, Harry." Intrigued, he followed her. It had come out of nowhere, her request for him to join her in the basement, a place she so fiercely guarded. The door fell shut behind him, and for a moment he was engulfed in darkness as he descended the stairs. A dim, glowing light began to spread ahead of him, and his eyes needed a few moments to adjust to the stark contrast of light. It was just like he remembered it to be. The air was foggy. A heavy smell wrapped around them and ensnared their senses. Potions were bubbling on their own, knives cutting on their own accord. "I thought you could assist me today." Lily peered absent-mindedly into one of the cauldrons, her intense gaze sweeping past her station only to land back on him. "I don't know much about anything." He had never found liking to the craft. He found himself impatient at times and unsatisfied at others. "Nothing that can't be rectified. Besides, you'll need them if you wish to catch up on your newts one day. We'll start simple." Lily beckoned him closer, and Harry's gaze lingered on the knife she had drawn for a moment too long. "It can seem daunting at the beginning, but if you're up for it, potions can be a rewarding craft." Lily demonstrated her fine knife skills while cutting a beetle eye into even pieces. Harry hummed as he peered over her handiwork. She was as swift as if she were holding a wand. He observed her drop the first pieces of the beetle eyes into the cauldron, and then the smell changed. It was familiar, a sickly sweet smell his body instantly recognized. "It smells rather sweet, does it not?" Lily asked. Harry nodded. He remembered. "Death is bittersweet in more than just one way." Lily gave the potion a good twirl. "It's a treacherous little thing." With a wave of her hand, she pushed another heap of the sickly sweet fumes towards him. Harry felt dizzy. "It lulls you in, pulls you closer, and by the time you realize what is about to happen, it is already too late." 5 years ago, Voldemort uncorked the flask, smelled it, a spark of satisfaction growing in his gaze. Perfection. He was holding death in between his fingers, cradling it carefully. Was that what it meant to have power? To decide who lived and who died? The sickly sweet fumes spread. The hairs on the nape of his neck rose. Death is an illness. It takes and takes, dragging those too weak to resist it into the abyss. Harry nodded absent-mindedly. He had seen his fair share of death, observed from the far, and on some occasions, even from close up. Death was well the end. Harry twitched, eyes widening as he watched Voldemort empty the flask. Their gazes met as Harry rushed towards him. Voldemort laughed, not in a low and cruel hiss, but loud and rich. Harry froze, rooted in his spot, his heart racing as his mind tried to come up with an explanation. How? Anyone else would have succumbed, died within moments, but not Voldemort. Magic, Harry concluded. His voice was hushed, a mere whisper. He did not dare to speak louder, fearing he would disrupt. What exactly, he was not sure either. Voldemort's eyes gleamed in approval. Harry felt himself blossom underneath his gaze. He wished to bask underneath it. He wished to reach out, touch Voldemort just to make sure that this was real as it could get. There was a moment of hesitation as he gathered his wits. But is it not an act against nature? To defile death in such a way is it not against our nature dash. He was reciting from a book he had read not too long ago. Is it? Not too long ago magic was considered unnatural. Our mere essence vilified. Voldemort cocked his head, consider it for a moment. Good and evil, light and darkness, order and chaos? They are but symbols in reality. No such polarity exists. Brightness and gloom are in each of us, a little of one and a little of the other. Slowly things began to settle in his mind, for he now saw what had eluded him all this time. Voldemort was inevitable, and death, well, he wasn't so sure about that anymore. 4 years ago, he discarded another wand. A frustrated scream threatened to escape his throat. The useless twig did nothing but resist him. Even the simplest forms of magic turned impossible to master. He longed nothing more than for his own wand, a wand that served him and only him. 2 years ago, Bellastrix. She knocked on the door once, twice, and before the third time, the door was swiftly opened. The Honorable Mr. Codringer? She recognized him. Time had taken its toll on the lawyer as well. He had always been old, but now he truly showed his age, with deep wrinkles and crooked hands adorned with dozens of gleaming rings. "The master's away on business," the man uttered, assuming the expression of a half-wit, speaking on his master's behalf. Bellatrix's lips curled up in delight. "It's Dullord, Rickon Dullord. How may I serve the honorable lady at this late hour?" "How unfortunate," Bellatrix muttered. "And yet I was hoping to deliver a message." "I will pass it on without fail, my lady," he said, playing the role of a simple lackey perfectly, bowing subserviently. Bellatrix peered behind her, into the sudden shift in the darkness. Her eyes narrowed. None of her displeasure was visible by the time she turned back to Codringer. A sharp smile grew on her lips. "I got no doubt that you will." She leaned closer, watching in delight as Codringer leaned back, his dark eyes wide and frantic. He knew. Good. "The Dark Lord sends his regards," Bellatrix lashed out, striking before Codringer was able to bear his wits and slam the door shut. He cried out breathlessly and jerked backwards, his knees buckling underneath him. She jerked her wand, ripping another scream from his throat. She advanced on him. "I would never. It's a missund." Another scream tore itself out of his throat. Codringer crawled backwards, his wand Bellatrix easily kicked out of his trembling hands. He had never been useful for his magic, but for his mind, and even that had lost its value. Mercy! What a pity indeed. She could remember even her late father coming to Codringer whenever he had been in need of his services. In his endless wisdom, Codringer had not foreseen his mistake. She trailed after him as he crawled through the hallway, into his work office. "Please, my lady, listen." Silence. The Cruciatus had him twitching and foaming. He was a screamer, but eventually his voice began to give out. She dropped the spell, stepping past him. Her curiosity got the best of her as she began to rummage through the office. There was so much to see, so much to disturb. "You ought to know better." The room was filled with ancient-looking tomes and scrolls of all kinds. Odd trinkets and knickknacks that were foreign to her and momentarily caught her attention. Some gleamed prettily, and she had half a mind to take them with her. Bellatrix absent-mindedly picked one of the many scrolls up, her eyes flickering through them in disinterest. She dropped it carelessly, her eyes flashing back to Codringer, who had managed to get on his knees, his limbs still sporadically twitching. She tugged on the shelves, allowing them to drop on Codringer, crushing the man momentarily, keeping him in place. "It was a delight to do business with you." She had knelt down. The whites of his eyes were bulging, his hands and feet twitching as he struggled to free himself. Her gaze caught on his ring, a gleaming red gem embedded in silver, the biggest he wore, and tugged it out of his calloused hands, away from his twitching hands. "That shall do." She muttered more to herself than him as she curiously observed the ring. It started with a mere spark. The scrolls ignited within seconds. A fire began to grow. The air grew hot and dense, and Codringer. There would not be much left of him once the flames had been tamed. Smoke was rising in the air, clouding the dark sky, shielding the moon momentarily from sight. Bellatrix slipped through the crooked alleys with ease, Her dark mark burned pleasantly. "Did you pay close attention?" she asked into the darkness. There was a moment of silence as she slowly came to a halt and cocked her head. And then a shift. Harry emerged, his head bowed. "Yes, good. Very good, come. We must not linger for too long." Bellastrix held her arm out for Harry to take. She pulled him in her embrace and whisked them away. His fingers were smudged with ink, his skin tainted. His soul burned. "James!" Harry twirled his wand idly, a look of utter boredom written on his features. Once he spotted James, he sat up. His expression cleared into something softer, less menacing. "Dad!" he exclaimed. James slowed, his frown replaced into something softer. Father and son faced each other for a moment in silence. Harry was the one to break it first. "You promised you'd teach me a spell." James regarded him for a long moment before he gestured him to follow with a mere tilt of his head. "Come trattino. Harry shrugged the cloak off and reappeared in sight. The soft evening breeze was a pleasant change. He had some time before his absence would be noticed. A raven circled not too far above him. At times it dove deeper and deeper only to rise up again. It had managed to catch his attention. He caught the small scroll that the raven dropped only thanks to his quick reflexes. Unrolling it, his eyes quickly scanned through the letter before he vanished it. He frowned. The raven circled once, twice, before it took flight and disappeared between the clouds. Harry moved on. He strolled the streets of the small town, past the park, which was now void of any people, down the silent streets, underneath the bright street lamps that illuminated his path every few paces. There was a shift in the darkness. Something emerged. Harry shifted, noticed a gleaming pair of eyes. For a moment, it had resembled a grim, freshly crawled out of the pits of hell, ready to drag him down into the netherworlds. Another moment passed. The dog was illuminated by the street lights, and Harry saw it for what it was, a shabby mutt, a mere stray, covered in dirt, still wet from the rain. It approached. His intelligent eyes lingered on Harry. Carefully, Harry held his hand out. "Don't bite." The dog muzzled against his head. "Where did you come from?" He mused. There was no tag, nothing that even hinted that he was being owned. "I've got nothing to give you." Accusing eyes followed his every move. His tail swished and flicked. He set on to move, noticing that the dog was following him. "Go away, shush." It kept trotting after him, and Harry did not care enough to scare it away. 3 years ago. Bellastrix. The marking is the easiest part. You should be worried about his first task. He could ask you immediately, tomorrow, or even in 2 years. Whatever it is, you need to prepare yourself and be ready to fulfill it without hesitation. Harry nodded silently. There was an eager gleam to prove himself in his eyes. But not now. It wasn't his time yet. She knew that, and yet dreaded the day it would be. Her hand rose to cradle his face. Fear twisted and rearranged her guts. She had tried to dispel these feelings years ago. Harry leaned into her touch. His eyes widened. "You might not be my own flesh and blood, but destiny brought us together. You are mine. I made you who you are, and I won't let it go to waste." Chapter and notes. Off. Just off. A canoe for your thoughts? Chapter 11. Chapter notes. Live out of Shpnee's basement. I am alive and well fed with the new chapters on Oh Boy. Things are heating up. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Harry faltered in his steps. Sirius smiled. It was all teeth, sharp and dangerous. "Slept well?" he asked, his voice raspy. The smell of Muggle cigarettes surrounded him. It was still early. The sun had just risen, and the day had not even properly begun. Harry steeled himself, humming, "Good morning, Uncle Sirius." There was something familiar in his gaze. In the casual way he held himself, tracked his every move, almost lazily, in the curve of his lips that reminded Harry of Bella. James made himself known from all the way across the hallway, as his loud steps creaked and echoed in the silence. Both Harry and Sirius broke their ongoing eye contact to turn to him. Simultaneously, Sirius flashed James a smile. "What brings you here?" James asked nonchalantly, not at all surprised to find Sirius here, so early into the day. James was still trying to wipe the last remnants of sleep off his face. "Do I need a reason to show up?" Sirius retorted with a shrug. "I suppose you don't," James muttered as he brushed past him, preparing himself a cup of coffee. It was only then that Sirius turned his attention back to him. A newfound gleam to his eyes. It promised trouble. Sirius ruffled his hair. Harry's jaw tightened, teeth clenching together as he forced a smile on his lips. He was doing it on purpose. He had to. I was wondering if I could borrow my godson for the day. James glanced at Sirius, brows rising. A silent moment occurred between them. Their familiarity was once more thrown at his face. Harry observed them curiously. There is so much we have to catch up on after all, Sirius continued. A muggle bike, a death device on 2 wheels. Everything in Harry protested at the thought of getting on that thing. He slowed, glancing warily at Sirius. A smile played at his lips as he guided Harry closer, the grip on his shoulder unyielding. The lightest nudge kept Harry moving. Harry was coaxed to sit on the bike, settling in behind Sirius. Hold on, and for Merlin's sake, don't let go. And Harry did, tightening his grip around Sirius as they slowly began to speed up. Soon enough, they were soaring through the air, rising higher and higher. The fall to their demise would be a steep one. Harry tightened his grip around Sirius even more, crushing him in the process, but Sirius made no sign of his discomfort. Soon enough, they were hidden beneath the clouds, far up in the sky. The cityscapes beneath them nothing but vague blobs. Harry's grip tightened around Sirius. Flying with the Dark Lord had felt safe. It had felt good. This was unlike that. He felt the danger at every twist and turn Sirius took. This felt like a punishment. You know, I could never get your father to buy a bike. He never trusted them. Besides, once he got together with your mother, she would not have allowed him to have one. It's not the same as flying on a broom, of course. This is much more comfortable, Sirius's voice was distorted, dulled by the rush of air. Harry remained silent as Sirius kept talking. And against all the ministry regulations that exist. Harry could have guessed that much. He wondered where Sirius was going with this. They have gotten much stricter in recent years. It's a constant struggle to keep it a secret. It must be worth the trouble. His words were carried away by the wind. Still, Sirius had been able to catch them. He inclined his head towards him momentarily, as they slowly began to descend. I hope it is, otherwise all of this hard work would have been a waste. For years ago, Harry, is he not family? Harry asked with a frown, staring at the tapestry. A replica, a family heirloom stretched out in front of him. The twirling branches cradled a singular name, Sirius. And there was an odd tone to Bella. She was momentarily lost, her features turned softer. He is lost to us. She met his gaze. The familiar gleam in her eyes had returned. He made his choice, a terrible one he will come to regret eventually, but by that time it will already be too late. That life, it's not made for him. Bella dragged her nail over Sirius' portrait in the tapestry, pulling a few strands of the thread out. And sooner or later he will realize that as well. The truth always has a way of coming out. They had landed on a patch of land. Grassy fields stretched out ahead of them. Not too far away was a steep cliff. The salty smell of the ocean reached them even here. Sirius had remained as elusive as ever, not dignifying him of an explanation. Sirius absent-mindedly held his cigarette out towards him. Harry hesitantly took it, cradling it between his fingers. He mimicked Sirius, taking a long drag. The burn was unfamiliar but expected. He screwed his face, coughing as plumes of smoke escaped his lips. Why would anyone do this? Sirius laughed, patting his shoulders, guiding him through the worst of it. You'll get used to it. He took the cigarette back without another word, making it look effortless. Why are we here? Harry eventually asked. Sirius glanced at him. I wanted to spend some time with you outside. Seeing you cooped up inside all of the time makes even me feel claustrophobic. But why here? Of all the places in the world, they could have taken a stroll to the park or anywhere that was not in the middle of nowhere. Why not? Harry turned away, the bitter taste of the cigarette still on his tongue. Bella brought me here once. A very, very long time ago, Sirius eventually said. Harry hummed, taking the scenery in again. He began to take a few steps. Sirius followed him in silence. Had she always been like this? Harry asked suddenly. Sirius glanced at him momentarily, taking another long drag. Harry watched the smoke rise far into the air and dissipate. The silence stretched out between them. Bella had always been passionate about everything that caught her interest. It was always a fleeting matter. Nothing ever really caught her attention for too long. Sirius stared into the scenery stretching out in front of them. It was oddly idle. Until he came along. His tone had shifted. He dropped his cigarette, stepping on it harshly. The Dark Lord can be charming when he wishes to. It's all an act, of course, but a brilliant one. Sirius turned to face him, watching him closely now. Harry kept staring ahead, unwilling to meet his gaze just yet. And how did you escape his charms? Sirius shrugged vaguely. I did not stay long enough to find out. By the time he decided to recruit me, I was already long gone. I had cut all ties with my family. My mother had disowned me, and that was it. He paused for a moment. His voice had dropped. Unlike many others, I got away. You were lucky, Harry retorted, noticing a twitch in Sirius's lips. I mean, he had killed people for less. He was overly aware of Sirius's prying gaze, the way he tried to peel him apart, layer by layer. Far less. Once they lose their worth, he disposes of them. Anyone and anything, even. Someone as high and mighty as Bellastrix has been forsaken, and now she'll rot the rest of her life in Azkaban. It serves her right. Harry shifted uncomfortably, averting his eyes as his jaw tightened. Right, he was unable to keep the bitter tone out of his voice. She had it coming. Harry's hand absent-mindedly reached for his dark mark. It had begun to burn from time to time, a pleasant tingle. Nothing vague, but enough to make its presence known. Something was happening. He could feel it in his bones. Sirius hummed in agreement. She did. Bellatrix made her choice. She's living with the consequences now, as we all are. But for some of us, it's not too late to take a step back, turn around, and change our minds. Sirius stared into the distance. Harry followed his gaze into the far. Second chances and all that? Huh? Harry asked, amused. That sounded like something Dumbledore would say. He continued, do you really believe in them? Does Wormtail deserve a second chance as well? What about the Dark Lord? No, I think some people are too far gone, and that's just the way of the world. Right or wrong, good and evil, light and dark. They were nothing but labels. In the end, when it came down to it, none of it mattered. Harry had watched good men and women die, just as he watched dark ones suffer the same fate. Sirius's expression soured. Not everyone. He agreed, and for a moment it felt like there was more he wanted to say, but he held his tongue, and Harry refrained from prodding some more. Sirius was unfazed. His mother's familiar curses rolled off him like oil. He had wasted years of his life listening to them. There was nothing she said that he already didn't know by heart. His steps faltered for a moment, turning to Harry, who had stilled in front of Walburga's portrait. She had turned her attention to him now, ripping him apart piece by piece. By the time she would be done with him, not even his dignity would stay intact. She had her way, around words, knew how to make them sting. Harry, he called out, snapping Harry out of his daze. That's not a battle worth fighting. Come. Walburga's words followed them far into the kitchen. Lovely woman. Isn't she? He asked. Was she always like that? Harry asked warily. She was even worse. He laughed at Harry's expression. Hard to believe, I know. You turned out remarkably well with her as your mother, Harry muttered. He glanced back into the hallways as if he feared Walburga to show up at any moment. A miracle, considering the rest of his family. One could say he turned out rather decent, but when it came down to it, he was still a black. He could be disowned and forsaken, but his blood still remained strong. Some bonds were harder to tether. Harry was still tense, pale from their journey on the motorcycle, his hair windswept. His sharp eyes wandered through the kitchen, lingering here and there, and then their gazes met. It was still an odd sight to get used to. Lily's eyes had never looked at him this coolly. His smile did not reach his eyes. There was a disconnect. Sirius could not expect him to be normal, not considering the way he grew up, but still. There was a sense of dread curled around his insides whenever he looked at him. Uncle Sirius, yes? Thank you. I think this was just what I needed, getting out and about. It feels good. Harry stepped closer, surprising Sirius as he went in for a hug. Next time, Sirius began slowly, watching Harry closely as he held him in the hug. We should go out for a nightly stroll. I have a feeling you would enjoy it. Harry smiled at him thinly, eyes twinkling in delight, as if he had heard something especially funny. Later, Sirius would wonder what would have happened if Albus would not have walked through the fireplace. Harry had trouble taking his eyes from Sirius. There was a giddy feeling growing inside of him. Eventually, Harry managed to tear his gaze away. There was a pleasant burn to his dark mark. It spread through his whole arm. He turned to face the door as Albus Dumbledore walked into the kitchen, his cloak billowing behind him. Sir, Harry greeted Albus enthusiastically, the sight of him for once a pleasant one. Albus looked startled to find him there. His twinkling eyes lingered on him and then settled on Sirius. His expression dropped. Would you mind if I were to borrow Sirius for a moment? There was something grave to his tone, a sense of urgency that made even Sirius shift closer. Not at all, sir. "He is all yours," Harry replied. Sirius squeezed his shoulder. "It will only take a moment," he mouthed to him. Taking his clue, Harry left the two. The door shut close behind him, and all their voices died down. James paved his way through the familiar hallways. Friendly faces greeted him. Months had passed since he had last been in St. Mungo's, and yet nothing had changed. He felt as if he had been here just hours ago, anxious and on edge, waiting for Harry to recover. It was odd to return, to take the lift on the right and not the left that led him to the intensive care unit. He knew which room she had been transferred to. Lingering by the door, he peered inside. There was the static hum of the radio, a melody he did not try to recognize, the shift of sheets and thud of bare feet against the ground. Kingsley had been the one to break the news. Tonks had woken up from her comatose state, out of nowhere. It had been too long since her attack. His hopes of seeing her on her feet had diminished. It had looked grim for a long time, but once again he had been proven wrong. Tonks was recovering. Tonks was not alone. Andromeda was sitting by the window. Their gazes met momentarily. She inclined her head towards James. In a certain light, she resembled her sisters, a sight James would never get used to. Tonks's back was turned towards him, her hair a shade of grayish blue, longer than he had ever seen it on her. He took a step, eyes wide, when she sharply turned. Their gazes met. A guttural croak left her lips. He spotted a glimpse of her bandaged neck, the red scar still a vivid sight to behold. Several things happened at once. Her eyes turned wide and frantic. Her hair turned a shade of red as she rushed towards him, crowding him against the wall. If it would not have been for his quick reflexes, he would have a fork sticking into his throat. "It's me!" Tonks James shouted. She didn't react. Andromeda had risen. Her voice barely reached them over Tonks' frantic croaks as she pounced on him. Over and over again, she was unyielding. James pushed her back, watching her stagger and sway, but descend on him once more. For someone who had just risen from a comatose state, she was remarkably strong. Before she could cause any real damage, she was yanked back. Several nurses had swarmed into the room. To calm a frantic Tonks, she was unwilling to go down without a fight. James stood frozen, watching as they poured a sleeping draft down Tonks's throat. It was only then that she slowly began to calm down. Her movement turned sluggish, and her breathing evened until she completely stilled. Her gaze had been burned into his mind. He was unable to forget the pure terror in her eyes, the hatred. A hesitant touch to his arm made him snap out of his daze. "I'm fine." He brushed one of the fussing nurses away. He had gotten away with mere scratches. James finally dared to approach now that Tonks was asleep. His heart was still racing, his brows furrowed. Andromeda was tight-lipped, her face pale as she watched over Tonks' sunken form. Their gazes met for a moment. The healers had warned us of her fragile state of mind. She has had moments, but never like this. Her words lingered in the air. "I'm fine." Truly, he reassured her. Her gaze lingered on him. "Tonks just woke up. She will need time to adjust and get her wits back, but it's good to see that she hasn't lost her bite." Harry, with Sirius preoccupied, the mere moments had turned into minutes, and minutes into hours. Whatever it was, he would not be turning his attention back to Harry anytime soon. Crocker took his time. Here and there he stopped to lazily dust off some shelves. It didn't really make a difference. The place was still reeking. Not even Molly Weasley and her army of children would be able to change that. House Black had nothing left of its initial glory. It was rotting from the inside. Half-breeds, vermin's disgusting invaders. A low mutter of curses was always at Crocker's lips. He sneered and snarled at them, growing louder when never one of them was close enough to hear him. Especially Sirius. Hatred like this didn't grow in a few days. This was decades in the making. Crooked feet that never healed correctly slowed the elf down immensely. Harry trailed slowly but surely after him, lingering, eyeing the old tapestries that graced the walls in disinterest. Creature didn't cook nor clean, yet he was rarely to be seen. It left him to wonder where he waddled off to. Sirius must have given him orders to stay away. Yet Harry couldn't figure out where that place was. In Malfoy Manor, he knew every corner and every secret passage they used. When he was younger, he had been able to squeeze his body through these tight passages. Here in Grimmaur's place, he had found nothing so far. Time was of the essence, and he had not much to spare. There was always someone looking for him in the few moments Harry managed to excuse himself. It was in the attic, a place that had been left untouched for the most parts, that he spotted the house elf. Ginny had told him that they had tried to clean through there as well, but they never got it done. They had worried about hidden dark artifacts still lingering up there. Sirius had promised to sort through, but never did it in the end. It was dark and dusty up there. A small beam of light from the hallway managed to keep parts of the darkness at bay. He listened to the shuffling of feet, the mutter of Crocker's unpleasant voice. The attic was filled to the brim, books and shelves, tables and chairs, dozens of discarded wand holsters laying carelessly on the ground. Sheets that had once been white were draped around most of the antiques up here. The sudden silence was eerie. Harry rounded a corner. There was a buzz of magic coming from all corners. Krecher lunged at him. "Begone, you filth." Harry grasped him by his neck, snapping his head back sharply. The struggling house elf went still. "I'll have you gutted like a fish if you don't keep your mouth shut." His hand that had been covering Crocker's mouth vanished slowly. His grip around his neck tightened momentarily. "Leave him," a firm voice called out. Crocker's bulging eyes widened even more. Without loosening his grip around the elf, Harry rounded another corner, his brows furrowed. At first, he didn't spot him. The portrait was halfway hidden and covered behind a bookshelf. A moldy curtain had haphazardly been thrown over it to hide the man in the portrait. He let go of the Krecher. The house elves fell to the ground with a loud thud. Harry walked past him, approaching the portrait. He pulled on the covers. Their gazes met. Harry stared at the familiar man. "Lord Black," he exhaled, his head lowering in respect. "Leave us be, Crocker," Orion said without turning his attention away from him. Those piercing blue eyes, so similar to Sirius ones, seemed to be burning through him. Krecher glared daggers into his back, but left without another word, leaving them alone. Orion towered over him. Even from his portrait, he displayed an impressive height. The shadows that danced on his skin gave him an eerie aura. "Who are you, boy?" he asked, leaning closer, as close as he could within his limited frame to study him. Harry was drenched in darkness. The slightest shift from Orion allowed the light from his portrait to illuminate Harry. "A friend, one could say. A friend wouldn't be able to enter this wretched place." "I won't be asking again, boy." There was an unnerving stillness to Orion, as if he were just waiting to pounce at his first opening. "I'm not with them if that's what you're worried about. Does anyone know that you're up here?" "Bella, if she knew, she never mentioned it. I wouldn't be up here if anyone knew. They would have disposed of me already." Orion regarded him coolly. "So, tell me, what are you looking for, boy?" "Crocker tells me you've been snooping around." "Of course he did. I've been inspecting the wards. At least the parts of it I found. They're hidden well. They were impressive. If he wouldn't know it better, then he'd say that Grimoire Place was better warded off than Azkaban." "Do enlighten me. What do you plan on doing with them?" He shrugged. "I haven't decided yet. For all it's worth, I might not even need them. But I have an offer for you and Lady Walburga if she agrees to join. I can help you get what you want." He had no reason to sweet-talk his way into it, not when his time was limited. "And you seem to think you know what that is. I could help you get rid of them, those currently inhabiting your home, and get it back to its rightful owner." Unlike Walburga, Orion seemed to be weighing in his words. His lips quirked up in amusement. "And how are you planning on achieving that? You're nothing more than a boy, still green behind his ears." "I wouldn't worry about that too much. After all," he uncovered his bandages. Orion moved closer, the dim lights in his painting lighting his dark mark in a warm light. Their gazes met again, and he had to note that Orion had been a handsome man. Orion flashed him a sinister smile. "You're one of them. One of Tom's knights." "Tom?" His brows furrowed as he slowly covered his mark up again. A humorless smile crossed Orion's features. "I don't expect him to go by that name anymore. He always despised it. It's an ordinary name for someone so unique. Don't you agree, Tom?" As in, he paused for a moment. Tom had mentioned that he had been around when Voldemort had attended Hogwarts. "Tom Riddle." Orion elaborated with a lazy wave of his hand, as if that name was not a grand revelation. "It couldn't be." "You were saying—" Orion's piercing gaze startled him out of the rabbit hole his thoughts had fallen into. "I need more information on your wards. Can they be broken or altered without your son noticing? Also, they hold their meetings down there. I need to know what they discuss. If you could get Krecher to report back to me, discreetly, I'd appreciate it. I'll see what I can do." It was all he'd get from Orion at the moment, and he knew better than to push the older man. If he could get him to cooperate, it would buy him an advantage. It was something not even Dumbledore would be able to foresee. 3 years ago, Harry. His hands were littered with small cuts, all paper cuts. His blood seeped into the pages of the diary. He watched them sink in and disappear. It was a mesmerizing sight to watch his life's essence fade into the pages. If he were a lesser man, he would have gone to extremes to see the pages of the diary coated in crimson, but as it was, he was able to rein himself in. He rose, taking several steps back. Tom's voice wrapped around his mind. He was never able to see his face. That was always distorted, but his body for a few moments appeared in front of him, translucent, a flicker, enough to leave an impression. Harry craned his head. "You're dangerous," Harry had always known. There was dark magic at play. He wanted to inhale the power that emanated from Tom, take it into his blackened lungs, cherish and hold on to it, this feeling. Drown and choke on it if he had to. "If you were anyone else," Tom's voice trailed off. His overwhelming presence was real to him, as real as his own one. And for one mere moment he thought that Tom would tip the scale, take some more from him, but before he crushed underneath this overwhelming feeling, did Tom reel himself back? Harry was left gasping, his heart racing and aching. The burn in his dark mark had faded. Tom was gone. He had retreated into his diary once more, leaving Harry alone once more, leaving him gaping. It was less crowded in Grimmaur's place. The usual buzz was missing. Albus Dumbledore sat stoically. There was no light banter, nothing to cheer the grim mood up. Sirius winked at him as Harry entered, closely followed by James and Lily. Harry would not fool himself and believe Sirius had dropped the matter. Sooner or later, he would circle back. Until then, Harry would do best to keep his guard up. "I did get your latest note, but had no time to review it just yet," Lily said as soon as she laid eyes on Severus. Harry stopped next to Lily. Severus glanced at him before he turned his attention back to Lily. Harry could hear Mundungus before he spotted a sight of him. He was hanging around Alastor. "Heard you're carrying a wand now, Potter." Alastor, in an attempt to shake Mundungus off, had approached them. His magical eye shifted and moved in a dizzying manner. "I do, sir." Lily shifted uncomfortably. His wand was still a sore matter for her. "As is his right," Lily added. Alastor raised his hands. "Do you believe it to be wise? You've already made your opinion on this matter clear. No need to repeat yourself," Lily retorted sharply. Alastor's lips twitched. His gaze turned to Harry. He put a heavy hand on his shoulder and squeezed. It almost bothered on painful. "Make good use of it, will you?" Harry nodded, dazed, unsure how to reply. With another watchful look, Alastor left him be. Harry rolled his shoulder uncomfortably, the weight of his hand still a heavy presence on his mind. Don't take his word to heart. He is rather paranoid but means well. He just doesn't know how to show it, Lily told him. Harry nodded slowly. There was a good reason why he was avoiding the man. Most people were already seated. Harry was not one of them. He decided to linger close to Lily. Albus let his eyes roam through the room. The hushed conversations slowly began to fade. And then the fireplace flared. The sight was a familiar one. Tonks emerged. Pale-faced, she held onto the wall to stop herself from falling to the ground. Her resolve crumbled just as her strength threatened to leave her. Molly let out a sound of surprise and rushed towards her. "You shouldn't be here. Tonks, you need to rest." Many others voiced their agreement as they rushed towards her. Tonks batted each and every one of them away, her piercing glare holding them all at bay. She couldn't talk. Her throat constricted, face twisted, but no words left her lips. Harry watched her from the corner of the room. Alastor rose from his seat, his real eye focused on her. There was a softness to his gaze, unlike anything he had ever observed on the man. It lasted mere moments before it vanished. "You are to rest." That is an order. A moment of silence passed between Tonks and Alastor, a battle of wills. She dropped herself down in his vacated seat, crossing her arms. She would not budge. Alastor scoffed, shaking his head as he muttered something underneath his breath. Now that has been resolved, Albus muttered fondly. He smiled at Tonks. She nodded her head towards him. "It's good to see you around us again." Tonks turned to James. A tense moment passed between them, but then she smiled, lips moving, but no sound escaping her. "All is well," he reassured her, not elaborating further. "I'm glad to see you recovered." Nymphadora, her head snapped towards him in one sharp movement. Her eyes were widened, nostril flared. He met her gaze, and there was recognition in her eyes. Her gaze flickered between James and him. Harry, she mouthed, not that anyone had heard her. He inclined his head, smiling. It was all teeth. So she remembered. There was a twitch to her, as if she had contemplated rising for just a moment. That's Harry. Our Harry, Lily turned to him fondly. Found him. It's a long story, but all that matters is that he is home now. Tonks tore his gaze from him to turn to Lily. Her hair did a funny thing, changing shades several times until it settled on a dark crimson. She nodded stiffly. You gave us quite a scare, dearest. Molly reached out to hold Tonks' hands. First you, and then Arthur was attacked. Oswell. Is it true you remember nothing? Mundungus asked suddenly. Harry wished nothing more than to hit him hard. Alastor shifted closer towards Tonks for a moment, but the silence stretched. She slowly shook her head. We'll find them, Lupin promised. Mundungus met his gaze across the room. His lips twitched, a grin threatening to form at his lips. Harry avoided looking at him. He was overly aware of Tonks' gaze, the way she catalogued his every shift and movement. Harry, Severus informs me that his dark mark has flared up from time to time. Has yours reacted in a similar way? The burden of lying to Dumbledore was a heavy one. There was always a hum at the border of his mind, like that of a humming bee watching and observing, waiting for the smallest slip. Harry lowered his gaze. Yes, from time to time I felt a burn. I did not think much about it at first. It happens sometimes, but now it feels different. Different in what way? Albus asked carefully. Harry's gaze shifted towards Severus for a moment. The man was still. The best way I can explain it would be the thrill before winning a big match. As if something is ending. It burns, but not in pain, but anticipation. You can feel all that? Sirius asked with a frown. At times, not always. The Dark Lord is keeping his cards incredibly close, Severus elaborated. He's been far too still. After losing Bellatrix, he has been incredibly guarded. He is a patient man, but even that has an end. Severus' last words were directed at him. Harry knew it in his bones. Maybe he is scrambling to find a replacement for Lestrange. Mundungus threw in. His remark did not gather much attention. Severus did not even deign him with a mere glance. There is none, Harry replied. Thank the gods, Arthur muttered. Can you imagine two of her, or worse, a spawn of hers? I'd pity anyone growing up underneath Bellatrix's watchful eye, Lupin said, his eyes turning to Harry. His face contorted, his scars shifted. I did not mean. It's fine, Harry pushed out. It was a pitiful existence. There is no denying that, but I would like to believe despite all that I turned out better than one would imagine. Lily pulled him in a light embrace. Her arms stayed around his shoulders, kept them both flushed together. Her soft reassurances stayed just between the two of them. Harry offered her a small wobbly smile. Her green eyes were bright and brilliant, her smile soft and loose. Harry almost felt a flicker of pity. Tonks was still observing him. Harry rested his head on Lily's shoulder, turning to face Severus. His usual stone-faced facade crumbled, just a bit, just for a moment. Mundungus laughed. And if it were anyone else, people would have bothered to find out what was going on, but since it was Mundungus, no one did. Can we expect another attack to the Ministry? James asked. He had started pacing. Unlikely, Sirius replied as he watched James. We expect them to strike there again. And they know it. Has Kingsley reported anything? Albus asked vaguely. Sirius shook his head. Nothing. So whatever Kingsley safeguarded was still secured. Something of great value he had not been able to find in Grimmaur's place so far. He glanced at Mundungus. Watched him take another swig from his flask. He paused momentarily as their eyes grazed. I already gave Kingsley everything he asked to safekeep the anima, Mundungus said, causing several heads to snap towards him. Sirius hissed at him. What? Mundungus blinked innocently at Sirius. We're between friends, are we not? You never know when to keep that trap of yours shut, James snapped. Albus's severe gaze lingered on Mundungus for a long moment. The man ducked his head. Sheepishly. What's done is done. Let's make sure not to have a repeat, friends or not. Some things are meant to remain unknown. Lily had shifted. If there is nothing else you wish to ask Harry, then. Is there anything else you wish to share with us, Harry? Albus asked. No, sir. Albus's expression did not clear when he turned to face Harry. There was disappointment in his eyes. A sense of resolve. He sighed heavily. Harry turned his back to him. I'll be waiting upstairs, he told Lily. She nodded slowly, cupping his face for a moment. Her hand brushed through his hair as she sent him off. As he headed for the door, he caught a glimpse of Krecher, crouched underneath the table. He was glaring at him with his big, bulging eyes. The door shut behind him, and he found himself once more faced with an unnatural silence. Lingering in front of the door for a moment, his feet lead him towards Walburga's portrait. She watched him through narrowed eyes, but remained silent. He was grateful for it. "Bella told me a lot about you," his voice a mere whisper. If it would not have been for the gleam appearing in her eyes, he would have doubted that she had even heard him. There was an inscription to her portrait he had never noticed before. "Toujours per," it read. He cocked his head as she leaned closer. "Do you reckon your treachery changes anything? That you've suddenly risen in worth? Hateful woman." Sirius was right. Harry turned away with a huff. The door to the living room creaked open just as Harry had climbed the last stairs and turned the corner. The footsteps were drawing closer, following him. Harry took another turn and waited, and soon enough she came. Harry waited for her, leaned lazily against the wall. "Nymphadora," he uttered in delight. She stood a few paces away, her piercing gaze burning into him. Her fingers twitched as if she were trying to resist the urge to reach her wand. "I wouldn't if I were you. We already know how that ended." Harry paused for a moment. "You know, I meant what I said earlier. I'm truly glad to see you alive." Slowly but surely, she advanced on him, crowding him against the wall. Harry's lips tugged up. The sight of her scar was an unpleasant one. She grasped his chin, turning his head over, studying him closer. "Yeah, a lot has happened since we've last spoken." Her breathing was heavy. Her lips parted. A guttural sound escaped. Unable to use her vocal cords, she relied on mere sounds. A frustrated groan left her lips. Her grip around him tightened. "It was a good decision to keep our little secret. Not that anyone would believe you. I always knew you'd be a quick learner." He pushed her away, and he was able to do so rather easily. She was still weak on her feet. "Think of me as a changed man. After all, everyone deserves a second change, right? If looks could kill, Harry was sure he would have a terrible demise awaiting him." Chapter and notes. Harry is a menace. Things are building, and let's just say it's not long until we reach a climax. I wonder how long Harry is able to keep this foscade up. Let me know what you all think. Kiss kiss, asakiii. Chapter 12. Chapter notes. I'm back with over 11K words. Also, my lips are sealed. Enjoy. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Harry. The hour was late. Stifling his yawn, Harry glanced towards Lily. She sat in her designated spot in front of the fireplace, a forsaken crossword puzzle in her lap, head braced on her hands as she stared longingly into the fireplace. The children were already fast asleep. It was only James that was still missing. Lily had this odd habit of waiting for him. No matter how long it took James to return, she would wait until her bones ached and all the fires dimmed. But when he eventually returned many hours later, she would be there, the first face to greet him. Today, of all days, he had decided to join her. The silence was comfortable. Harry found himself at ease, for once. "That potioneer Severus, wasn't it?" Harry asked. He could feel Lily's eyes on him, heavy and familiar. She remained silent for a moment, only the hissing of the fireplace breaking the silence. "Yes, what about him?" Harry's head turned towards her. She did not smile, but there was a softness to her features. Shadows from the flickering fire danced on her face, made her eyes shine brighter at times. Harry shrugged lightly. "I was just wondering how you met. He comes around every now and then. Sirius doesn't seem to be very fond of him." Lily's lips quirked up. "That's one way to describe it. They absolutely loathe each other. It has been that way for years now. I could not even tell you how it started. Ever since we've been children in Hogwarts, they had been at each other's throats. A lot has happened, unforgivable things." Her words trailed off. "Believe me when I tell you that this is them still on their best behavior. From the looks of it, Severus seems to loathe everyone and everything but you. Don't take it to heart too much. It's just the way he is. It has nothing personally to do with you." Oh, it absolutely did. But Lily didn't need to be aware of that fact just yet. Harry hummed as Lily elaborated. "We've known each other for decades now, ever since we've been children, showing signs of our first burst of magic. We've found comfort in each other when there was nothing else to relate to, when we felt like outsiders in a world that was not made for us." "I see. He's a good man," Lily said, "and yet he betrayed her. Do you trust him?" Harry asked. Lily's brows furrowed, and Harry feared for a moment that he had gone too far in his pursuit of getting answers. "Why wouldn't I trust him?" There was a shift to her demeanor. Harry averted his gaze. He wears the Dark Lord's mark. How do you know he isn't? Lily cut him off mid-sentence. Did something happen? She straightened up in her seat, gleaming eyes settling on him. Harry averted his gaze. No, I was just wondering. Don't. Her words came out harsher than expected. Severus has his faults, but no, he would not turn his back on us. Not on her, she seemed to imply. She had to be aware of his affections to her. She could not be as blind to not realize. That might even be the reason why she was so sure of his assured loyalty, and in a sick, twisted way, she might even be right. Severus Snape was loyal to Lily, and only Lily, even at the cost of selling out those closest to her. This matter came to an abrupt end when the fireplace flared, and James emerged. His frown turned into something softer once he spotted them. The switch was immediate. Lover, he greeted Lily as he gave her a quick peck to the lips. She had risen to greet him. Harry watched them from his seat. You shouldn't have waited. James's eyes glanced between Lily and him, resting on him for a little while longer. Oh, I did not mind, Harry said. What kept you away for so long? Lily asked. James shrugged his cloak off. Harry trailed after them into the kitchen, the bright light a stark contrast to the dim living room. His eyes needed a few moments to adjust to it. He settled into his seat next to James as Lily reheated the dinner for James. Kingsley has picked it up a notch, determined to work us all to death. If I wouldn't know the man, I'd think he has lost his last remaining marbles. You should see Sirius. Poor guy is barely even making it home. Not that he sees a reason to, James explained mid-bite. Lily offered him a sympathetic smile. I'm surprised he hasn't trailed along with you. He loves taking over our living room. He might soon enough, James said. What is the matter with Kingsley? Lily asked as she leaned against the counter. I came across Alastair earlier. He can barely keep himself civil. Do I even want to know what it is about this time? The usual. He and Kingsley disagree on how to handle things. If it were up to Alastair, I wouldn't even see your lovely faces till I turned old and wrinkly, James added with a shrug. My condolences. How long have you been dealing with these two, Dad? Harry asked, bringing an amused smile to James' lips. They are not as bad as they seem. You get used to it over time. Barely, Lily muttered. Kingsley and Alastair are made from the same steel. Veterans that have seen enough. The best you can do is leave them be. They'll work through their differences in one way or another. The best we can do is to simply avoid them at all costs. They prefer to get things done on their own and in their own special way. Harry perked up at James' words. Moody, he could have guessed, but Kingsley being a lone wolf was news to him. Maybe he might just have to look at his Kingsley dilemma from a different angle. It would make sense. He had a very good idea where the anima could be. Distrusting and paranoid men had one thing in common. They trust only themselves, and even then, they would leave nothing up for coincidence. So, kind of what we do with Mum before she had her morning coffee. James laughed, eyes gleaming in delight. Exactly like that. Kingsley Shackbolt was a creature of habit. He rarely strayed from his simple routine, exciting the ministry through the visitor entrance. He threw himself into the masses, blending in with them seamlessly. Slipping in and out of several shops and parlors, he never lingered long, moving swiftly between them before he headed to the leaky cauldron. The innkeeper Tom never managed to keep him around for the second cup of ale. Kingsley preferred to be at home before 5. Today was not any different. Harry trailed after him, the invisibility cloak draped over him, a bounce to his steps as they rounded the corner. He was keeping a healthy distance for a while. He would not put it past Kingsley to somehow sense him. He only had one advantage, and he was intent on using it wisely. He struck fast and hard. The Muggle way. Kingsley jerked in a last-ditch effort to evade him, but he was too slow. Harry elbowed him in the neck. He watched him stagger and fall, kicking his wand out of his twitching hands. I wouldn't move if I were you. Harry threw his head back to reveal his face. Kingsley managed to turn on his back, blinking at him slowly. He was slipping between consciousness and unconsciousness. You might want to get that looked after. That looks like a serious spinal cord injury. He stepped over his body, kneeling in front of him. You kept me busy these last few months, you know. Kingsley's chest rose and sank in a quick accord, a painful groan tearing itself through his lips. He was holding up remarkably well. Lesser men would have lost consciousness long ago. I thought perhaps you had left it somewhere to safekeep, like Grimmaur's place. I turned the whole place upside down in an effort to find the anima, but then I wondered. That's not really your style, is it? Harry tilted his head. No, you're well aware of the fact that the Dark Lord would leave no stone unturned. so leaving it somewhere would be out of option. You would have to visit it from time to time to make sure it's still safeguarded. And what if someone follows you? No, that won't do. Albus learned his lesson, but perhaps not well enough. Kingsley's legs kicked out. Harry rose swiftly, peering down at him, his hand tightening around his wand, watching Kingsley through narrowed eyes. He was holding up better than he had anticipated. "It's on you, is it not?" Parting his robes apart with his shoes, Harry watched his breathing speed up. Risky, but very rewarding. You truly must be desperate, but alas. Harry began to pat down his robes, hands slipping into his pockets until at last he let out a triumphant breath. All this trouble for this? The anima was an unseeming little artifact. He yanked at it, receiving a little resistance. Kingsley's clammy hands tried to reach for it. Harry batted him away with ease, meeting his burning gaze once more. "You're still picking the pieces together, aren't you? Don't worry, it'll make sense soon." Enough. Kingsley caught a glimpse of his dark mark. Harry followed his gaze, flashing him a smile. "You're a quick one. I'll give you that." Pointing his wand at his mark, he closed his eyes. He could feel it react to his magic. It had been too long since it felt this thrilled. "Don't," Kingsley croaked, his voice unintelligible. Harry leaned closer. "You don't know what you're unleashing." Harry cocked his head, their faces close to each other. "A whole lot of Dominas, actually. I'm well aware of that little fact." Kingsley let out a hum, acting before Harry could pull back, his fist connecting with his throat, leaving him gasping desperately for air. Through tear-filled eyes, he watched Kingsley stagger to his feet. He swayed, holding himself up on the walls. Harry cursed, watching him through narrowed eyes as struggled to straighten up. The pain that coursed through his body brought a familiar grimace to his lips. "Where are you running to?" he croaked. Several cracks echoed through the alley. Struggling to get back on his feet, panic coursed through his veins. "No, look what we have here." Harry straightened up, catching a glimpse of Fenrir, dressed in furs and scrabs, grinning at him from above. Just in time, Kingsley barely made it to the end of the alley before Fenrir's men were upon him. Wandless and disoriented, it was a lost fight. Wiping the dust from his robes, Harry rolled his shoulders back, trying to get his composure back. "That had been incredibly careless of you," Fenrir observed, glancing between him and Kingsley. Harry threw him a foul look. He was aware that it had been a close call. He had underestimated the situation for a moment, got swept away in the euphoria and the thrill. It would not be happening again. "Keep your commentary to yourself." His voice was still hoarse. "Catch," he flung the anima towards Fenrir. "Be a good dog and get that to the Dark Lord." Fenrir idly twirled the anima in his hands, looking between him and the artifact curiously. "What's that?" "Trouble," Harry replied. Severus. Severus stilled in his movements, his cloak falling still behind him. His eyes were narrowed down on Mundungus. He was shiftier than usually, slipping in and out of the rooms, nursing his cup. Severus had never paid much attention to him. He was a nuisance at best, but now he could not help himself but notice him. Their eyes met. Mundungus moved towards him. Unable to properly shake him off, Severus had no choice but to face him. He clung to him like a pesky little fly. "Severus," Mundungus almost purred. "It's good to see a friendly face." Severus glanced at him, unimpressed, his unfiltered distaste shining through. It did not seem to affect Mundungus. He licked his lips. "Busy days, eh?" "I get it." He rolled his shoulders back, chest puffing out. "Albus is keeping me busy. Important work, as you know. He needs me. You know how it is." Mundungus reached out to pat his arm. Severus caught him by his wrists, holding him in place. "Men like us," Mundungus continued. He reeked of alcohol and, oddly enough, knotgrass. The bitter herbal note stood out. Severus' brows knitted together. "Are rare to come by. We carry those." He suddenly let Mundungus go. The man rubbed his wrist, lips twitching as he beheld him. There was more he wished to say. Severus could read it in his eyes, but he never got to it. The door to the living room opened. Sirius Black emerged in a hurry, barely gracing them with a look as he rushed past them. Severus slipped inside the room, leaving Mundungus behind in the hallway. Albus was already expecting him, wrinkled hands folded behind his back. He watched him through his half-moon glasses. Severus immediately got to the point. "The Dark Lord has been made aware of the latest arrests of Death Eaters." An odd look graced Albus, and he asked, beckoning him closer. He did not seem to mind. They all knew it would take mere seconds for them to get replaced. Albus caressed his beard, a faraway look on his face. A handful of letters had been discarded on the table. Severus managed to catch mere glimpses of them. It was about the sightings and rumors of stray dementors, far away from Azkaban. Troubling indeed. Things are ever going in our favor, and yet, Albus began, I can't help but feel at unease. There was more. Albus did not elaborate. Whatever it is he knew or suspected, he kept it close guarded. Severus had his own theories, and all of them involved the boy. Harry had been still for far too long. It was only a matter of time before he slipped up. James! James rounded the corner. Faltering in his steps, it was the oddest sight. The Death Eaters jerked into action as soon as they spotted them. Some Death Eaters advanced, throwing themselves towards them, not even blinking an eye as the other half retreated. A fight ensued. James managed to sidestep most of it. Here and there he deflected a spell. More and more Aurors were arriving. They had begun to circle the Death Eaters in. He rushed after the fleeing Death Eaters. Down in the crooked corners of the less used alleys, they began to spread out. James hastened his steps. He was losing sight of them. His spells fizzled out before they could reach them. They turned another corner, and James slowed, cursing inwardly. He watched the pair of Death Eaters vanish in the distance. He had strayed too far in pursuit. When he returned, it was to find the Death Eaters easily overpowered. He had expected some of them to slip away while they still had the opportunity. His brows knitted together. Anyone worthwhile? He asked as he stepped through the ranks, peering at the faces of the now unmasked man and woman. How odd for them to wear their masks in broad daylight. They rarely did. It was a dead giveaway after all. Frank turned towards him, holding one of the struggling men down. No one of importance. Their eyes met. This was too easy, Frank muttered. It had begun with a reported disturbance, an attack in broad daylight. The Auror force had spread out, and now they had a dozen Death Eaters waiting to be brought in. If there was a catch, James could not find it. James! He was growing weary. Sirius did not share his sentiments. His days were long and busy. A sudden influx of caught criminals, delinquents, the litter of the runt and stray Death Eaters kept him on his feet. The Aurors seemed to catch them in pairs. Their cells were soon filled to the brim. All the paperwork and transfer to Azkaban or other facilities close by kept him drowning in paperwork. Something was wrong. He could feel it in his bones. But how would one voice this flicker of doubt out? He could hardly complain about their filled cells. It was his job after all, but things were going to well, for it to be all natural. The Dark Lord could not be losing his touch. Not now after all these years, and yet more and more of his men were getting arrested. There had not been a successful Death Eater raid in weeks. The fights, if one could even consider them fights, ended as swiftly as they began. He caught glimpses of Alastair, a horde of criminals in his row. He enjoyed the hunt, had been yearning for it for a while now. If he felt any flicker of suspicion, then he did a good job at obscuring it. The only one that might have shared his sentiments was still not around. Kingsley had still not shown his face. A few more days and James would start to grow worried, but as it was, he saw no reason. Not yet, at least. Sirius, you're looking as radiant as ever, Lily dearest. Sirius gave a quick peck to Lily's cheek. Where are your offspring? He had just now found an opportunity to slip away from his tedious paperwork. James had not been as lucky as him. The children are outside playing. Harry is upstairs, she said absent-mindedly. Her fingers were drenched in ink. A bitter herbal note clung around her. Is he? Sirius asked. Lily gave him a look. I'll take a look myself then. It's been too long since I've seen my dearest godson. Sirius left Lily in the kitchen, climbing up the stairs. He knew what he would come across upstairs. Pushing the door open, he was greeted with an odd sight. Harry looked as if he were sleeping. Motionless he lay, his hand resting over his dark mark, chest rising and falling in a slow rhythm. But Sirius just knew that he was still awake. His suspicions were proven right. You look surprised to see me, his voice was hoarse. Harry barely glanced at him. Sirius leaned against the door frame. It was still odd to see him here of all places. This room did not suit Harry at all. He could envision him in Grimmaur's place, and wasn't that a terrible comparison to make? You could have been out for another stroll, he casually retorted. Harry swung his legs over the bed. Sitting up to face him, he stretched his limbs, rising slowly. Sirius caught a good glimpse of his dark mark. It looked darker, more vibrant than it had ever before. His eyes fell to his neck. The skin was dark, bruised even. "I could have, but I haven't. For the same reason you haven't told Lily and James," Harry retorted with a shrug. "Would you like me to?" Sirius asked, arms crossed. There was not a flicker of fear in his eyes. The petrified boy they had come months ago was completely replaced. "Go ahead, then." Harry rose to his feet. "But between you and me, that would make you a rather lousy godfather. I think I'll be able to live with that." "Did you just come to check on me?" Harry asked, and Sirius felt tempted to tell the truth just to see what would happen. He still remembered that gleam in his eyes when he had confronted him not so long ago. "Could I have not simply missed you, Lily?" There was a sense of urgency to Harry's movements. Nothing significant had changed, and yet she found his attention straying away more often. His marked arm twitched from time to time. "Does it bother you again?" She knew the signs, had observed them often enough on Severus. He would never openly admit it, but she knew him well enough to realize when something was wrong. With Harry, it was different. She did not know him. Even now, after months, as painful as it was to admit, she didn't. She caught a glimpse of his mark, inflamed and aching. "It's fine." It clearly wasn't. She reached out to his arm. Unlike the other times, he did not twist away from her touch. His eyes were wide when her fingers reached out to brush over the raised mark. His breath hitched. She suppressed the urge to shudder. "What does it mean? Is he angry? Could he feel all that?" Harry gave her an odd look, lips twitching. The dark mark pulsed underneath her touch. She retracted her hands, suppressing the urge to wipe her fingers clean on her robes. "Something is ending." James stilled. Harry was moving swiftly, without a sound. Only the moonlight that shone through the window illuminated him and his surroundings. He was bent over his desk momentarily, eyes sweeping over the few files and notes he had left on there. "Looking for something?" James asked as he made himself known, entering his small in-home office. Harry turned to face him. It was too dark to make out his expression. His eyes seemed to gleam in the dark. "I had heard the window slam open. Thought that Errol had crashed through here, but it must have just been a strong gust of air." He rounded the table, stepping past him. James glanced warily towards the window. It was shut. Harry stared at him expectantly. "Of course," he eventually replied. "I take it you're still waiting for Ginny's reply, then." James hummed as he led Harry out of the room, locking the door behind him. Most of the Order members were missing. The living room was awfully empty. If he strained his ears, he even managed to catch a sound of Crocker, the thudding of his steps upstairs. "There's still no news of Kingsley," Frank said. Albus hummed. "I had feared as much." It was unusual for Kingsley to not get back to them. The last time James had seen him, he had been in good spirits. Nothing had seemed amiss. That, and the sightings of Dementors far away from Azkaban, do not bode well with me. Albus was silent for a moment. "Has it been proven that it has been Dementors?" "There was always a rumor here and there, but most of them proved out to be just that." Albus nodded severely. "The sightings are still sparse, but I don't doubt the source of them." "Who knew that Kingsley carried the anima?" Sirius asked. "Only a few trusted. Even then, Kingsley did not share with us where he kept the anima to save keep," Albus replied. "It must have somehow gotten out," Sirius said. "Are we sure that Dung managed to keep his trap shut?" Frank asked. It would not be the first time the man let something slip. Albus shook his head. "I trust him to keep his lips sealed on this matter." He seemed to be the only one that had put their trust in a Mundungus. James still was not sure what he was here for half of the time. "Surely you don't believe one of us to have given away?" Frank began warily, but Albus did not even let him finish that sentence. "My faith in all of you is unwavering." He let his eyes rest on all of them for a second. His eyes seemed to linger longer on him. James's insides twisted uncomfortably. He felt like a little boy again, waiting to receive his punishment. "Then who?" Sirius asked. "Lily." She froze in her movements, caught between the door frame and the wall. Her eyes were burning into Harry's form. He cradled his wand. How Lily regretted the day she had gotten it for Harry. Ollivander's words would just not leave her mind. Like a dooming prophecy, it hung over their necks, ready to execute them at any point. She had lived with that fear once. It was familiar. She felt sick just by the mere sight of it. It was nothing Harry said or did. He always seemed to say the right thing at the right time, do the right thing. She knew in her gut that this was too good to believe. Harry climbed the stairs and only then did Lily dare to move from her stupor. Harry. Lily leaves him less and less out of her sight, as if she sensed that the peaceful times were coming to an end. There was a haunted quality to her. It was tragic in a way. Her head was bowed as she hung over a bowl of leaves, some odd potion. Wrapped in the invisibility cloak, he dared to creep closer. He held his breath as she froze. Her eyes seemingly met his, and for a moment Harry feared that she had seen him. But her eyes skipped past. She moved, and this moment broke. He could reach for his wand right here and right now, and she would not be any wiser. He could strike her down. Harry moved to leave her behind, his steps light as he entered the living room. Harry. His dark mark burned. Harry jerked to his feet, clutching his aching arm as adrenaline coursed through his veins. It was time. The Dark Lord was summoning him. He rushed up the stairs just in time to see Lily rush into the fireplace. A smile spread on his lips. All hell was breaking loose. James. Their wands flared up. The whole department came to a sudden halt. The silence that settled was eerie. It was rare that all of them were summoned. This promised trouble. They are attacking Azkaban. Robart's voice echoed through several corners of the hall. His heart sank as a frenzy broke out in the department. What about the Dementors? Someone threw in. It drowned in the buzz. James met Sirius' gaze. Albus had been right. The loyalty of the Dementors was uncertain at this point. James was one step behind Sirius until he wasn't anymore. He lost sight of him in the rush of Aurors heading outwards. Sirius. The dark mark was a gruesome sight to behold. Sirius faltered momentarily in his steps. Chaos ruled all around him. Plumes of smoke rose far into the air, darkened the already grayish sky. Part of the upper levels had been destroyed. The wall crumbled beyond repair. The sea was raging. Waves crashed into the facade of Azkaban. The smell of salt and smoke overwhelmed everything. Magic was buzzing in the air, Dementors flickering in and out of his vision. They rushed towards the Aurors. Some were getting dragged into the abyss. His insides ached with the cold that threatened to overcome him. He tried to stay clear of them as their worst fear became reality. The Dementors had become rogue, switched sides. His grip around his wand tightened as he threw himself into the chaos. It was where he excelled at. James, who had been there just a moment ago, was no longer with him. Death Eaters flickered in and out of his vision. More and more Aurors began to appear and throw themselves into the action. Some of the prisoners had managed to escape their cells. They were running around, causing mayhem. Sirius ducked, twirled, and slashed his wand, watching his curse race through the air. He did not linger long enough to watch it hit its mark. They were faced with an army. Sirius realized in dread. All of these recently caught criminals only added to the Dark Lord's numbers right now. They had delivered him his own army on the inside. Sirius cursed. Familiar faces greeted him inside. Some were all too eager to face him. Sirius deflected their curses, brushing past them. It was not they he was after. He rushed up the stairs, down another corner, staggering as another explosion wrecked the building. A deafening sound that made him momentarily falter in his steps. The silence was eerie, the air heavy. The smoke was just beginning to clear, and there she was, drenched in dust and smoke. She was unrecognizable, her black hair streaked gray with ash. Blood clinging to her, several fallen bodies lingered around her. She threw her head back and laughed, her dark mark displayed to him proudly. A crooked smile on her lips, a newfound gleam in her eyes. "Cousin, we were kind of in the middle of something." Her voice was rough. The Auror. Sirius recognized him, whimpered underneath her weight. Her foot crushed his chest. Sirius ignored the man. This place was in need of a makeover. Don't you agree? Slowly, Sirius advanced on her, stepping past rubble and stone as the steep edge to his demise grew closer at his side. The cold wind whipped at his skin and tugged at his robes. Sirius barely avoided her ire, ducking out of mere instinct. "You missed." A smile tugged at her lips, another sharp slab of metal already in her grasp. Bella was vibrant, a crazed gleam in her eyes. She was dangerous, even without a wand at hand. Azkaban was crumbling all around them. The ground shook. The waves called. "He's a brilliant boy, is he not?" Bella smiled. Sirius watched her through narrowed eyes. "Not at all what you imagined, eh?" She circled closer. "You've poisoned his mind. Did he tell you that?" she asked, delighted. Did he tell you about all the gruesome things I did to him? That poor boy. He never stood a chance. If you think this has a happy ending, you haven't been paying attention. All this time, and he had been too blind to see. It all makes sense now. You were always a slow one, and here I was thinking it had been rather obvious. But you only see what you want to see. Don't you serious? He will see reason sooner or later. His voice lacked their conviction, and Bella knew it. If you manage to get your hand on him. That is, of course, if he hasn't left already. Sirius stilled, cursing. With all of them preoccupied, this would be the perfect opportunity for Harry to slip away unseen. Instead of deigning her with an answer, Sirius moved into action. He flicked his wand. Bella twirled out of the way, a bounce to her movements. You missed. At times he came close, very close on to catching her. Azkaban had made her lose her edge. He advanced with every curse until there was nowhere else to go. He had cornered her. The abyss at one side, a broken wall at her other. Sirius stood in her way of freedom. He dug his wand right into her chest. Seems familiar, don't you think? Her chest heaved for air. Her eyes flickered momentarily between him and her way out before it settled back on him with much more determination. Suddenly, she reached out to him, pulling him closer in what was a mockery of her embrace. We were always meant to burn together, she hissed. He could feel the hint of her smile curve against his skin as she tipped them both over the edge, nails digging into his skin, teeth tearing into his flesh. Sirius could taste her blood. As the world whirled and flickered out of view, they were falling deeper and deeper. The waves grew louder. Her grip around him loosened. He lost his grip on her as he breached the surface of the water and was dragged into the abyss. There was only silence, a dull, rushing sound that beat in rhythm with his heart. Harry, going somewhere? Harry slowed in his movements, cursing inwardly. He turned to face James. He had just stepped out of the fireplace. He was still dressed in his Auror robes, soot sticking to his robes, whirling in the air between them. He made a striking sight. There was a newfound gleam in his eyes. A sense of tragedy clung to him. His eyes burned into his. He knew. Harry knew it in his bones. He had run out of time. Resolve faced him, a sigh escaping his lips. Just going to take a stroll? He replied with a shrug. They were alone for now. Now is not a good moment, James retorted. A few paces and a couch were separating them. The anti-apparition wards were still above them and intact. Harry would have to act quickly. It never is. None of them moved. Tensely they observed each other, because they both knew this facade would break at any moment and all hell would break loose. We don't have to do this. It sounded like a plea to Harry, a father appealing to his son. One last time. His dark mark burned. I know, Harry replied, eyes gleaming. But I want to. Harry wasted no time. Lunging forward, James had been anticipating it. He rolled out of the way, deflecting his next spell. Their places were switched, their wands raised as they beheld each other. All pretenses had fallen. Auror Potter and Bellatrix's ward. His wand felt warm to his touch. His next curses were precise. James managed to deflect each and every one of them, advancing with every sharp flick of his wand. Ducking, Harry retreated into the kitchen. James was hot on his heels. Rushing through the door, a wild look on his face. The door frame shattered into a million pieces. James threw himself towards him. Harry just so managed to jump out of his grasp. He slipped out of the door into the garden. A few more paces, and he would reach the end of the anti-apparition ward. I won't be able to save you from what's coming, Harry, James tried to reason. A wall of flames suddenly burst in front of his vision, stopping Harry in his pursuit of freedom. Turning his back to the flames, he turned to James once more. I don't need saving. It was a blur of curses that rushed between them. Harry weaved in and out between them, deflecting James' curses as they circled around each other. Smoke rose high in the air. Harry flicked his wand. The curse rushed past James. James turned just in time to see the Muggle car burst into flames. A deafening sound surrounded them momentarily as the heat of the flames began to lick at their skin. Laughter began to bubble out of Harry's chest. It had been too long since he had used his magic. It felt like coming home. It was a rush. Windows shattered. Tires exploded. The commotion was drawing the neighbors in. James was torn between redirecting and obliviating their neighbors and keeping him off bay. Looks like we have an audience. Harry turned his wand towards the Muggles. Curious creatures that they were, they drew closer. like a deer stuck in headlights. Despite James' shouts, they stayed to watch. "Don't do this, Harry," James shouted. His wand was turned against him. Lesson number 1, don't turn your wand on someone if you don't intend to go through with it. His words were easily carried over to James. He seemed conflicted for a mere second before his expression hardened. Everything happened so quickly from there on. A curse left Harry's wand. James threw a protecting shield around the muggles. The light that appeared as the two spells met was blinding. James had crossed the distance towards him, tackling him to the ground. They collapsed to the ground. A new struggle between them, beginning as James managed to twist Harry's wand out of his hands. Harry flipped them over, straddling James as he grasped for his wand. A tug of sorts. Sparks erupted from his wand. One moment Harry was on top, and in the next he was pushed against the dirt, with James on top of him. "Stop it," he hissed. Harry kicked his ribs, a yell tearing itself out of his lips. "Stop it," James repeated sharper. Harry kicked James off him, scrambling away to get back to his wand. James was back onto him, just as Harry reached for his wand. He flung James off of him, watching him tumble through the air and land a few meters away. James pushed up from the ground, a grim look on his face. Harry watched him struggle back onto his feet. "You're holding back," Harry remarked. "Should I feel flattered?" James stilled in his movements, catching his breath. Harry's eyes gleamed in triumph. James flicked his wrist, too quick for Harry to react. The spell fizzled into life. It hit him square in the chest. Frantic laughter bubbled out of his chest as he collapsed. His wand slipped out of his grasp as he heaved for air. James towered over him. Dirt and ash clung to him. He was trembling. Harry dropped his head back, still grinning from ear to ear. "Now what?" 6 months ago, Voldemort. He sank onto his knees, head lowered as he reached to kiss the hem of his robes. "Just like Bella would have." "My lord," he uttered. Harry met his gaze, conflicted. Voldemort could see as much, and he wasn't surprised. He had expected it. "I'm ready. Allow me to prove my worth to you and our cause." His voice wavered. "They took Bella. I have to do something. Let me help. Anything. I'm ready." His eyes were wide, frantic in fear, and wasn't that ironic? He had meant for the boy to cling on to him, and yet he also formed a bond with Bella. He'd call it to love if he wouldn't have known it better. The boy didn't even know what love was. He held his hand out to cup his face. Harry leaned into his touch, eyes fluttering shut momentarily. "No!" Harry's eyes snapped open. He was wise enough not to interrupt him. "I can't lose you as well." It had been the right thing to say. Harry's eyes widened, breath hitching. "Please," he breathed, begging on both his knees, hands clutching the hem of his robes. "I can't sit back and watch as they," his face distorted in anger, "ruin everything. Allow me to serve you." He pretended to mull over his words, brows furrowing in conflict. "There is something," he began, and Harry perked up, immediately clinging to his words. "You could do." James. He wanted to wake from this never-ending nightmare. James barely looked up as Albus entered. There was a tense silence hanging around them. Lily weaved in after Albus, stopping right in front of him. Her eyes were wide, frantic even. The word had spread quickly. Quicker than he had feared. "He is upstairs," he said. He could see her visibly relax. "The children?" He asked her. Their gazes met momentarily. With Bathilda, she beheld him. There was understanding in her eyes, resignation even, but not a flicker of surprise to be seen. Had she suspected this treason as well? "Was he injured?" she asked instead. "No," he replied, unable to hold her gaze. Harry's gaze. A few scratches and bruises. Nothing that would not heal on its own. She beheld him, the state he was in. Her hand rose to cup his cheek. He leaned against her touch, eyes falling shut momentarily. She slumped back into herself, relief and something else he did not wish to name coursing through her. "Where is he now?" "I wish to see him." "I don't believe that to be wise." Albus spoke for the first time. There was a protest growing at Lily's lips, a sharp remark ready to be unleashed, but she held her tongue, for now. Albus continued unbothered. "He knows you, your weaknesses. He will play on your gullibility, as he has done before rather remarkably." James knew he was right. If it were anyone else, he would not have been bothered. He would not have been affected, but his son was a different matter. An Oscar-worthy performance. Sirius spat. He rose despite his aching limbs, bruises and scratches all across his body, two prominent ones on his jaw. a leftover gift from Bellastrix. Not even 10 minutes ago had James pushed his dislocated shoulder back in place. Bellatrix had done a number on him. He could only wonder in what state she must be in. He hoped in a far worse one. He limped across the kitchen, his dark eyes clouded with rage. "We can't trust a word that leaves his silver tongue," Sirius warned. "No, we can't," Albus agreed. His thick brows were furrowed as he beheld them. "Did you know?" James asked, causing these blue eyes to snap to him. "I had my suspicions, but nothing to this extent. To a degree, he had even me fooled. I had clung onto the hope that he would see reason, turn away from this dark path." "He won't," Sirius retorted sharply. "He will see reason. Merlin knows what kind of lies they fed him, what delusions they brought him up with. We should have expected this." James did not want to think about the alternative. Everything would turn to how it had been. He would see to it. He glanced toward Lily, but she was not looking at him. She stood tensely, rigid even. "He lied to us, Prongs, from the beginning. All of this has been a farce. He had plenty of time to see fucking reason," Sirius snapped, stopping in his movements. "What would you have me do?" James barked. "March up there and pour a truth serum down his throat. Should I compel him to obey us?" "He returned to us for a reason," Lily stated. Her eyes rested on Albus. "Yes, I fear so as well," he replied heavily. "Why?" she asked. "Albus, tell me the truth." For a moment, James expected him to deflect her words, like he tends to do, but to his surprise, Albus answered. "Love blinds even the most sensible ones of us." "Love?" James repeated, outraged. "Who could possibly?" Bellatrix, his gaze snapped to Sirius, eyes wide. Albus did not correct Sirius. "Surely not." James wanted to laugh at this outrageous notion. Harry could not possibly love her, not after everything she had done to him. Had she? Or had that been another one of his many lies? He turned away, fists clenching, a curse on his lips. "No, Harry." His dark mark pained him. There was no remedy to the Dark Lord fury. Hours had passed, and nothing had changed. Harry shifted uncomfortably, eyes watering momentarily as his fingers grazed above the mark. It was tender to touch. It was only a matter of time before the Order would agree on what to do with him. Until then, he would be stuck in this god-forsaken room. He could hear Moody before he could see him, his heavy steps, his labored breaths. The door creaked open. He caught a view of him. His magical eye whirled and buzzed in its socket. Moody slipped inside the room, shutting the door firmly behind him. "Alastair Moody," Harry cooed, a sense of uneasiness growing in his gut. He had done his best to avoid the man up until now. Moody moved closer, towering over him. A look of disgust etched into his features. He looked unimpressed. Harry bristled up at the mere sight of him. "Are you settling in well enough?" The room was bare, the wallpaper torn. The floorboards creaked with every shift and movement. "It's lovely. Why don't you think of this like quarantine, Harry? We'll treat you like a fucking dog. Smelly one, stinking one until we know you're clean." Moody smiled, flashing him his crooked teeth. "Cat got your tongue, boy. I was just wondering how is Nymphadora holding up? I must have done quite a number on her. Poor thing must be petrified, she-ha." Moody lunged forwards, grasping him by his neck. Harry was left aching and gasping for air. "Almost hit a sore spot." Harry huffed out. The warmth of Moody's breath hit his face. His grip was downright painful. Unshed tears blurred his sight as a crooked smile grew on his lips. His magical eye buzzed. So close up it was even more gruesome. "You and I are going to spend a lot of time together from now on. Don't waste too much of your breath. You'll need it." The edges of his sight were darkening. The world shifted in and out of view. It was familiar. Moody eventually relented his grip. The ringing in Harry's ears did not lessen as he gasped for air. Coughing and twitching underneath Moody, he slumped back into himself. She was beautiful that day. You should have seen her. He did not see the fist coming. It punched all the air out of his lungs, left him gasping for air. Moody jabbed his wand into his aching ribs. "One more word. Give me one more," he hissed. Harry's eyes were wide as he beheld Moody. His lips twitched in a senseless act of rebellion. He'd never known when to back down. "Serious?" Harry screamed, an agonizing screech that made the hairs on the back of his neck prickle. His voice echoed through the old house. James was the first to jerk onto his feet and rush out of the kitchen. Sirius was right behind him. They rushed up the stairs and down the hallway. Frank met them halfway there. James threw the door to the room open. The sight that greeted him made Sirius falter in his steps. "Uncle Sirius, help me," Harry called out frantically. Sirius froze in the doorframe as James and Frank rushed to pull Alastor off Harry. The man was mad, raging and cursing as he tried to get back to Harry. Harry was slouched on the floor, limbs trembling. His eyes were gleaming in sadistic glee as he beheld Sirius, a smirk pulling at his lips. Even now, he was not done playing his games. "Save me," he mouthed. Sirius felt nauseous. "Alastor, enough," Dumbledore's voice boomed. He had just come in. Alastor's head snapped towards Albus, his magical eye lingering at Harry. He forcefully jerked his arm away from Frank's grip. "That boy," he pointed a calloused finger at him, "is beyond salvation, Albus." Alastor jerked his attention back to Harry. Harry scrambled further into his corner. James jumped in between Alastor and Harry. "It's about time the lot of you realized that. You go down with your scum pack, boy." "Am I?" Harry coughed, face grimacing. Sirius did not know if it was an act. He couldn't trust it not to be one. "I might be your only hope of ever finding out what happened to Kingsley. I'd be careful if I were you." If he did not have their attention before then, he for sure had it now. Severus Mundungus had a knack to be in places where he should not be. The drunken fool stumbled and staggered down the hallway, off to look for an empty room to collapse in. He turned and rattled the doorknob. It did not budge. It wouldn't. It was enchanted to keep everyone but a selected few out and Harry in. Mundungus was not one of the lucky few who had the privilege to get to talk some sense into the boy. Mundungus caught a glimpse of him, freezing momentarily. His clear eyes clouded over as he offered him a wobbly smile. "Sevus," he cooed. A sheen layer of sweat clung to his receding hairline. "Don't you have to be useless somewhere else?" he asked, brushing past the man. The door opened to his touch. Severus slipped inside, the lumos of his wand illuminating the small room. The windows were darkened, the room bare and stale. There was an eerie silence hanging around him. His eyes immediately settled on Harry, crouched on the ground, one leg thrown across the other. Bruised and battered, his neck was still a glaring shade of red, Moody's imprints still fresh. He did not turn to acknowledge him, but Severus knew that he had his attention. "You could have fled and none of them would have been any wiser." Severus drew closer, his steps like a drum in the silence. "But you didn't. Despite knowing the risks, you stayed." He knelt, still towering over the boy. He gripped his chin, forcing him to turn towards him in one sharp movement. He was met with his glaring gaze. "What does the Dark Lord intend for you to do?" Severus's grip around him tightened, his nails biting into his skin. "Why don't you ask him yourself?" Harry snarled, momentarily struggling in his unyielding grip. "I could easily rip these informations out of your mind," Severus warned, promoting Harry to laugh. "You're pathetic. All of this farce, and for what?" Harry shifted closer, lips twitching. "Do you really believe she'd love you back? Oh, don't give me that look. She told me all about you." Harry huffed out a breath. Severus stared at him, fingers twitching. It would be so easy to cut his breath and watch him struggle. "What are you up to?" he asked instead. "You're going to have to be a little more specific," the boy drawled. Fool, he wanted to curse. Harry leaned closer towards him, the light of his wand illuminating his features, making his glare shine even brighter. "I don't trust you. I never have. I never will. I don't know what the Dark Lord has in store for you. But you reek. You're not getting out of this one," he warned. His cover was blown. If Moody had his way, Harry would not even see the day of light for the rest of his life. "Neither are you," Harry spat in delight. "What do you think will happen if she were to find out?" Severus stilled in his movements, his hand falling. "The truth has a way of coming out, sooner or later." Severus. "James!" Harry turned to face them. James faltered in his steps momentarily. It was like a slap in the face. There was nothing left of the Harry he had come to know. There was a cruel glint in his eyes, the hint of a haughty smile on his bruised lips. He lounged on the ground as if it were a throne, seemingly unbothered by his surroundings. His dire situation. James wished to shake some sense in the boy. "To what do I owe this visit?" he drawled, a hint of amusement to his tone. Sirius twitched. Ever since he had faced a Bellastrix, he had been on edge. James wondered if it was wise for him to be here after all. He stalked closer, eyes burning into Harry, as if he were seeing him for the first time in a way he was. James wondered what, or more importantly, whom he saw. "Why are you doing this?" Sirius asked coolly. His dark eyes lingered on his pitiful form. You did not have to be found. You could have continued to live in secrecy, and none of us would have been wiser. You're right, Harry admitted, and it stung. James tried to find a glimmer of the Harry he knew. Something to cling on to, but there was nothing, Harry continued. I could have done that. Lily shifted closer to Harry, her eyes burning into his. Harry kept his attention on Sirius. Why then? Sirius asked once again, and for a moment James wondered if Harry would tell them the truth. Why are you doing all this? I could ask you the same thing. Harry shifted, his restraints digging into his body. The marks Alastor had left behind still visible. He avoided looking at them. Why fight against the Dark Lord? What are you gaining from this? Other than loss after loss, Harry asked instead of answering. Sirius scoffed. What would you have us do? Join the tyrant, be a part of his murderous campaign as he fashions the world to his likings? Cower beneath him? You're not one to cower, Sirius. Their eyes met. Sirius offered him a sharp smile, which Harry replied. For the first time, it was genuine, and it was dangerous. It's a funny trick you have. You open your mouth and Bella's words come out. Harry cocked his head, shrugging as much as he could with his restraints still intact. She used to tell me about you, her wretched cousin, and how you betrayed them all. How you ran and turned your back on your family. I am with my family, Sirius snapped. So was I. Harry barked, his nonchalance replaced with his unfiltered rage for once. He was unraveling before their eyes. Until you lot came. Oh, how you gloated on the papers with that smug grin of yours that you finally got her. My Bella, do you really believe I would have sat by and watched her rot? All of this for her? Bellatrix Lestrange of all people. Lily spat, her voice rough. Finally Harry turned to her. All of this for her. He agreed. No, it could not be. James couldn't believe it. After everything they did to you? Remus asked. Harry did not avert his gaze from Lily's when he deigned to answer Remus. What would you know of gratitude, you, who barely lives, ashamed by your own shadow? Why are you with him, Harry? James asked instead. Don't tell me you believe in the pure blood supremacy, no. I know you don't. You're smarter than that. There had to be something else, something he was missing. For a better world? Harry offered. For a different one, perhaps, he shrugged lightly, glancing between them. His cold eyes landed on Remus once more. Surely you can't be content with what we have now, and the Dark Lord will bring the change we need? Remus asked, scoffing. He will bring change, that's for sure. Perhaps in his world you won't need to hide away who you are, won't be seen as the scum of the society. Hell, you can't even find a decent job, and you're still out here fighting for this world to stay as it is. He was wasting his breath, as were they. So, you're doing it for the greater good? James asked sharply, and Harry smiled. I do enjoy the sound of that, but no, I don't. I could care less about the greater good. I do it because I want to, and that was really the core of it, wasn't it? There was no grand excuse or reason to hide behind. He did it because he wanted to. Good and evil set aside. When did you become so cruel? Lily's eyes were set ablaze as she beheld Harry. Harry leaned forwards, his restraints digging into his skin. You missed a few detrimental years of my life, Mother, he spat. This is who I am. I don't believe you. Oh, you will, Harry promised. James sat with his head bowed, barely acknowledging the ongoing discussion. It was nearing midnight, and they had not moved forward, could not agree on which action to take. Harry was not cooperating. There was still no news about Kingsley. The Auror forces were reaching a dead end. The Death Eaters kept striking, seemingly random attacks, small but effective. It was exhausting trying to predict what the Dark Lord would do. The tables had flipped within moments. We are wasting our time, Frank said. Albus had fallen silent a long time ago. He was merely observing the ongoing quarrels, a faraway look on his face. Took you only 5 hours to realize, Sirius muttered. He had lost his patience long ago. There are ways to get the boy talking, and he will. Alastor had risen suddenly. He made it. Halfway across the room, a promise at his lips, before Lily stopped him in his tracks. She had seemingly appeared out of nowhere. Sit down, she ordered, her demeanor to calm to promise anything good, her voice a mere hiss. There was a silent battle of wills between them. For a moment James readied himself to reach for his wand. Alastor did not seem like he would back down any time soon. But Lily was relentless. She took another step, advancing onto him, her eyes burning into his. Her magic was heavy and potent, and turned against Alastor. "You're blinded by your love for that boy," Alastor spat. "My son," Lily corrected. Jabbing her finger into Alastor's chest, she leaned closer. "Hurt him again, and I'll kill you myself," Alastor's eye raked over Lily. She was trembling in fury, hands twitching for her wand. "One day you'll realize I've been right all along, and by that time it will already be too late." He pulled away, and James felt like he could breathe again. He had shifted to move behind Lily. She kept glaring at Alastor until she finally allowed him to pull her away. The air was heavy and tense as Alastor shifted back, a murmur at his lips. He would have to keep an eye on him. "That goes for anyone else in this room as well." "I won't have it," Lily added after a moment, her severe gaze narrowing down on everyone in the room. "What would you have us do then? Wait for him to come to his senses through a fucking miracle?" Lily threw Alastor a withering look. "You never know," Mundungus said, and James wondered honestly what the fuck the man was still doing here. "He is still after something." It was the first time Severus had spoken. "If we figure out what it is he is after now, we might just have a chance at cracking him. The Dark Lord is growing impatient, and Harry knows it. He can feel it. He will become desperate if we can keep him isolated long enough." "What other option do we have?" Frank asked. "There is nowhere else we can bring the boy. Not even a few days in Azkaban, as Alastor had put it earlier, will straighten him out. We're still working on repairing the damage and securing the island. There were still too many road dementors lingering around." Harry. He had been wondering when it would be his turn. Harry cocked his head towards Albus. "Sir," he greeted him, the familiar words easily rolling of his lips. Unlike the last times, Albus did not seem thrilled to see him. "I would offer you a seat, but the circumstances won't allow me to." He gestured around into the bare room. "I won't be staying long," Albus retorted, his wrinkled hands folded behind his back. They beheld each other. Unlike the last few times, Harry did not feel like hiding away. Instead, he relished underneath his gaze. There was a sense of freedom, of peace, of not having to hide anymore. "I don't believe you're a bad person, Harry." "Oh, thank the gods," he exclaimed. Albus did not seem fazed by his outburst. He continued, "You remind me of Tom in some ways." Albus towered over him. Harry craned his neck to keep holding his gaze, despite the dangers it involved. "He also made all the wrong choices. You still have time to undo your deeds. It is not too late to." "Spare your breath," Harry cut through. It was going to take more than a few monologues from Albus to turn him straight. "Stop trying to save me. I don't need saving." His demeanor shifted. Resignation seemed to settle in his bones. "What did you do to Kingsley, Harry?" He sounded weary, showing all of his 100-something years. "It's not too late to right this wrong. Do the right thing." "Not much," he confessed. "The last time I saw him, he was still alive, although a bit dazed." He shrugged lightly. "Harry." "Sir," he drawled. Their eyes met as the tense silence grew. "I swear on everything that is good and holy that I have no idea where Kingsley is, but knowing Fenrir, I'd say he's not in a good shape. It's been a few days and you keep on wasting time." Albus' gaze was heavy. Harry averted his gaze. He could feel him in the outskirts of his mind, lingering. His dark mark flared. Harry suppressed a flinch. "Not even you are this cruel. With all due respect, you don't know me. Not really. It's the way of life. People die, some quicker than others. You of all people should know this better than me. I also know that love makes us do unfathomable things." Harry stilled in his movements. Albus continued, "For a man that cannot love, he has a remarkable ability to make people fall in love with him. You would not be the first to do so, but you're a smart boy. Do not delude yourself into thinking that he would ever reciprocate your feelings." Harry felt delirious. He wanted to laugh. He didn't. "You're mistaken." He had seen it with his own eyes. He knew Tom, the boy trapped in the diary pages. The Dark Lord favored him. He was special for more than one reason. Harry understood him like no one else did. He served him better than anyone. He was loyal. Albus's eyes turned cold, lacking any warmth and kindness in them. "You overestimate your own worth. Do you believe yourself to be the first to catch his attention? There have been others before you. They all shared the same fate, to be discarded and forgotten once he loses his interest, and he does so rather fleetingly. I'm not like them. You ought to be remembering that there was no one like him. Only him." Harry would not be forgotten. Albus' lips twitched as if he heard something especially amusing. "James!" It had only been the beginning. Albus had been right. His own gut feeling had not misled him. James stood tensely as he listened to Robards' reports. His features were distorted in the fireplace. All available forces are to be on high alert and await orders. Their forces were exhausted, many of their men still hunting after the escapees. There were too many. It was impossible to follow every trail. Then there was the issue with the rogue Dementors. More and more Aurors were falling prey to them. Sirius shifted. He was kneeling in front of the fireplace, eyes clouded. "Is there any progress with Kingsley?" Robards asked. James shifted, throat dry all of a sudden. "No," he pushed out, clearing his throat uncomfortably. "I see. Keep me in the loop, will you, Potter?" "Yes." A few more words were exchanged, until Robards retreated. The flickering flames returned to their original form. Sirius rose. "Harry's not talking, James. He will. It's only a matter of time." "You're deluding yourself then," Sirius snapped. James could barely recognize Sirius. "I'm not giving up on him. I didn't say you should, but don't delude yourself into thinking you can save him." James didn't want to listen to any of it. He turned away, ready to march out of the room, when Sirius' words made him falter. "If you think this is a happy ending, you haven't been paying attention." He turned to face him. Sirius looked uncharacteristically serene. "Harry!" Crutcher startled him awake. Harry jerked upwards, eyes wide as he watched his restraints fall away. "Master sends Crutcher." "Orion." "About time." He had bid his time long enough. Harry scrambled to his feet, limbs aching as he stretched. He fell in step with Crutcher as he opened the door. The magics that prevented it from opening did not seem to affect Crocker at all. "They will know you left the room," Crutcher warned him. Harry faltered for a moment. "Where is my wand?" He could not leave without it. Crutcher slowed, turning towards him. There was hostility in his big eyes. For a moment it looked like he wished to leave. His fingers kept twitching. He muttered in displeasure as he pulled his wand out of his pockets. Harry immediately snatched it out of his hands, eyes closing in bliss as he felt the cool wood thrum within his touch. The house seemed vacated, almost. Everyone seemed to have rushed off to fend whatever it is the Death Eaters had started. His dark mark still ached and throbbed. He had left his lord waiting long enough. Harry descended the stairs, when Crutcher stopped him suddenly, his bony hands tugging on the fabric of his robes. Harry turned to him with a sneer on his lips. Crutcher pointed towards the kitchen. Warily, Harry entered. Lily sat in the kitchen, her resolved gaze meeting his. She seemed to have expected him. Her wand lay discarded on the table. Harry's gaze lingered on it, and then her. His wand was pointed at her. "Are you going to kill me, Harry?" Harry froze. Lily slowly rose from her seat when Harry did not reply. She rounded the table, slowly, her intent gaze never leaving his. Harry's wand did not waver. Not until it dug right into Lily's chest. She caressed his cheek. Her touch was pleasant, warm even. Harry stared at her wide-eyed. His grip around his wand loosened. He looked away, unable to bear the sight of her, the weight of her gaze, any longer. "I wanted to hate you, all of you, and I did for many years," he admitted. It was a mere whisper. "But as I grew, the feeling waned. I don't think I hate you, and maybe," he admitted lowly, "maybe in another lifetime I could grow to love you. It would be rather easy, I think." He pulled away from her touch. "It's a pity he betrayed you. If it wouldn't have been for Severus, the Dark Lord would have never gotten me in the first place." Lily reared back, eyes widening. "He knew everything from the beginning and feigned not to recognize me," he continued. "No." She breathed, but the usual bite was missing in her voice. He could watch the realization sink in, fester in her soul. He was telling the truth, and she knew it. "Bargained my life in for yours, pleaded with the Dark Lord to spare you. He did it for you, because he—" "Enough!" "Stop." She could not even bear to hear it. The truth she had known all along and ignored. "Deep down, he is a good man," he echoed back, her own words thrown at her face. Her face had turned ashen, but the rage that thrummed within her skin was a pleasant change. She stood still, far too still. Harry turned to leave. Lily did not stop him. She had no intention to. "I belong to the Dark Lord. I dedicated my future to him, and I intend to hold my word." He turned his back on Lily, brushing past Creature and out of the door. The fresh breeze of air was a welcome change. He closed his eyes in bliss. A new day was upon them. His mark burned pleasantly, urgently. Following the tug, he apparat with a loud crack, heading the call of his lord.